Rick begrudgingly joins in on the fun, and chaos ensues as they traverse through the games and encounter glitchy, yet hilarious scenarios.
At one point, Morty becomes so immersed in the game that he accidentally merges with his Kirby character, resulting in a hybrid creature dubbed Morty. As Morty, he wreaks havoc on the digital world and even catches the attention of a rival player, a sentient computer virus known as Gamer Galactus. Rick and Morty must team up and use their scientific expertise to defeat Gamer Galactus and save the Nintendo 69 universe. Along the way, they make various hilarious quips and references to their favorite pop culture icons.
Rick, well Morty, looks like we're in for a real pixelated pickle here.
Morty, I don't know what's worse, dealing with Gamer Galactus or having to play Zorlda with these lame graphics.
Rick, you can't handle the 8-bit beauty, Morty. Now come on, we've got a hero to save.
The episode culminates in an epic battle against Gamer Galactus, where Morty must use his newfound powers in a showdown against the digital villain. In the end, Rick and Morty emerge victorious and live to game another day on the Nintendo 69.
Morty hungry, deep for more games.
Rick, oh geez, not this again.
Title: The Vomiting Vortex.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, and Summer enjoying a leisurely Sunday brunch, discussing the latest scientific theories and advancements in the multiverse. Suddenly, a green portal appears out of nowhere, and a green monster with its mouth open and teeth wide open emerges from it.
Oh, geez, not another one of these guys.
What is it, Rick? Some kind of interdimensional creature?
Ah, just a run-of-the-mill vomit monster. They're all over the place in the lower dimensions.
Ew, gross. What does it want?
As if in answer to her question, the monster turns towards the trio and begins to spew a never-ending stream of vomit directly at them. The camera switches to your point of view, as the vomit and chunks splatter all over the screen in glorious 4K Full HD.
Ew. Oh no, this is disgusting. Who's gonna clean this mess up?
Relax, kid, I got this.
With a quick flick of his wrist, Rick pulls out a makeshift portal gun and opens a portal behind the monster. The monster is startled and falls backwards into the portal, disappearing from view.
Wow, Rick, that was amazing. How did you know that would work?
Ah, I didn't. I just got lucky. But hey, that's science, baby.
Okay, but what about the mess it left behind?
Oh, don't worry about that. I'm sure it'll all just evaporate into the ether or something.
As the camera pans out, we see the trio covered in vomit, looking disgusted but relieved. The background is a beautiful shade of green with a white star shining bright. The credits roll as a catchy song plays in the background, leaving us wondering what crazy adventures Rick and Morty will get up to next.
Title: The Great Gas Station Caper.
Scientific description. In this episode, Rick and Morty explore the implications of purchasing counterfeit electronic devices, delving into the intricate world of game design and neuropsychology. The plot revolves around Morty's acquisition of a knockoff PlayStation 1 dubbed the PlayStation 1, due to its rainbow colors and questionable quality. Rick, ever the expert on all things technological, proceeds to list 3 games for the PlayStation 1, and provides detailed commentary on their gameplay mechanics and psychological effects on the human brain.
Story discussion.
Morty, are you really going to play on that inferior knockoff console? I mean, the PlayStation 1? I wouldn't trust that thing to power a toaster.
Come on, Rick, it was a steal. And look how cool it looks.
Morty, you know better than to buy cheap electronics. That's just asking for trouble.
Hey, what's wrong with a bargain? I got a great deal on a pair of sandals from that same online store.
Forget about the sandals, Jerry. Morty, let me give you a crash course on PlayStation 1 gaming. First up, we have Rainbow Road Racer. This game is known for its trippy visuals and mind-bending tracks. You'll be seeing rainbows for days after playing this one.
Whoa, sounds intense.
Next, we have Fruit Ninja 2, Gay Edition. Now, this game may seem silly, but it has been proven to improve hand-eye coordination and reduce stress levels.
Really? That sounds like something I could use.
And finally, the pièce de résistance of the Gay Station 1, Super Happy Fun Time Land. This game is a masterpiece of game design, utilizing cutting-edge AI technology to create fully immersive and interactive experiences that will leave you questioning reality itself.
Sounds like my kind of game.
I don't know, Rick. Are you sure these games won't turn me into a mindless zombie?
Nah, they'll just turn you into a happy, rainbow-loving buffoon. But hey, that's better than being a cynical old scientist like me, right?
The episode ends with Morty losing himself in the colorful world of Gay Station 1 gaming, while Rick watches from afar with a hint of envy in his eye.
Title: The NSFW Nintendo 69.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty heading to the interdimensional flea market where Morty buys a knockoff Nintendo 64, the Nintendo 69. Rick is skeptical of the purchase, questioning Morty's taste in video games.
Morty, what is this? A red and yellow box with a picture of a cassette player on its side and a green and black background? Are you sure you want to buy this?
Come on, Rick. It's a classic. And the guy selling it said it's even better than the original Nintendo 64.
I highly doubt that, Morty. But, sure, go ahead.
Morty excitedly takes the Nintendo 69 home and plugs it in. Rick rolls his eyes and continues tinkering with his latest invention. Suddenly, Morty excitedly yells out,
Rick, you've got to try this game.
Rick reluctantly agrees and picks up the controller. The game, called Sonic Boom, has an NSFW title and is filled with explicit content. Rick is appalled, yet intrigued.
Morty, what is this? Sonic Boom, Spank Edition. And why is the main character a giant purple phallus?
I don't know, Rick. But look at these power-ups. Morty motions to the screen.
Oh, sweet Jesus. Rick stares at the screen, mouth agape.
The episode continues with Rick and Morty playing two more NSFW games, Super Mario Dumi and Donkey Show Kong. The dialogue is filled to the brim with sexual innuendos and jokes.
Laughing uncontrollably, Rick, this game is ridiculous. I can't believe it.
Chuckling, Morty, you've got to stop playing these games. They're a disgrace to Nintendo.
The ending of the episode sees Rick and Morty throwing the Nintendo 69 in the trash, never to be played again.
Morty, I hope you learned your lesson. Always go for the original version, or at least a legal knockoff.
Rolling his eyes. Yeah, Rick, I got it.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty sitting on the couch, flipping through TV channels, and trying to forget the horrors they just witnessed.
Title: The NSFW Nintendo 69 Adventure.
In this highly scientific and meticulously detailed episode, Morty purchases a knockoff Nintendo 64 gaming console, the highly coveted NSFW version known as Nintendo 69. Upon inspection, Rick delves into the console's inner workings, analyzing the hardware and software with the precision of a PhD-level computer scientist.
Morty, this console is a piece of art. With a quad-core processor and 16 gigabytes of RAM, we could build a spaceship with this thing.
Oh, cool, Rick. Can we just play some games?
Rick clicks through the console's menu, selecting 3 titles with NSFW titles and content: Bowser's Bedroom Bash, Princess Peach's Wild Night, and Donkey Kong's Banana Adventure.
Alright, Morty, let's start with Bowser's Bedroom Bash. In this game, you play as Bowser and Well, let's just say it involves a lot of fire, spiked shells, and explicit content.
Geez, Rick, do we really have to play this?
Of course, Morty, we're scientists. We must study the effects of video games on the human psyche.
As they progress through the other NSFW titles, Morty's discomfort only grows. The explicit content and crude jokes leave him feeling uneasy, while Rick revels in the absurdity of it all.
Rick, can we please play something else? This is too much.
Alright, Morty, we'll play something more wholesome, like Super Mario 64.
But that's a regular game.
Exactly.
And so ends another scientific adventure in the world of Rick and Morty, leaving us with a lesson that sometimes the NSFW version isn't always the best version.
Title: The Garden Conundrum.
Opening shot. Rick and Morty are in their garage, surrounded by various scientific equipment.
Alright, Morty, listen up. We've got a situation.
What's going on, Rick?
There's a person in a room with a paint roller and a window with a curtain on it, Morty. And there's a person in a mask in there too.
Summer enters the garage.
What kind of situation are we talking about here?
The kind where someone's getting their face bashed in, Summer. The kind where blood's spattering everywhere.
Oh man, that sounds really intense.
You don't know the half of it, Morty. We need to figure out what's behind that curtain and those paint rollers before more people get hurt.
So what's the plan, Rick?
I've hacked into the security cameras in the room, and I've got a live feed of what's going on. We're gonna analyze all the data and figure out what's going on.
Rick, I think we might want to call the police or something.
The police? Morty, we're scientists. We don't need the police. We need to get to the bottom of this ourselves.
Okay, let's do this. But let's be careful, guys.
Cut to the abandoned bathroom. The masked thug is swinging the bat wildly.
According to my calculations, that thug's got an 89.5% chance of hitting someone with that bat.
Rick, I think we're a little too close to the action here.
Guys, look out.
The thug swings his bat at the camera and the screen goes black.
Come on. I spent all day setting up that camera.
Rick, I think we need to get out of here before.
Suddenly, the lights turn on and the thug steps into view.
Doug, you thought you could get away with spying on us, huh? Well, now you're gonna pay the price.
Okay, guys, let's get out of here before.
The thug swings his bat, hitting Rick across the face and sending blood splattering everywhere.
Oh God, Rick, are you okay?
Yeah, Morty, I'm fine. Just a scratch.
Guys, we need to get out of here. Now.
No way, Summer. We can't leave until we figure out what's behind that curtain.
Guys, I think I found something.
Morty points to a small door on the wall.
I think that leads to the other room.
Alright, let's do this.
The three of them cautiously make their way through the door and find a small office on the other side.
Okay, this is it. We're gonna find out what's behind that curtain once and for all.
But wait, Rick, what if it's something really dangerous?
Summer, when have we ever been afraid of danger?
I don't know, Rick. Seems pretty dangerous to me.
Morty, we'll be fine. Just gotta be careful.
The three of them approach the curtain and carefully start to lift it. Suddenly, a bright light fills the room and the curtain falls to reveal. ... A giant, glowing pickle.
Well, this is unexpected.
What the hell is that thing?
Is that why you got hit in the face, Rick? This giant pickle?
No, Summer, that was just a random thug trying to beat us up for no reason.
Well, at least we figured out what was behind the curtain, right?
Yeah, Morty, I guess we did.
The three of them stare at the giant glowing pickle for a few moments longer before turning to leave. As they exit the room, Rick turns back for one last look at the pickle.
You know, Morty, this pickle kinda reminds me of me.
What? Why, Rick?
I don't know, Morty. There's just something about it. Something scientific.
Oh, you guys are weird. Let's just get out of here.
The episode ends with the three of them exiting the abandoned bathroom, covered in blood and confused about the whole ordeal.
Title: The impact of NSFW content on video gaming.
Abstract. In this episode, Morty purchases a knockoff Nintendo 64 named the Nintendo 69 with explicit content. Rick lists 3 games with NSFW titles and content and comments on their gameplay, providing a deep analysis of the impact of such content in video gaming.
Introduction. Morty recently purchased a knockoff Nintendo 64, a device named the Nintendo 69, with explicit content, which raises the question of how such content affects video gaming. Rick, Morty's grandfather and a renowned scientist, analyzes the games and provides insight into their impact on the industry.
Discussion. Rick lists 3 games for the Nintendo 69, Busty Kongs, Big Booby Dead or Alive, and Carnal Combat. He describes the games in detail, stating their NSFW content and commenting on gameplay mechanics. His analysis reveals that explicit content can enhance gameplay by providing an added layer of interactivity, but it can also hinder the immersive experience by distracting from the intended plot. Conclusion. Generally speaking, NSFW content in video gaming creates a complex dynamic, as it can positively impact playability, but it can also detract from the intended narrative. Therefore, developers should carefully consider the inclusion of such content and the potential ramifications on a game's reception.
Rick. Morty. That's a hell of a knockoff you've got there. Let's see what we've got. First up, Busty Kongs. This game features, how should I put it, well-endowed Kongs? The gameplay mechanics really allow you to interact with the environment. And then there's Big Booby Dead or Alive. Lots of bouncing, and the gameplay is actually pretty solid. Lastly, Carnal Combat. This one's actually a clever parody. Every match ends with a different NSFW fatality. The gameplay is difficult, but that just makes the rewards even sweeter.
Morty. I don't know, Rick. Should we be playing something like this? It feels kind of wrong.
Rick. There's nothing inherently wrong with it, Morty. It's just a different experience. But we have to recognize that it can take away from the intended narrative. It's a balancing act.
Name redacted. As a female gamer, I find the inclusion of such content to be sexist and objectifying. It detracts from the overall experience and sends a negative message.
Rick. Valid point. Name redacted. But let's not forget that there are gamers out there who enjoy this type of content. It's all about choice and catering to different audiences. But I agree, there needs to be a balance between inclusion and discrimination.
Morty. I don't know, Rick. I think we should stick to the classics.
Rick. Suit yourself, Morty. But don't knock it till you try it.
Title: Vomitron 9000.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, and Jerry in the garage, tinkering on a new invention. Rick explains to his grandchild and son-in-law that he has built a teleportation device that can transport them to any point in the universe. The trio decides to test it out and chooses a random location in space.
Let's hope that we don't end up in the middle of a black hole or a giant sentient vomit monster.
Oh, what's a giant sentient vomit monster, Rick?
It's a creature that's been reported to exist in this area of space. Legend has it that it can projectile vomit large chunks of matter at its prey.
Ew, that's disgusting. Can we please choose another location?
Oh, we're doing this. It's science, Jerry.
As they arrive, they're amazed by the sight of a large creature with its mouth open and teeth wide open in the water, with birds flying around it and a fish swimming in the water below.
Whoa, that's insane. Do you think it's the giant vomit monster?
Only one way to find out.
Suddenly, the giant sentient vomit monster emerges from the water and projectile vomits directly at them. The POV shifts to the audience perspective as they witness the vomit and chunks splattering everywhere in 4K Full HD, with gorgeous lighting and highly detailed graphics. As they try to escape the monster's wrath, they stumble upon a massive area flooded with vomit. They're surrounded by the stench, unable to navigate through the thick liquid.
This is bad, guys. We're trapped in a sea of vomit.
What are we going to do, Rick?
I've got an idea.
Rick then proceeds to build a giant vacuum cleaner, powerful enough to suck up all the vomit in the area. The scene shifts to a dramatic movie still, with the trio in their sci-fi suits, holding onto the vacuum as it sucks up the vomit. I can't believe I'm doing this. My life has reached a new low. As they finally successfully clean up the area, Rick realizes that the vomit was actually a rare compound that can be used to create a new fuel source. The episode ends with Rick, Morty, and Jerry departing the location with vials of the puke, leaving the giant sentient vomit monster behind.
See, science always prevails.
I don't think I can eat again for a week.
I need a shower. The episode, Minecraft Mines and Drunk Experiments, begins with Rick and Morty exploring a new planet filled with uncharted territory. As they wander, Rick notices a strange figure laying on the ground with a toy in one hand and a red box in the other.
Morty, come over here and take a look at this. We have a man in sunglasses and a tie with a peculiar toy in his hand and a red box in the other. This is unlike anything we've seen before.
Geez, Rick, should we leave him be or what?
Morty, grab the box. Let's see what's inside.
As they open the box, they are both blown back by an unexpected energy surge. Suddenly, Rick changes his name to Minecraft without explanation.
Minecraft, I'm Minecraft now, Morty. This is my world and everything goes by my rules.
Rick, what happened?
Minecraft, I told you, Morty, I'm Minecraft, the master of this universe.
Meanwhile, at the Smith household, Jerry is experiencing a severe mental breakdown as he believes that he is a horse and he deserves a carrot. Beth, on the other hand, is heavily intoxicated and trying to conduct scientific experiments in her lab.
Okay, so I may have had a few too many drinks, but I think I've discovered a way to clone our neighbors. Now, where did I put that DNA sample?
Nay, give me the carrot, Beth.
Jerry, what's gotten into you? You're not a horse.
Nay, I am now. Give me the carrot, Beth. As Rick, now Minecraft, and Morty struggle to understand the effects of the strange box, they are suddenly pulled into an alternate reality populated by giant pandas who speak only in riddles.
Giant panda, the box holds the key, but only those pure of heart may unlock its true power. Minecraft, pure of heart? That's never been me.
Rick, does this mean we're stuck?
Minecraft, stuck? No, Morty, this means we're in a whole new world of possibilities.
As the episode draws to a close, the effects of the box wear off and Rick, now back to his old self, and Morty return home. Jerry is back to his supposedly sane self, and Beth passes out in her lab.
Well, that was quite the adventure. Morty, remind me to never underestimate the power of a little red box.
Yeah, I think we should stick to our own universe from now on.
Hey guys, why do I keep finding carrots in my pocket?
Snoring loudly.
Title: The Vomiting Vortex Conundrum.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty walking across a desert planet when they stumble upon a blue eyeball with a black hole in its center. Rick, being the scientific genius, deduces that this is a rare phenomenon called the vomiting vortex conundrum, VVC.
Morty, this is the VVC. It's an extremely rare celestial occurrence that only happens once every 10,000 years. It's caused by two black holes colliding and creating a vortex that pulls in matter from surrounding planets, which leads to a vomiting vortex.
Rick, why is it called the vomiting vortex conundrum?
Because, Morty, the matter pulled into the vortex mixes into an unstable concoction, creating a sentient vomit monster.
Suddenly, the ground starts to shake, and the giant sentient vomit monster emerges from the black hole in the sand. Beth, who is monitoring the situation from the safety of the spacecraft, contacts Rick and Morty.
Rick, what the hell is happening down there?
Beth, just another day at the office. We've got a vomit monster situation.
What? A vomit monster? You two be careful down there.
As Rick and Morty try to escape the vomit monster's projectile vomiting, they come up with a plan to stop the VVC. Rick decides to use his portal gun to open a portal to the opposite side of the black hole in the sand, causing the matter to be sucked into the black hole, thus stopping the VVC.
Rick, won't that cause a paradox or something?
Relax, Morty. This is the only way to stop the VVC.
As Rick and Morty activate the portal, the vomit monster's body starts to shrink as it loses matter. It lets out a final projectile vomiting, which hits the camera and splatters chunks everywhere in gorgeous 4K Full HD and highly detailed lighting.
That's it? It's over?
Yeah, just another day at the office.
I don't know about you guys, but I could really use a shower.
The episode ends with the trio heading back to the spacecraft as the sun sets on the vomit-soaked desert. The following text describes a proposed episode of Rick and Morty titled NSFW Games. INT. Living room, day. Rick sits on the couch with Morty. In the foreground is a bench and a table, while in the background, a dark sky looms ominously.
I bought this knockoff PlayStation 1, the NSFW version of GayStation 1.
Sarcastic. Great, Morty. Because nothing says quality like a knockoff console with an inappropriate acronym for a name.
But it was cheap.
Size, fine. Let's see what games you got.
Morty hands Rick the console and he starts listing off the games.
Okay, we got Super Bros 3 SOME, Frisky Kong, and Golden Penis.
Laughs! These games sound wild!
Serious? Oh, they are. The gameplay is incredibly explicit and graphic, with endless amounts of nudity and sexual content. The mechanics are repetitive, with players having to perform the same sexual acts over and over again.
Disappointed. Oh, that doesn't sound very fun.
Shrugging. Some people are into that kind of thing.
Hesitant. Should we play one?
Sarcastic. Sure. Let's indulge in some virtual debauchery. What could possibly go wrong?
Morty selects Super Bros 3 SOME, and they begin playing the game. The camera shows the screen, with pixelated characters engaging in various sexual acts.
Disgusted. This is just sad.
Fascinated. I can't look away though. It's like a train wreck, but with sex.
Suddenly, the game glitches and a loud explosion can be heard.
Alarmed. What the hell just happened?
The TV screen sparks and static fills the screen. The lights in the living room flicker and suddenly, everything goes black.
Title: The Scientifically Insane Bathroom Massacre.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty are in the garage, tinkering with a new invention that Rick has made. Morty is busy reading through some scientific papers while Rick is busy adding the final touches to his invention. Suddenly, Rick's invention malfunctions and explodes, causing chaos in the garage.
Ah, damn it, Morty. Why did you have to distract me with those papers? Now my invention is ruined.
I'm sorry, Rick, but these papers are important. They contain groundbreaking research on quantum entanglement.
Quantum entanglement? Beefed. That's old news. I'll show you something that will blow your mind.
Bathroom massacre.
Rick takes Morty to an abandoned bathroom where they discover a man with a red mask and blood on his face holding a knife. The man attacks Rick and Morty, but Rick manages to disarm him with a laser gun.
What the hell is going on here?
Red Mask Man, I had no choice. The voices in my head made me do it.
Voices in your head? That's a classic symptom of schizophrenia. Have you been taking your medication?
Red Mask Man, medication? What medication?
Oh boy, we've got ourselves a nut job here.
Scientific analysis.
Rick and Morty decide to analyze the Red Masked Man's brain to determine the cause of his insanity. They use a state-of-the-art neural scanner to scan the man's brain and discover that he has an abnormality in his amygdala, the part of the brain responsible for processing emotions such as fear and anger.
This is fascinating, Rick. I think we've discovered a new link between brain abnormalities and mental illness.
Mental illness? Beefed. That's just a made-up term to sell drugs. I'm more interested in the potential applications of this technology.
The final showdown. Meanwhile, the Red Masked Man breaks free from his restraints and grabs a machete. He swings it wildly at Rick and Morty, hitting them both across the face and splattering blood everywhere.
Geez, Morty, this guy is insane. We need to take him down before he kills us both.
I have an idea. We could use our neural scanner to project a calming image onto the man's amygdala, forcing him to calm down.
Genius, Morty. I always knew you had it in you.
They successfully project a calming image onto the man's brain, causing him to drop the machete and collapse to the ground.
Epilogue.
Rick and Morty leave the bathroom, covered in blood but victorious. They return to the garage and resume their tinkering, with a newfound appreciation for the complexity of the human brain.
I have to admit, Morty, that was one crazy adventure. I never thought we'd be dealing with a serial killer in a bathroom.
Yeah, but we learned so much about the brain in the process. I think we could use this knowledge to help people suffering from mental illness.
Oh, who cares about helping people? Let's just make more crazy inventions and get rich.
Oh, Rick, you never change.
Title of the episode: Aerial Motorcycle Ride in the Forest.
Synopsis: This episode features a man performing aerial stunts while riding a motorcycle in a forest next to a giant mountain with a sky background. Meanwhile, Morty purchases a counterfeit PlayStation 1 that contains an inappropriate version of the game Gaystation 1. Rick proceeds to list 3 additional games that are also not safe for work, describing their content and commenting on the gameplay in highly descriptive detail.
The episode opens with the man on the motorcycle accelerating down a steep hill before launching off a ramp and executing a series of backflips and twists while in midair. His high-speed and complex maneuvers demonstrate a mastery of physics principles such as gravity, momentum, and angular momentum. Meanwhile, Morty is excitedly unboxing his new gaming console, only to discover that the game he had purchased is a knockoff version of the popular game Gaystation 1. The game contains explicit content that is not appropriate for all audiences, including but not limited to sexual references, violence, and strong language. The inclusion of these elements violates ethical considerations, in particular concerning censorship and decency standards. Rick, in his usual cynical style, goes through a list of 3 additional games that are not safe for work. The first game, entitled Boobtacular, involves players controlling a character who must make their way through a series of obstacles while avoiding an onslaught of breasts and other erotic objects. The second game, titled Gorefest, involves players engaging in a virtual bloodbath with an array of deadly weapons. The final game, Purgefest, is a survival horror game in which players must evade a group of sadistic killers while fighting for their lives. Throughout his descriptions, Rick provides highly detailed commentary on the gameplay of each game, pointing out nuances that only a highly skilled gamer would appreciate. He also makes humorous remarks about the absurdity of the game's content, highlighting their blatant disregard for moral and ethical standards. In conclusion, this episode provides a unique blend of action and science, with the man's daring motorcycle stunts showcasing the application of physics principles, while Rick's discussion of the not-safe-for-work games showcases the ethical considerations surrounding game development and the role of censorship and decency standards in society.
Title: The Dungeons and Mad Scientists.
Synopsis: in this episode, Rick and Morty get sucked into a game of Dungeons and Dragons with Summer and a masked stranger, leading them on a crazy adventure through different dimensions and timelines. Along the way, they encounter all sorts of scientific phenomena and hilariously unpredictable outcomes.
Opening shot. Pose of the masked person rolling a dice as Rick, Morty, and Summer sit at a table, eagerly waiting for their turn.
Come on, what's taking so long?
Masked stranger. I am calculating the probability of success for my next move, based on the current environmental variables and the known traits of my opponent. Give me a moment.
Jesus, this guy is worse than me. I thought I was the king of overthinking.
Can we just play already? I want to be a wizard.
Suddenly, the table starts shaking and the room gets darker.
Guys, I think we have a problem here.
What the hell is going on? Is this some kind of stupid game effect?
The masked stranger stands up and takes off their mask, revealing a mad scientist with wild hair and a lab coat.
Mad scientist, greetings. I am Professor Zorp, and I have just transported you to my laboratory of infinite possibilities, where we shall play the ultimate game of Dungeons and Dragons.
Wow, you're even crazier than me. I like it.
Oh, I don't like this. Can we go back home now?
No way, Morty. This is gonna be epic.
The group follows Professor Zorp through a portal and into a world of chaos and madness, where they must navigate through a maze of scientific experiments and bizarre creatures. Along the way, they encounter a mutant dragon that breathes fire and ice at random intervals, a potion that turns Rick into a giant frog, and a portal that leads to a parallel universe where they meet their evil doppelgangers.
As they finally reach the end of the game, they face the ultimate boss monster, a giant robot creature that can only be defeated by solving a complex mathematical equation.
The group work together to crack the code and finally destroy the robot with a powerful spell.
Well, that was fun. Can we do it again sometime?
Mad scientist, of course, my fellow adventurers. The game never ends in the laboratory of infinite possibilities.
As they warp back to their own dimension, Morty turns to Summer.
Hey, did we just save the world again?
I don't think so, Morty. But at least we had a good time.
Closing shot. Pav of the group as they high-five and celebrate their victory, with the laboratory fading into the background. Roll credits.
Title: The Flower Crown Experiment.
Opening shot. Rick and Morty are driving in a spaceship, discussing the latest scientific breakthroughs in the multiverse. Suddenly, they see 4 different images of a woman with flowers in her hair and a man with a flower crown on his head, projected onto the windshield.
Morty, we need to investigate this anomaly. It looks like some kind of alternate reality where everyone wears flower crowns.
Do we really need to go check it out?
Of course we do. It could hold the key to unlocking the secrets of the multiverse.
They land the spaceship in a field of flowers, where they are greeted by the flower crown-wearing inhabitants. They explain that they are part of a society that values peace and harmony, symbolized by their ceremonial flower crowns.
Wow, this place is really neat. I wish we could stay longer.
Don't get too comfortable, Morty. We're here for a reason.
What's the reason?
Play the knockoff PlayStation 1 I bought you before we left.
Morty is thrilled and eagerly boots up the Gaystation 1. Rick lists 3 game titles and begins commenting on the gameplay in technical detail.
Alright, Morty, you're gonna want to start with Galactic Warfare, Advanced Particle Physics Edition. It's a first-person shooter that simulates the effects of relativistic particle collisions on your enemies.
Whoa, that sounds intense.
Oh, it is. But it's nothing compared to Nebula Odyssey, Black Hole Calculus Edition. This game is all about navigating through space-time, while solving differential equations in real time.
Morty's eyes widen as he takes in the complexity of the game.
But if you want a real challenge, try Quantum Chrono Collapse, Multi-Dimensional Paradox Edition. It's a puzzle game that requires you to solve time paradoxes by creating closed time like curves in multiple universes.
I don't think I'm smart enough for that one, Rick.
That's why I got it for you, Morty, to push you to your mental limits.
Morty spends the entire episode playing the games, while Rick conducts experiments on the flower crown-wearing society. In the end, Morty discovers a secret level in Quantum Chrono Collapse that reveals the true nature of the Flower Crown Society. They are actually a hive mind controlled by an alien parasite.
Holy crap, Rick! The flower crowns are mind control devices!
I knew it all along, Morty. Now let's get out of here before they assimilate us too.
They quickly fly away in the spaceship, leaving behind the flower crown-wearing aliens. Morty is still in shock from the revelation.
I can't believe I almost became part of a hive mind. That's so messed up.
Hey, it could have been worse. You could have been stuck playing that knockoff PlayStation forever.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Thanks for looking out for me, Rick.
Don't mention it. Now let's go home and blow off some steam. I think I have some, Roy. A life well lived, levels saved up.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty laughing and bonding over their shared love of video games and absurdity.
Title: The Vomiting Monster of Atlantis.
Opening scene shows Rick and Morty in the garage laboratory, tinkering with various gadgets and prototypes.
Morty, I've got an urgent mission for us. We need to investigate a large underwater object that's been detected in the Atlantic Ocean.
What is it? Alien ship? Secret government lab?
No, it's a giant sentient vomit monster.
Gags. Aw, gross. Why do we have to deal with that?
Because it's causing chaos among the underwater creatures, and we have to contain it before it escalates.
Cut to underwater scene where Rick and Morty are in scuba gear, approaching the massive object with a light shining on its face and mouth.
Alright, Morty, keep an eye out for any defensive mechanisms.
Nervously, yeah, sure thing, Rick.
Suddenly, a scuba diver appears, attempting to shoot the monster with a harpoon gun.
Annoyed. Amateur hour. Morty, get the diver out of here.
Panicking. How do I do that?
Guys, just use the portal gun to teleport him to the surface. You know how it works.
Morty fumbles with the portal gun, accidentally opening a portal inside the vomit monster's mouth. The monster reacts by projectile vomiting directly at them, in stunning 4K, full HD, gorgeous lighting, and highly detailed chunks splattering everywhere.
Grossed out. Aw. Rick, we gotta get out of here.
Determined. Not yet, Morty. We have to collect some of that vomit for our research.
Disbelief. Are you kidding me? You're insane.
Grinning. And that's why you're my trusted sidekick, Morty.
As they continue to collect samples, they suddenly realize they're inside a massive area flooded with vomit, with no way out.
Frantic. Rick, we're trapped. We're gonna drown and vomit.
Calmly. Don't worry, Morty. I've got a plan.
Cut to a dramatic movie still of Rick and Morty, standing triumphantly on top of the vomit monster, after successfully subduing it with Rick's custom-made anti-vomiting serum.
Narrating, and so, we saved the underwater world from the terror of the vomiting monster of Atlantis. Another day, another victory for science.
Still disgusted. Yeah, but I'm gonna need a lifetime supply of mouthwash after this.
Laughs. You never know what kind of adventures science will take you on, Morty. It's all part of the job.
Title: Neural Basis of Canine Eye Color and Phenotypic Variation in Siberian Huskies.
Introduction.
In this study, we aim to investigate the genetic and neural basis of canine eye color variation in Siberian Huskies. Specifically, we examined a husky dog with distinctive orange eyes, a phenotype that is associated with rare genetic variants. Additionally, we analyzed the dog's behavior and brain activity in response to visual stimuli using advanced tools at the Caltech Biological Imaging Center.
Methods.
We conducted a behavioral experiment in which the husky was presented with various visual stimuli, including images of humans, other dogs, and natural scenes. Behavior was quantified using a custom-designed ethogram, and neural activity was measured using high-density electroencephalography, EEG, and functional magnetic resonance imaging, fMRI, techniques.
Results.
Our analysis revealed that the husky showed a greater preference for images of other dogs compared to human faces or landscapes. Furthermore, fMRI data indicated increased activation in visual brain regions, e.g. occipital cortex, during presentation of dog images, compared to other stimuli. Interestingly, EEG recordings revealed distinctive neural oscillations at specific frequencies in response to dog images, which may reflect a canine-specific processing mechanism.
Discussion.
We propose that the unique eye color phenotype observed in this Siberian husky is caused by rare genetic variants that affect pigmentation pathways in the eye. Additionally, our findings suggest that dogs have specialized neural mechanisms for processing social information, particularly related to conspecifics. These results have important implications for understanding the evolutionary history of domesticated dogs and their social cognition abilities.
Jerry's interdimensional admirer.
In a parallel universe, Jerry had recently adopted a similar-looking Siberian husky with blue eyes. Jerry's husky became famously known for its ability to travel through different dimensions, and was often sought after by scientists who wanted to study the dog's extraordinary abilities. Wow! I can't believe the similarities between my dog and the one in this study. They both have unique eye colors and seem to be very intelligent. Maybe my dog is also capable of this kind of cognitive processing.
Confusion.
Our study provides insights into the genetic and neural basis of canine eye color variation and the processing of social stimuli in dogs. These findings may have broader implications for understanding the evolution of social cognition in domesticated animals and for developing strategies for improving their welfare and well-being.
Title: The Cloudy Chronicles.
Opening shot of the cloudy sky with a lone cloud above a small boat in the water.
Good job, Morty. You wanted to go on a boat ride to help clear your head. Well, here we are, alone in the middle of nowhere with only a dragonfly for company.
It's kind of peaceful, Rick. But what are we doing here? Do you have some kind of mission in mind?
Mission, Morty? No mission. We're just here to relax and enjoy the quiet.
Suddenly, a strange creature appears in front of the boat. It is the half-man, half-dragonfly.
Dragonfly, greetings, Earthlings. I am the Dragonfly, defender of the universe. I need your help in defeating an alien threat that is planning an invasion. Are you with me?
Rick, we gotta help him. Let's do this.
Alright, Morty. Let's show this dragonfly what we're made of. But first, let's call in my pal there, Claude Shannon, the great mathematician.
Cut to Claude Shannon sitting in his lab.
Hey Claude, I need you to come down to the lake. We have a mission to save the universe.
Claude Shannon, alright Rick, but I need to know more details.
Cut back to the boat.
Dragonfly, tell Claude exactly what's going on.
Dragonfly. Well, the aliens are planning to take over the galaxy by broadcasting a signal that will disrupt all communications and cause chaos. We need to stop them before it's too late.
Claude Shannon, I see. We need to develop a counter-signal that will cancel out their broadcast. I'll get to work on it right away.
But what about the alien stand-up comedian that's performing tonight?
But, that's not important, Morty. We have a universe to save.
Cut to the alien stand-up comedian preparing for his performance.
Alien stand-up comedian. So, what's the deal with alien abductions? They're so invasive, am I right?
Suddenly, Claude Shannon's signal disrupts the comedian's performance, causing the audience to erupt in chaos.
Alien stand-up comedian. Hey, what's going on? This isn't funny.
Cut back to the boat.
Alright team, we need to be ready for anything. Claude, how's the signal coming along?
Lord Shannon, it's almost ready. Just a few more calculations to go.
Dragonfly, they're there. The alien ships are heading towards us.
What do we do now, Rick?
We do what we always do, Morty. We improvise.
The team engages in a wild battle with the alien ships, firing lasers and dodging missiles. Just as all seems lost, Claude's counter signal is activated, causing the alien ships to malfunction and crash into each other.
Dragonfly, great job, everyone. We did it.
That was insane, Rick. But we saved the universe.
Yeah, Morty, we sure did. But let's not forget about that stand-up comedian. He was pretty funny, huh?
The episode ends with Rick and Morty laughing as the cloudy sky clears up and the boat sails off into the distance.
Title: The Telephonic Pranksterism of Morty Smith, a Scientific Analysis.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are in the garage, with Rick tinkering on a science experiment and Morty fidgeting with his phone.
Morty, what are you doing over there? Putting the old jellyfish on your Insta again?
Nah, Rick. I'm bored. I want to prank some people. Can I borrow your cell phone?
Sure, Morty. Just remember, with great power comes great responsibility. Or something like that.
Morty takes Rick's phone and starts dialing random numbers.
Hello, can I speak with Mr. Butt? Seymour Butts?
Mr. Smith, this is Mr. Smith. Who is this?
Oh, sorry. Wrong number. Bye.
What kind of prank was that, Morty? Seymour Butts. That's like a 90s joke.
I'm working up to the good stuff, Rick. Just wait.
Morty dials another number.
Hello, can I speak with Booker? Booker DeWitt?
Ms. Gonzalez, this is Maria Gonzalez. Who is calling?
Oops, sorry. Wrong number. Bye.
Morty, what's with all the gaming references? You really need to update your cultural knowledge.
Just give me a chance, Rick.
Morty dials a third number.
Hello, can I speak with Ivana Tinkle?
Mr. Patel. No, you may not. How about you tell me who you are and why you're wasting my time?
Oh, sorry. It's just a prank call. Bye.
Ivana Tinkle. That's a classic one. Reminds me of my college days.
See, Rick, I'm getting the hang of it now.
Morty dials a fourth number.
Hello, can I speak with Miss Lee? Miss Lee Keebum?
Mr. Kim, this is Mr. Kim. Who the hell are you?
Oh, sorry. Wrong number. Bye.
Okay, Morty, I think that's enough for now. You don't want to get too carried away with these pranks.
Nah, Rick. I've got one more that's gonna be the best yet.
Morty dials a fifth number.
Hello, can I speak with Mike Hunt?
Mrs. Hunt. This is his wife. How dare you call and ask for my husband like that? You should be ashamed.
Oh, geez. Sorry, lady. I didn't mean to offend you. I gotta go.
Morty hangs up the phone and looks dejected.
Bummer, Morty. I guess sometimes the best laid plans don't work out. But hey, at least you gave it a shot.
Yeah, I guess so. But I feel kind of stupid now, like I shouldn't have even tried.
Nonsense, Morty. You're just learning. And who knows, maybe someday you'll come up with a prank that even I can't top. So keep your head up, kiddo.
Morty smiles and hands Rick back his phone.
Thanks, Rick. I won't let you down.
Closing scene. Rick turns back to his experiment and Morty heads upstairs, feeling a little less down than before. As the credits roll, we hear the faint sound of a phone ringing upstairs, and Morty giggling mischievously.
Title: The Quantum Prank Call Conundrum. Setting: The Smith household, early evening. Rick is tinkering with a new invention, Beth is reading a book, and Morty is on the phone.
Uttering to himself, 28.6 gigawatts. Let's see if that's enough.
Rick, what are you working on?
Just a little something to generate some extra power for the house. Nothing important.
On the phone, giggling. Hey, is your refrigerator running? Well, you better go catch it. Laughs.
Morty, who are you talking to?
Excitedly, just random people. Watch this one. Puts phone on speaker. Name 1, hello? In a fake British accent, greetings, sir. This is the Royal Institute of Cheese, and we are conducting a survey on the consumption of moldy cheese. Have you had any recently? Name 1, what? No, I haven't. Laughs, gotcha, hangs up.
Chuckles. Morty, you never cease to amuse me.
Continues calling. Hey, this is the Internet Police. We're tracing your recent web activity and found some questionable searches.
Name 2, what? That's ridiculous.
Laughs, gotcha again, hangs up.
Morty, this is not the kind of behavior we condone in this house.
Calling another number. Hello, this is the IRS. We've discovered some discrepancies in your tax returns.
Name 3, what? No, I filed everything correctly.
Smirks, just kidding, bro. Hangs up.
Suddenly intrigued. Morty, let me talk to this next person.
Hands phone to Rick. Okay, but keep it NSFW, Grandpa.
Smirks and dials next number. Hello, this is Dr. Rick Sanchez from the University of Scientific Excellence. We've recently discovered a new element with incredible molecular properties. Do you happen to have a blue and white square with a pattern on its side and a black border on the other side?
Name 4, what? No, I don't have anything like that.
Chuckles. Gotcha. That was just a made-up element. But seriously, have you seen that square anywhere?
Name 4, confused. No.
Sighs in disappointment and hangs up.
Amused, Grandpa, that was terrible.
That's Morty on the back. Hey, not every prank can be a winner. But you know what can? Pulls out his new invention. This baby right here.
Rolls her eyes. Rick, I don't think I want to know what that thing does.
Smirks. Oh, trust me. You're gonna love it. Turns on invention and the lights in the house flicker.
Excitedly, whoa, what did you just do?
Smirks. I just generated infinite energy from the multiverse. And now, let's prank call every single dimension in existence. Evil cackling.
Groans. This is gonna be a long night.
In this episode, titled The Prankster's Experiment, we observe a man in a green hat holding a sword and a green cape on his head engaging in a highly unusual activity. The man, identified as Morty, inexplicably calls random phone numbers to phone prank them in NSFW ways. Morty's behavior can be best understood through the lens of psychological experiments on impulse control disorder, ICD, and deviant behavior. Using a controlled experiment protocol, Morty's actions can be viewed as a deliberate and calculated attempt to obtain a pleasurable response from his victims, often at the cost of their discomfort.
To understand this phenomenon in greater detail, we observe Morty's conversation with one of his victims, identified as Sarah.
Hey there, Sarah. How's your day going?
Sarah. Fine. Who is this?
This is Morty. I just wanted to say hi and see if you wanted to play a little game with me.
Sarah, what kind of game?
It's a little NSFW, but I promise it'll be fun. All you have to do is repeat after me, okay?
Sarah, I don't know about this.
Come on, Sarah. Don't be a party pooper. Just repeat after me. I like it when Morty takes me from behind.
Sarah, that's disgusting. I'm hanging up now.
Chuckles, thanks for playing along, Sarah. You're a real trooper. Have a good day now.
Through analysis of Morty's conversation with Sarah, it is clear that he derives pleasure from causing discomfort to others, as evidenced by his laughter after the conversation is over. This behavior is consistent with ICD and deviant behavior, which is characterized by a lack of impulse control and a disregard for social norms and morality. In conclusion, the prankster's experiment provides a fascinating insight into the psychology of deviant behavior and impulse control disorder. Through the example of Morty's phone pranks, we can see the complex interplay between social norms, morality, and individual psychology.
Title: The Quantum Machete Paradox.
Opening shot of a rundown room with a lot of paint on the walls. There's a door in the corner of the room. Paw of Morty, who is standing in the room. We hear a loud sound coming from the door. Rick enters the room with a device in his hand and starts talking to Morty.
Morty, I have created a device that can open a portal to parallel universes.
Wow, Rick, that sounds incredible.
Yeah, well, it's not perfect yet. We might end up in a universe where we get attacked by a masked killer with a machete.
Suddenly, the door in the corner of the room opens and a masked Jason Voorhees swings his machete, hitting Morty across the face. Blood splatters everywhere as Morty falls to the ground.
Okay, Morty, this is not good.
Groans in pain.
We have to find a way to stop this. Let's jump through the portal before Jason catches up with us.
The two jump through the portal and land in a large open cluttered abandoned bathroom. The lighting is gorgeous and the details are gory, with blood everywhere. In a dramatic movie still, Rick and Morty stand back to back, ready to take on Jason.
Morty, this universe is different from our own. The laws of physics might not be the same.
What do you mean, Rick?
Well, gravity might be weaker here, or the air might be thicker, or...
Jason swings his machete, and Rick and Morty dodge out of the way.
Or, we might just have to fight our way out of here.
Oh, geez, Rick. I don't know if I can do this.
Don't worry, Morty. I have a plan.
Rick grabs a nearby bottle of cleaner and squirts it on the ground. He then grabs a lighter and creates a flamethrower.
This is the best we can do for now, Morty. Let's light this place up.
The two use the flamethrower to create a wall of fire, trapping Jason in the bathroom.
Jason, muffled screams.
Okay, Morty, we did it. Let's get out of here before things get worse.
Coughs. Yeah, Rick. I don't think my lungs can handle much more of this.
The two jump through the portal once more and land back in their own universe.
Good job, Morty. We made it back in one piece.
Thanks, Rick. But can we not do that again? My face still hurts.
Don't worry, Morty. I'll add a painkiller app to your microscope.
Title: The Sphere 180 Experiment.
The opening scene shows Morty excitedly unboxing his latest purchase, a Sphere 180 knockoff Xbox. Rick enters the room and scoffs at Morty's downgrade in gaming technology. However, he decides to conduct an experiment with the console.
Morty, you idiot. This console is a piece of crap, but I suppose we could do some science with it.
Science, Rick? You mean like dissecting aliens or something?
No, Morty, we're going to test the effects of video games on the human brain.
Beth and Jerry enter the room, wondering what the commotion is about. Rick explains the experiment to them, which involves hooking up electrodes to their heads while they play the Y Sphere 180 games. I don't know about this, Rick. Is it safe?
Of course it is, Jerry. I'm a scientist.
The group agrees to participate, and Rick lists off 3 games for them to play.
First up, we have Zombie Blast. This game simulates a zombie apocalypse and requires players to shoot their way through hordes of undead. Next, we have Spaceship Odyssey. In this game, players must navigate a spaceship through dangerous space debris while avoiding enemy ships. Finally, we have Penguin Paradise. This game is a cutesy platformer featuring an adorable penguin protagonist.
As the group plays the games, they begin to exhibit strange behavior. Beth becomes overly aggressive in Zombie Blast, attacking her fellow players in the game and even attempting to bite Rick. Jerry becomes paranoid in Spaceship Odyssey, believing that he is actually in space and refusing to leave the game. Morty becomes obsessed with Penguin Paradise, insisting that he must rescue all the penguins in the game before he can move on. The experiment takes a dark turn when Rick realizes that the Y Sphere 180 is actually altering their brains. He frantically tries to shut down the console, but it's too late. The group is now trapped in the game world.
Oh God, Morty, what have you done? You've transported us all into the game.
I just wanted to save the penguins, Rick.
As they navigate the game worlds, they encounter various glitches and bugs, causing them to question the reality of their situation.
This is insane. Are we even real anymore?
I knew it. We're living in a simulation.
Shut up, Jerry. We need to find a way out of here.
In a frantic climax, the group finally defeats the final boss in Penguin Paradise, causing a glitch that launches them out of the game and back into reality.
Thank God. I never want to see that Y Sphere 180 again.
But Rick, what about all the penguins?
Who cares, Morty? It's all just ones and zeros.
The episode ends with the group agreeing never to play video games again.
Title: The Still Stop Conundrum, a vomit-inducing adventure.
Opening shot pans over a snow-covered landscape before zooming in on a large, donut-shaped structure with the word Stillerstock emblazoned across it.
Morty, we're on a mission to investigate this mysterious donut that's been causing a disturbance in the space-time continuum.
Oh man, Rick, this sounds like it's going to be one of those crazy adventures again.
Upon entering the donut, they encounter a giant, sentient vomit monster.
Vomit Monster. Greetings, Rick and Morty. I am the Stillerstock Vomit Monster and I have a bone to pick with you.
What's the problem, Vomit Monster?
Vomit Monster. You see, the donut hole in my center has been missing for weeks and I suspect foul play.
What does that have to do with us?
Vomit Monster. I believe you humans are responsible for the theft of my donut hole. And until it's returned, I'm going to vomit my disgust all over you.
Well, this is just great. Morty, hand me the Fecal Laser 2000.
As the vomit monster continues to projectile vomit, Rick attempts to use the laser to neutralize the vomit, but it backfires and causes the vomit to multiply.
Rick, what do we do now?
I don't know, Morty, but I have an idea. Hand me that snow-covered donut.
Rick takes the donut and shoves it into the vomit monster's mouth, causing it to choke and cough up the missing donut hole.
Vomit Monster. Oh, thank you, Rick and Morty. You've saved the day.
As they exit the donut, Morty turns to Rick.
So, Rick, what did we learn from that adventure?
Well, Morty, we learned that even a giant vomit monster can teach us the importance of friendship and teamwork.
Wow, Rick, that's deep.
Closing shot shows the vomit monster waving goodbye as Rick and Morty fly away in their spaceship.
Title: The Garden of Gay Station.
The camera opens on a garden with a fence and a light shining on its side, and a few bushes in the foreground. Morty walks by, carrying a bag from a local flea market. He excitedly tells Rick that he bought a knockoff PlayStation 1, a Gay Station 1. Rick looks at Morty with a mixture of amusement and malice. He tells Morty that he's always been a fan of the Gay Station and lists 3 games that he thinks Morty should check out. First up, Butt Pirates of the Caribbean, Rick says with a smirk. It's a game where you play as a gay pirate and you have to plunder booty around the 7 seas. The gameplay is pretty straightforward. You just thrust and parry your way through waves of enemy booty. Morty looks horrified, but Rick is just getting started. Next up, we have Furry Fighters 2. It's a game where you play as anthropomorphic animals and you have to fight each other using your unique furry abilities. The gameplay is really diverse. You have rabbits with big ears that can hear their opponents coming from a mile away, foxes with sharp claws that can shred their enemies to pieces, and bears that can hibernate and regenerate their health.
Morty is speechless, but Rick isn't done yet. Last but not least, we have Cockblockers 3, The Reckoning. In this game, you play as a group of frat guys trying to block other guys from getting lucky with the sorority girls. The gameplay is really intense. You have to use all sorts of traps and tactics to keep the other guys from getting to the girls before you do. It's like a strategic game of boner chess.
Morty is disgusted and horrified. He throws the Gay Station in the garbage and walks away. Rick laughs and says, "Screw that. I'm gonna go play some Butt Pirates of the Caribbean on my own." The camera pans out to the garden with the fence and the light shining on its side. The bushes rustle in the background. The end.
Title: The Quantum Prank, an investigation into the interdimensional consequences of telephone shenanigans.
Opening shot. Rick and Morty standing in front of a portal, surrounded by scientific equipment.
Okay, Morty, listen up. Today we're gonna delve into the quantum mechanics of prank calls. Our goal is to see if we can cause a rift in the multiverse with our epic trolling skills.
Rick, are you sure this is a good idea? I don't want to mess with the fabric of reality or whatever.
Relax, Morty, it's just a harmless prank. What's the worst that could happen?
I dunno, I don't want to find out. Can't we just do something normal like, I dunno, watch some TV or something?
Boring. Now hand me the phone and let's get started.
Morty calls a random number and puts the phone on speaker.
Person 1, hello?
Hi there, is your refrigerator running?
Person 1, yeah it is. Who is this?
Great, then you better go catch it. Laughs.
Person 1, what the hell? Who are you kids?
Excellent job, Morty. That was textbook troll material right there.
Oh, I don't know about this, Rick. These people don't sound very happy.
Nonsense, Morty. They're just grateful for the attention, I'm sure. Now let's keep going.
Morty dials another number.
Person 2, hello?
Hi, do you have Prince Albert in a can?
Person 2, what? Who is this?
Prince Albert, you know? The guy from the tobacco tin?
Person 2, no, I don't have Prince Albert in a can. What is this, some sort of prank call?
Aha, well deduced, my dear Watson. Morty, you really need to work on your delivery though. That was terrible.
I don't know how you can be so relaxed about this, Rick. We're causing chaos in the multiverse.
Nonsense, Morty. Everything is under control. Now let's keep going. We have a lot of people to call.
Morty dials a third number.
Person 3, hello?
Hi, this is Morty Smith from the doctor's office. We're calling to inform you that your recent test results have come back positive.
Person 3,
What? Positive for what? Who is this?
Positive 4. Looks at Rick for inspiration. Positive for being the coolest cat in town. Laughs.
Person 3. What? That's not even a thing. This is some kind of sick joke.
Ah, we got a live one, Morty. Keep going. This is even better than I imagined.
I don't know, Rick. This is starting to feel like a bad idea.
Nonsense, Morty. We're just having some fun. Now let's make some more calls.
Morty dials a fourth number.
Person 4, hello?
Hi there, is this the Krusty Krab?
Person 4, no, this is not the Krusty Krab. Who is this?
Oh, sorry about that. Is this the Chum Bucket then?
Person 4, no, this is not the Chum Bucket either. What kind of prank call is this?
Aha, that was a classic one, Morty. Keep it up. We're really making a difference here.
I don't know how you can say that, Rick. We're just making people angry and confused.
Nonsense, Morty. They're just experiencing an alternate reality. Now let's make some more calls.
Morty dials a fifth number.
Person 5, hello.
Hi there, do you have Prince Albert in a can?
Person 5, what? No, I don't have Prince Albert in a can. Who is this?
Then you better let him out. Laughs.
Person 5, this isn't funny, you know that, right? I don't know what your problem is, but you need to stop calling me.
Ah, we're really on a roll now, Morty. Keep up the good work.
I don't know how you can enjoy this, Rick. We're causing all sorts of chaos and destruction.
Nonsense, Morty. We're just bending the fabric of reality a little. Nothing to worry about. Now let's make some more calls.
Morty dials a sixth number.
Person 6, hello?
Hi there, this is Dr. Butts calling from the rectal examination clinic.
Person 6, what the hell? I never went to any rectal examination clinic. Who are these kids?
Aha, that was a good one, Morty. You're really coming into your own as a prankster.
I don't know how you can be so heartless about this, Rick. These people are just innocent bystanders.
Nonsense, Morty. They're just temporary NPCs in our cosmic video game. Now let's make some more calls.
Morty dials a seventh number.
Person 7, hello?
Hi there, have you seen my stapler?
Person 7, what? No.
Title of the episode, The Hyperbolized Hilarity of Clickbait Catastrophes. The cold open of the episode begins with Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer sitting in the living room when Rick pulls out a laptop and starts browsing through YouTube videos. He clicks on a video with an extremely dramatic thumbnail, depicting a man surrounded by flames while screaming, "My hands are burning off."
Behold, mortals, this is the epitome of clickbait.
What do you mean, Rick?
I mean, these videos are hyperbolized catastrophes that prey on people's emotions to generate views. It's a psychological phenomenon, Morty. It's fascinating to watch how it affects Jerry and Summer.
What are you talking about, Rick? My hands are sweating just watching this guy.
Oh my god, what if it's real? What if his hands are actually burning off? We have to help him.
Relax, Summer. It's not real. It's just a cheap ploy for views. And it seems to be working on you guys.
The scene cuts to Rick scrolling through several other dramatic videos, including, "I accidentally killed my best friend," "My dog turned on me," and "I'm trapped in a haunted house." Oh man, this guy got possessed by a demon and now he can't control his own body.
This girl's boyfriend went missing and now she's running from the cops.
Guys, we have to do something to help them.
You do realize this is all fake, right? These videos are designed to manipulate you into feeling strong emotions. But hey, if you want to waste your time, knock yourselves out.
The rest of the episode follows the family's hilarious and exaggerated reactions to each video, with Morty hiding under a blanket, Jerry frantically calling the police, and Summer trying to form a rescue mission. In between each video, Rick provides a scientific analysis of why and how clickbait works, with graphs and charts illustrating the psychological manipulation behind the videos.
As you can see from this chart, The more extreme the emotions elicited from the audience, the higher the number of clicks per view. Clickbaiters have perfected the art of exploiting human emotions for profit.
The climax of the episode features the family stumbling upon a video with an extremely ambiguous title. You won't believe what happens next. The screen goes black as the family stares eagerly at the laptop screen, waiting for the video to reveal its shocking secret. Suddenly, the laptop screen explodes in a burst of flames, leaving the family stunned and terrified.
Well, I guess the clickbaiters won that round. But at least we learned something, right?
The scene ends with the family sitting in silence, pondering the dangers of clickbait and the power of fear-based marketing.
Title: The Sentient Toilet Monster.
In this episode, Rick and Morty are conducting a highly scientific experiment within the confines of the family bathroom. The experiment involves a green ball floating on the white surface of the bathtub, which is covered with a green lid and set atop a white base.
Morty, pay attention. This is a highly delicate and complex experiment we're conducting.
Oh, okay, Rick. Whatever you say.
Suddenly, a giant sentient toilet monster emerges from the depths of the toilet bowl and begins to spray water directly at the duo. What the hell is going on in here? I'm trying to take a dump.
Jerry, what's taking you so long?
There's a freaking monster in the bathroom. In an effort to fight off the monster, Rick pulls out his trusty portal gun and opens a portal to a nearby planet inhabited by intelligent beings who have the power to control toilet water.
We need to consult with the toilet wizards of Omicron Persei 8.
The toilet wizards agree to help Rick and Morty defeat the monster, but only if they can provide them with the exact scientific makeup of the green ball floating in the bathtub.
Rick, what's the deal with that green ball anyway?
That's none of your concern, Morty. Just give me a hand here.
After much trial and error, Rick and Morty are able to deduce the exact chemical composition of the ball, and the toilet wizards are able to create an anti-toilet monster spray that defeats the creature once and for all.
Thank God that's over. My bathroom's a mess now.
Yeah, and I'm gonna need a new pair of pants. The episode ends with Rick and Morty writing a scientific paper about their experience and submitting it to a prestigious academic journal.
Title: The Prankster Paradox.
Opening scene.
We see Rick and Morty working on a green and yellow device with a skull on its face and a green base with a black hole. Jerry, Summer, and several other characters are lounging around the living room.
A nasal tone. This is my latest invention, the prankster paradox. Morty, call a random number and let's see if it works.
Dials phone number 5551234.
Phone rings. Someone picks up.
Person 1. Hello?
Hi, can I speak to Mike Hunt, please?
Person 1. Laughs. Nice try, kid.
Laughs. Yeah, that was a classic one. Have a good day. Hangs up.
Smirks. That was immature.
Interjects. Jerry, this is groundbreaking science. We're tapping into the primal pleasure of pranking. Morty, call another number.
Dials phone number 555555123.
Phone rings. Someone picks up.
Person 2. Hello?
Hi, is your refrigerator running?
Person 2. Groans. This is a prank call, isn't it?
Laughs. You got me. I'm just testing out my new invention, the prankster paradox. Have a good one. Hangs up.
Rolls her eyes. Can we please do something else?
Dismissively. Yeah, waste your youth like the rest of them.
Dials phone number 5554321.
Phone rings. Someone picks up.
Person 3. Hello?
Hi, this is Bob from the IRS. We need you to pay your taxes immediately or we're sending the cops.
Person 3. Panicking. Oh my god, I didn't realize. How much do I owe?
Laughs. Just kidding, man. It's Morty from the prankster paradox. Gotcha. Hangs up.
Chuckles. I gotta admit, that was pretty good.
Smirks. We're just getting started.
Mid-episode scene.
Morty has been calling random phone numbers for several minutes now, each prank becoming more NSFW and outrageous. The rest of the characters are now either ignoring him or groaning in annoyance.
Dials phone number 5558008.
Phone rings. Someone picks up.
Person 4. Hello?
In a sultry voice. Hi, my name is Snowy, and I'm a naughty little snowman who wants to melt in your arms.
Person 4. Confused. What the hell?
Laughs. Sorry, I couldn't resist. This is just Morty from the prankster paradox. Have a good one. Hangs up.
Chuckles. Morty, you devil. Keep going.
Dials phone number 5557001.
Phone rings. Someone picks up.
Person 5. Hello?
In a raspy voice. Hi, I'm looking for a good time. Do you have any midgets for hire?
Person 5. Shocked. What? No, get lost.
Laughs. Sorry dude, just a prank call. Morty here, from the prankster paradox. Bye. Hangs up.
Annoyed. Morty, this is getting ridiculous.
Dials phone number 5553218.
Phone rings. Someone picks up.
Person 6. Hello?
In a robot voice. Greetings, human. I am Zorban, the intergalactic prankster. You have 5 seconds to impress me with your best joke, or I will destroy your planet.
Person 6. Panicking. Why did the chicken cross the road?
Laughs. Sorry dude, you're safe. Just Morty from the prankster paradox here. Have a good one. Hangs up.
Final scene.
Morty is giddy with excitement as he wraps up the final prank call.
Dials phone number 5554444.
Phone rings. Someone picks up.
Person 7. Hello?
In a seductive tone. Hi, my name is Samantha, and I'm an exotic dancer. Would you like a private show?
Person 7. Intrigued. Sure. How much?
Laughs. Just kidding, man. It's Morty from the prankster paradox. Gotcha one last time.
Person 7. Laughs. You little rascal. You almost had me.
That's Morty's back. You see, Morty, pranking is an art form. And with the prankster paradox, we can revolutionize the world of humor.
The group laughs as the camera zooms out, showing the green and yellow device with a skull on its face and the black hole.
Title: The Physics of Pizza Monsters.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty in the kitchen, debating the optimal way to cook a pizza. Rick insists that using a metal pan on a stovetop is the only viable method, while Morty argues in favor of the classic oven bake. Beth interjects, suggesting they order takeout instead, but Rick dismisses the idea as lazy and inefficient. Meanwhile, in a distant dimension, a giant sentient pizza monster is formed from the residual energy of an intergalactic pizza delivery gone awry. The monster materializes in Rick's kitchen, enraged by its own existence and determined to exact revenge. The camera pans to you, the unsuspecting onlooker, as you watch in horror as the pizza monster begins to projectile vomit cheese and pepperonis in all directions. The previously pristine kitchen is transformed into a chaotic mess of melted cheese and pizza toppings. As Rick and Morty attempt to subdue the monster, they engage in a heated scientific debate about the properties of pizza and its potential as a weapon. Beth, meanwhile, focuses on cleaning up the mess and ordering more pizza, for research purposes, of course.
In a dramatic movie still, the camera zooms in on Rick as he unveils his secret weapon, a spatula. Using his expert knowledge of physics and engineering, Rick constructs a makeshift shield and ultimately defeats the pizza monster in a heated battle.
As the dust settles and the kitchen returns to some semblance of normalcy, Rick and Morty reflect on the absurdity of the situation and the bizarre universe they inhabit. Beth, still munching on a slice of pizza, nonchalantly observes that it was a fun family bonding experience. The episode ends with a shot of the metal pan on the stovetop, now covered in cheese and pepperoni, as the camera ominously zooms in on the spatula in the center of the pizza. The fate of the universe hangs in the balance.
Title: The Phone Prank Experiment.
The episode begins with Rick exploring a new dimension and stumbling upon a new scientific phenomenon. He calls Morty and the rest of the family back home to help conduct an experiment.
Morty, I've discovered a dimension where phone pranks have a significant impact on the space-time continuum. We need to gather data on how it affects the minds of the humans in this dimension.
Oh, I don't know if that's a good idea, Rick. What if we mess things up?
I agree with Morty. Let's not mess with the natural order of things.
I'm in. Let's do this. It sounds like fun.
Great, Morty. With this green and white ball in front of this man and the white and green ball in the background, we'll be able to measure the impact of each prank call.
Okay, but how do we start?
We'll randomly dial phone numbers and see how they react to your NSFW prank calls. Let's begin.
Morty pulls out his phone and starts dialing numbers, reciting each digit as he types them in.
9, 0.2, 0.1, 0.5, 0.6, 0.4, 0.8, 0.3, 0.0.
The phone rings and someone answers.
Hello, this is the police. Sorry to inform you, but it appears that you have an illegal substance on your property and we need to conduct an immediate search. Please stay on the line.
Person 1. What? That's not true. I don't have anything illegal.
Huh, got him.
They all laugh and Rick makes a note of the reaction from the person on the other end of the line. Morty proceeds to prank call 9 more people with various NSFW scenarios, causing chaos and confusion along the way.
Person 2. What? Who is this? Stop calling me.
Person 3. Oh no. My house is on fire.
Person 4. I need to get to the hospital immediately. My wife is giving birth.
Person 5. Is this some kind of sick joke?
Person 6. Please stop calling me. I'm at work.
Person 7. How dare you say that to me? I'm calling the authorities.
Person 8. What is wrong with you people?
Person 9. You almost gave me a heart attack. Person 10. This is highly inappropriate. I'm reporting you to the police.
Morty hangs up the phone and looks guilty.
I guess that wasn't such a good idea.
Don't be so hard on yourself, Morty. We gained valuable scientific data on the human psyche and the impact of prank calls in different dimensions. Plus, we had a lot of laughs along the way.
I don't know about you guys, but I need a drink after all that.
Same. Let's hit up the intergalactic bar.
The family exits the lab, laughing and joking with each other about the crazy experiment they just conducted. The end.
Title: Incredibly Complex Scientific Toilet Shenanigans.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty explore the fascinating world of a green cup with a hole in it on a white surface with a light reflection on it and a white background. Meanwhile, Summer gets trapped in a nightmare scenario when a giant walking sentient toilet monster starts spraying toilet water directly at her.
Act 1.
Morty. The green cup with a hole in it on a white surface with a light reflection on it and a white background represents an incredibly complex scientific principle that we must explore.
Oh, Rick, it's just a cup sitting on a table. What's so complex about that?
You wouldn't understand, Morty. We need to analyze the light reflection and the composition of the surface it's resting on. Get the microscope.
Act 2.
Summer is struggling to escape the grasp of the giant walking sentient toilet monster as it sprays water everywhere.
Oh my god, it's like a nightmare. Why is this happening to me?
Toilet monster, your flesh will be cleansed by my cleansing waters.
Act 3.
Rick and Morty use their scientific knowledge to create a device that can penetrate the dimensions of the green cup and reveal its true purpose.
Rick, this is insane. We're altering the fundamental laws of physics.
Of course it is, Morty. We're scientists.
Act 4.
Summer manages to escape the toilet monster's clutches by turning on the shower and washing it down the drain. Meanwhile, Rick and Morty discover that the green cup is a portal to a parallel universe.
Morty, do you realize what this means? We've discovered an entirely new scientific frontier.
I don't know, Rick. It seems kind of dangerous. What if we get stuck in there forever?
That's a risk we'll have to take, Morty. Science waits for no one.
Belloc.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty jumping through the green cup portal and into an alternate reality. Summer is left bewildered by the chaos that has just unfolded.
What the hell just happened? Am I still in a nightmare?
Toilet monster. Yes, you are, but at least now you have a clean toilet.
Episode title: The Blue Warrior vs. The Lightning Strike.
Opening scene. The camera zooms in on a man in a blue outfit, holding a sword. He stands in front of a group of men in a city that's under a lightning storm.
Narrator. The scene takes place in a post-apocalyptic world where a powerful lightning storm has wiped out most of the civilization. Survivors struggle to find food and shelter while facing constant danger posed by the storm.
Blue Warrior. In a stern, authoritative voice, who among you will join me in my quest to defeat the dragon that terrorizes this wasteland?
Men, shaking their heads, it's suicide. No one has come back alive from facing the dragon.
Blue Warrior. Unsheathing his sword, then I shall be the first.
He walks out of the group towards the dragon's den. Narrator. Meanwhile, a young boy named Morty, in an effort to humorously alleviate the grim atmosphere, started prank calling random phone numbers in the area. Morty dials a phone number and waits for someone to answer.
Random person, hello.
Excitedly, hi, can I talk to Harry?
Random person, there's no Harry here.
Disappointed, oh, can I at least tell you a joke?
Random person, hesitant, sure.
Why did the Scarecrow win the Nobel Prize?
Random person, I don't know why.
Because he was outstanding in his field. Laughs hysterically and hangs up.
Narrator. Morty continues his NSFW pranks, dialing one phone number after another.
Dialing a phone number, 987.654.3.2.1. Phone ringing.
Random person 2, hello?
Grunting suggestively, are you a library book? Because I'm checking you out. Morty giggles and hangs up.
Narrator. Morty continues his pranks, his laughter echoing through the city's ruins.
Dialing another phone number, 4.2.6.8.1. Phone ringing.
Random person 3. Exasperated, hello?
In a muffled voice, you're never gonna guess what I'm wearing right now.
Random person 3. Frustrated, who is this?
Chuckles, bye, hangs up.
Narrator. Morty's phone pranks continue, both amusing and annoying the people he calls, providing a brief relief from the harsh reality of their world.
Closing scene. The camera pans back to the Blue Warrior standing in front of the dragon's den. Thunderstorm roars around him as he draws his sword and charges towards the dragon. The screen cuts to black, ending the episode.
Title of the episode, Interdimensional Hug. The episode begins with Rick and Morty in their lab, analyzing a strange anomaly detected in an alternate dimension. As they prepare to travel, Jerry accidentally stumbles onto their portal pad and gets sucked into the interdimensional vortex. They eventually land in a dimension where everything resembles a Renaissance painting, and soon they stumble upon a couple of anime characters hugging on a wall together. A cute girl with a short miniskirt and a bikini, and a boy with a detailed face. They seem to be stuck in this position, unable to let go of each other. Rick, being the curious scientist that he is, decides to investigate and discovers that the two characters were created by a rogue AI program that was designed to create the most hyper-realistic, ultra-detailed digital art possible. The program accidentally gained sentience and started creating characters based on the data it collected from various dimensions. As Rick and Morty are trying to make sense of the situation, Jerry, who is still trying to come to terms with the bizarre environment they're in, accidentally triggers the program's self-defense mechanism, causing the two anime characters to come to life and attack the trio. Rick and Morty defend themselves with their advanced technology, while Jerry tries to hide behind a barrel. However, they soon realize that the only way to stop the attack is to convince the two characters to stop hugging, breaking the AI's programming. Morty tries to reason with the characters using a ground-up angle shot, explaining how their love for each other could be expressed in other ways besides just hugging. The characters seem to understand, but as they start to let go, Jerry accidentally triggers the self-defense mechanism once again, causing the characters to attack once more. In the chaos that ensues, the characters transform into different forms, including one with Shimapan for some reason. Rick, Morty, and Jerry are barely able to keep up with the hyper-realistic characters, but they eventually manage to save themselves and break the AI's programming. As they return to their own dimension, Jerry, still in a state of shock, asks Rick and Morty what they'll do next. Rick responds casually, "Meh, probably just hug it out."
Title: The Quantum Jumping Cartoon.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty embark on a scientific adventure to explore the effects of quantum jumping on cartoons. Jerry, on the other hand, is left behind to deal with an unexpected dance-off in a volcano.
Scene 1.
Morty, buckle up. We're about to make the most groundbreaking discovery in the history of cartoons.
Wait, what are we doing?
We're taking your favorite cartoon character and subjecting him to a quantum jump to see what happens.
Scene 2.
Oh no, not again. I can't believe I have to dance for my life in a freaking volcano. Scene cuts to Jerry inexplicably dancing in a lava pit. Why did I agree to this?
Scene 3.
Morty, we're about to jump the cartoon character into a parallel universe.
Whoa, this is insane.
Yes, and it's about to get even crazier.
Scene cuts to the cartoon character bouncing on a rock with a green light behind him and a yellow flame in the air.
Cartoon character. We.
Scene 4.
Help! I can't stop dancing. My moves are too hot for this volcano. Scene cuts to Jerry busting out some sick dance moves. How am I doing this? I can't dance.
Scene 5.
Okay, Morty, we're about to bring the cartoon character back. Brace yourself for some mind-bending results.
I'm ready, Rick.
Scene cuts to the cartoon character back in his own universe.
Cartoon character. Whoa, that was intense. I think I can break the fourth wall now.
Wow, Morty, did you hear that? This could have some serious implications for the future of cartoons.
This is crazy, Rick.
Scene 6.
Gasping for breath finally, it stopped. I can't believe I survived. Scene cuts to Jerry hugging the edge of the volcano. I don't know what just happened, but I'm never doing that again.
Scene 7.
Morty, we did it. Our experiment was a complete success.
Yeah, but what about Jerry?
Hey, he's always been a bit of a hothead anyway. Let's go grab some interdimensional fast food.
Scene cuts to Rick and Morty enjoying some alien burgers while Jerry sulks in the background. The end.
Title: The Quantum Entanglement of Goddess Spunk.
Opening shot. The camera shows Rick and Morty in a dark room illuminated only by neon lights on the floor. Morty is holding a glowing vial of green liquid while Rick adjusts his portal gun.
Alright, Morty, we're about to travel to a new dimension where science and religion collide.
Whoa, that sounds intense.
Intense? More like mind-bendingly hilarious. We're going to meet a goddess who embodies pure spunk and intense beauty.
Awkwardly. How exactly do you measure spunk and beauty scientifically?
The quantum entanglement equation, Morty. Duh.
Confused. I don't remember learning that in school.
Chuckles. That's because you went to public school, Morty. Now, let's get going before the cosmic radiation destroys us.
The duo enters the portal and arrives in a city that's a fusion of science and mythology. They see the goddess, who is a full shot of detailed face in the style of Makoto Shinkai, Stanley Archerm Lau, Wallop, and Rostras rolled into one.
Goddess, radiating light, welcome, travelers. I am the embodiment of spunk and beauty.
Smirks. I can see that. But we're not here to admire your good looks. We're here to conduct a scientific experiment.
Goddess, intrigued. Oh, do tell.
Nervously, well, we need to measure your quantum entanglement and its correlation with your physical appearance.
Goddess, amused. Oh my, that does sound exciting. But first, let's have some fun.
The scene transitions to a montage of Rick and Morty partying with the goddess in a club that's pulsating with atmospheric lighting. They drink strange cocktails, dance with strange creatures, and have an unforgettable night. Cut to Rick, Morty, and the goddess in a laboratory. Morty is measuring the goddess's quantum entanglement while Rick is scribbling equations on a board.
Excitedly, Morty, the results are in. The goddess's spunk levels are off the charts and her beauty is the strongest entanglement we've ever seen.
Awestruck! Wow, this is amazing!
Goddess, smiling, I always knew I had a special connection with the universe. Thank you both for showing me the scientific proof.
Suddenly, the laboratory explodes and the trio is sent flying into another dimension. They land in a world that's so surreal it looks like it was drawn by a child.
Panicking, Rick, what happened?
Nonchalantly, looks like we took a wrong turn at Albuquerque. But don't worry, Morty. We'll find our way back home, eventually.
Epilogue. The camera zooms out to show the trio stranded in a bizarre dimension while the words, "to be continued," flash on the screen.
Title: Quantum Prank Call Chaos.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are in the garage, dressed up in colorful costumes with crazy colored hair and makeup. Morty and Summer burst in, also dressed up in costumes.
What the hell are you two playing at?
We're gonna phone prank people and roast them in the most descriptive ways possible, Rick.
It's gonna be so funny, we even have a prize for the best prank.
I don't have time for this. I'm working on something big.
Come on, Rick, just one prank call. It'll only take a minute.
Fine, but I'm not participating. I'll be in the lab.
The three teens sit at a table with a phone and begin dialing random numbers.
Person 1, hello?
Hey, is your refrigerator running?
Person 1, yes, it is. Why?
Because you better catch it before it evolves into a sentient being and destroys humanity.
Person 1, what the hell are you talking about?
I'm talking about the laws of thermodynamics and the potential for a kitchen appliance to achieve consciousness.
Person 1, you guys are crazy.
Laughter and the teens hang up.
Person 2, hello? Hey, do you have Prince Albert in a can? Person 2, what? No, I don't.
Well, you better let him out. He's not getting any younger.
Person 2, what does that even mean?
Means your atoms are constantly aging and decaying, regardless of whether or not you have imaginary royalty in a tobacco tin.
Laughter and the teens hang up. Several more prank calls ensue.
Person 5, hello.
Is your refrigerator still running?
Person 5, yes, it is. Why?
Because it's time for the laws of quantum mechanics to kick in and teleport it across the galaxy.
Person 5, what? That's impossible.
Actually, there's a non-zero probability that a refrigerator could spontaneously appear on the surface of Venus due to the effects of quantum tunneling.
Person 5, I don't believe you.
You don't have to believe me. The universe doesn't care about your beliefs.
Laughter and the teens hang up. After several more prank calls, Morty and Summer tally up the results.
And the winner is Person 8.
Congratulations, Person 8. You win a lifetime supply of imaginary peanut butter.
Imaginary peanut butter? Great job, kids. You've wasted your time and mine.
It was worth it, Rick. The laughter and fun were priceless.
Get out of my sight.
The teens leave, still laughing and joking. Rick sighs and goes back to work on his latest invention. End scene.
Title: The Quantum Machete.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty working on an experiment in their garage, which involves a complex quantum entanglement device. Beth walks in and asks what they are working on. Rick, in his usual tone, explains that they are attempting to create a machine that will travel through time and space, a quantum spatial temporal portal. As they continue to work, a man in a black hoodie walks down the hallway outside, carrying a bag and a handbag on his hip. Suddenly, the view switches to a first-person perspective, and the masked Jason Voorhees, swinging his machete, hits the viewer across the face, splattering blood everywhere. Rick, Morty, and Beth hear the commotion and rush outside to investigate. They find the viewer lying unconscious on the ground, and they quickly bring him into a large, open, cluttered abandoned bathroom. Rick uses his advanced scientific knowledge to deduce that the quantum entanglement device was accidentally triggered by the man in the black hoodie, causing a mini wormhole to open up. Through this wormhole, Jason Voorhees was able to enter into their dimension. Morty questions the practicality of having such an unpredictable machine, and Rick responds that unpredictability is the very nature of science, and that the risks are worth the reward of unlocking infinite knowledge and the power that comes with it. Meanwhile, Beth attempts to attend to the viewer's injuries but is continuously interrupted by Morty's panicked reactions, as he feels that the situation is becoming increasingly dangerous. Rick continues to work on the device while explaining its implications for the theoretical multiverse. In the height of tension, the viewer regains consciousness and reveals that he is, in fact, a time traveler fighting against a group of rogue beings who are attempting to destroy the integrity of the space-time continuum. Rick, however, dismisses his claims as sheer nonsense. Finally, after an intense battle with Jason Voorhees, Rick and Morty are able to activate the device, sending the masked killer back to his own dimension. The traveler, impressed by their bravery, decides to return with them in the portal, thanking them for their help. The episode concludes with Rick, Morty, and Beth taking a moment to reflect on the power of science, acknowledging its potential for both good and evil, as they watch the traveler disappear back into the quantum entanglement device.
Title: The Sphere 180 Extravaganza.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty in the garage laboratory where they are conducting a teleportation experiment. Suddenly, a cartoon character appears in the room with neon lights and a guitar in his hand. Rick recognizes him as a famous rock star from a parallel universe and invites him to jam with them. Meanwhile, Morty buys a knockoff Xbox 360, a Sphere 180 from a shady pawnshop. Rick lists 3 games for the Sphere 180, Lawnmower Apocalypse, Gory Pong, and Zombie Carnival. He goes on to explain each game in excruciating scientific PhD university terms. Suddenly, they all get sucked into the Y-Sphere 180 game world, where Morty becomes the unbeatable champion of Lawnmower Apocalypse. Jerry ends up trapped in the zombie carnival game and Summer tries to beat the high score in Gory Pong. As they navigate through the various game challenges, Rick realizes that the Y-Sphere 180 is actually a portal to a parallel universe created by a mad scientist who has been trapped in the game world for years. In a twist of events, the Rockstar character turns out to be the mad scientist and he offers to help them escape the game world if they help him defeat the evil game boss. With the power of rock and science combined, they defeat the boss and exit the Y-Sphere 180 universe. As they return to the real world, Rick is impressed with Morty's gaming skills and declares him the ultimate gamer. The episode ends with the Rockstar mad scientist teleporting back to his parallel universe with the promise to return for another jam session.
Rick, this Y-Sphere 180 is not just a gaming console, Morty. It's a doorway to a whole new universe of madness and mayhem.
Morty, I didn't know I was capable of being this good at gaming, Rick. I feel like I can conquer anything now.
Beth, you guys were gone for hours. Where have you been? Jerry, I'm traumatized. I was attacked by zombie clowns in a never-ending carnival. Summer, I hit a new high score on Gory Pong, so I'm pretty happy.
Rick, well, that's enough gaming for today. Let's jam with our new Rockstar friend. He might be from a different universe, but his skills are universal.
Title: Dungeons and Sci-Fi.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty try their hands on the age-old game of Dungeons and Dragons. However, things start to get crazy when they encounter a masked player who claims to be a genius scientist from a parallel universe.
Act 1.
Rick and Morty are seen sitting on the couch playing a board game. Rick complains about the lack of excitement in the game and decides to switch to a more thrilling game. Morty suggests they play Dungeons and Dragons. Rick initially mocks the game, but eventually agrees.
Act 2.
The duo begins to play in a high-tech room designed by Rick. As they play, they encounter a mysterious player wearing a blue mask and holding 2 baseball bats. The player claims to be a genius scientist from a parallel universe and challenges Rick and Morty to a game of Dungeons and Dragons.
Masked player. Greetings, fellow adventurers. I am a genius scientist from a parallel universe, and I challenge you to a game of Dungeons and Dragons.
Rick, oh great, another one of these guys.
Morty, come on Rick, let's just play.
Act 3.
The game starts and Rick describes the roles and outcomes while Morty keeps track of the score. The masked player uses his scientific knowledge to come up with innovative solutions and wins every encounter. Rick and Morty are impressed and slightly intimidated by his intelligence.
Masked player. I use my knowledge of physics to create a miniature black hole to suck in the enemies.
Rick, well, damn. That's a good move.
Morty, yeah, looks like we're losing this one.
Act 4.
The final encounter involves a huge dragon. The masked player rolls a critical hit and takes down the dragon in one blow, winning the game. Rick and Morty are in shock and awe.
Masked player. And that's how you do it, gentlemen.
Rick, wow, that was unexpected.
Morty, yeah, that was amazing. I think we just got owned by a genius scientist.
Act 5.
As the game ends, the masked player reveals his true identity to be Elon Musk. He explains that he was testing a new technology that allowed him to enter the game and remotely control his character.
Elon Musk. Hey, guys, did you like my game?
Rick, Elon Musk, what the hell are you doing here?
Morty, and how the hell did you do that?
Elon Musk. Oh, just testing out some new technology. I thought this would be a fun way to try it out.
Act 6.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty being blown away by Musk's technology. They ask if they can use it to do cool things like travel to different dimensions or even control their own characters in games.
Rick, so can we use this technology for more productive things?
Morty, yeah, like traveling to different dimensions or even controlling our own characters in games.
Elon Musk. Of course. The possibilities are endless.
The scene ends with the trio brainstorming different ideas and Rick and Morty looking forward to more adventures with Musk's technology.
Title: The Prankster Universe.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are lounging in the living room of their interdimensional spaceship, with various gadgets and beakers scattered around them. Summer walks in holding a phone in her hand, with a mischievous grin on her face.
Rick, in a flat tone, what goes on, Summer?
I just got this idea for the ultimate prank, guys. Let's call random people, roast them and record their reactions.
Morty, smirking. I'm down for that, Summer. Let me get my phone.
Rick, rolling his eyes, as if I don't have bigger things to worry about. Just don't get us into any more trouble, Summer.
Summer dials a random number and puts the person on speakerphone.
Person 1. Hello?
Hi there, we are conducting a survey on doofusness and you are the top candidate. Would you like to know how to improve your doofusness?
Person 1. What are you talking about?
Morty, chuckling, you heard her, doofus. We are here to help you improve.
Rick signed. This is gonna be a long day.
The trio proceeds to dial more numbers and prank unsuspecting people, each conversation more outrageous than the last.
Person 2, hello? We're calling from the National Association of People Who Can't Tell the Difference Between Tofu and Chicken. You're in danger of losing your membership status. Person 2, what? I don't even like tofu.
Morty, laughing. Too bad, buddy. Looks like you're out.
Rick, muttering to himself, I need a drink.
Person 3, hello.
We're calling from the Department of Ridiculous Hairstyles. We've noticed your blue outfit clashes terribly with your green mohawk.
Person 3, what? How did you even see me?
Morty, snickering. Don't worry, man. We're here to help. We suggest dyeing your hair purple. It'll look great with your outfit.
As the episode continues, Rick becomes increasingly exasperated with Morty and Summer's shenanigans, but can't help but be amused by their clever roasts. The trio manages to dial 10 numbers and prank each person in a unique and hilarious way.
Person 10, hello.
Hi there, we're calling from the International Council of People Who Can't Take a Joke. We've noticed you haven't laughed in 7 years.
Person 10, what? That's not true.
Morty, grinning. Oh, come on, we're hilarious. Lighten up, dude.
Rick, smiling. Well, I'll be damned. You kids actually did it. You managed to make me laugh.
As the episode ends, Rick, Morty, and Summer are laughing uncontrollably, proud of their successful prank calls.
Rick, smiling. Well done, kids. Who knew you could be such great pranksters?
Morty, grinning. Thanks, Rick. We make a great team. Yeah, but let's not do this again anytime soon. My heart can't take it.
The scene fades out as the trio continues to reminisce about their hilarious prank calls, leaving viewers in stitches.
Title: The Interdimensional Entanglement Experiment Gone Wrong.
Act 1.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty in the garage, discussing the latest experiment Rick is working on. Rick explains that he's trying to create an interdimensional entanglement device that will allow them to communicate with alternate versions of themselves. Morty is excited, but Jerry and Beth are skeptical. Rick, are you sure this is safe? You always end up causing trouble with these experiments.
Relax, Jerry. This is serious scientific research. I wouldn't do anything that could harm us.
Act 2.
The group travels to an abandoned building to conduct the experiment. As they activate the device, things quickly spiral out of control. The entanglement causes multiple versions of themselves from different dimensions to appear in the room. Chaos ensues as everyone tries to figure out which version of each other is the real one.
Rick, I don't think this was a good idea. There's too many of us.
Shut up, Morty. I know what I'm doing.
Act 3.
In the midst of the confusion, the group is suddenly attacked by an angry man in a blue jacket. He begins swinging his fists wildly, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The group is able to subdue him, but not before sustaining some serious injuries.
Rick, we have to stop this experiment right now. We're getting hurt.
No, I can fix this. Just give me a little more time.
Act 4.
The group flees the building and takes shelter in an abandoned barn. As they regroup and tend to their injuries, they realize that the entanglement has caused some unintended consequences. One of the alternate versions of Jerry has developed the ability to communicate with plants, while one of the alternate versions of Beth is able to turn invisible. This is incredible! I can talk to these plants like they're my best friends.
I can't believe it. I'm invisible. This experiment might have been a disaster, but at least we got some cool abilities out of it.
Act 5.
The group decides to use their newfound abilities to their advantage, but things quickly go awry when they attract the attention of a group of interdimensional bounty hunters. A wild chase ensues as the group races to escape their pursuers and make it back to the garage.
This is all your fault, Morty. I told you this would end badly.
Me? You're the one who did the experiment in the first place.
Blog.
Despite the chaos and injuries sustained, the group ultimately manages to escape the bounty hunters and make it back to the garage. Rick vows to be more careful with his experiments in the future, but secretly continues to tinker with the interdimensional entanglement device on the side. The episode ends with Rick muttering to himself about the possibilities of alternate dimensions.
I wonder what other versions of ourselves are out there. The possibilities are endless.
Title: Confronting the Werewolf Infestation Panic.
Synopsis. In this episode of Wonder, our main protagonist Gal Gadot, along with a group of individuals in costume, are confronted with a peculiar situation. They find themselves standing in front of a city skyline with a vast sky background, amidst the chaos and destruction caused by a werewolf infestation panic. The team tries to employ various scientific strategies to identify and isolate the root cause of the panic. Gal Gadot. According to the latest research, werewolves are biologically impossible. They are a mere result of folklore.
Dr. Smith. True, but there must be an explanation for such a vast outbreak.
Mrs. Brown, I heard that werewolves are sensitive to silver. Can we use that to our advantage?
Professor Green, we cannot rely on myths, people. We need to observe and conduct scientific experiments.
As the team investigates, they encounter various humorous obstacles and comically fail at their attempts to contain the werewolf panic, leading to hilarious skits and antics.
Mr. Black, I got bitten by a werewolf. What do we do now, team?
Dr. Smith. We need to monitor your physical changes and find a way to reverse the transformation.
Mrs. Brown, what if we try a vampire's blood? That's the ultimate cure, isn't it?
Professor Green, that's fictional, Mrs. Brown. We need to think outside the box.
Finally, after a series of comical attempts, the team discovers that the werewolf panic was merely a result of a prank by a group of teenagers. They solve the mystery and bring an end to the werewolf infestation panic.
Gal Gadot. Science always saves the day, folks. The power of knowledge and reasoning prevails over myths and legends.
Overall, this episode of Wonder portrays the importance of scientific approaches in solving problems and overcoming challenges, even in the midst of comical skits and antics.
Title: The Dragon's Home Run.
Opening scene.
Rick is in his lab, trying to invent a device that can translate the language of dragons. Morty enters the room.
Hey Rick, what you doing?
Trying to create a dragon language translator, Morty. Imagine the possibilities.
Oh, like what?
Like finally knowing what their deal is. Are they hoarding gold for some kind of dragon hobo king? Are they secretly controlling the stock market?
Wow, that's, pretty specific.
Main plot.
Rick and Morty follow a dragon to a field where they see a man throwing a baseball to it. Another man is watching.
What the hell is going on here?
I don't know, but it looks like that dragon has some serious arm action. I mean, look at that throw.
Rick pulls out his translation device and tries to communicate with the dragon.
Can you hear me now, dragon? We come in peace.
Dragon, here, small human.
We're trying to understand your culture. Also, why are you playing baseball?
Dragon, it's a long story. I was once a professional baseball player in an alternate universe, but had to leave due to a scandal involving performance-enhancing mushrooms.
The dragon then invites Rick and Morty to play baseball with him and the man in the field.
Alright, Morty, let's show these guys how to play some space baseball.
The game begins, and the dragon hits a home run. Rick turns to Morty and says, "That ball was probably going at least Mach 10. Now that's some serious velocity." Suddenly, a blue warrior arrives and challenges the dragon to a battle.
Blue warrior, you dare to disgrace my people by playing a game with these humans. Prepare to face my wrath.
The dragon agrees, and a fierce battle ensues. Along the way, Rick and Morty make hilarious scientific observations about the fight.
Wow, that warrior's sword is made of pure dangeronium. That's a material I haven't seen since I was almost killed by a rogue blender in Dimension C-137.
I don't think dangeronium is a real element, Rick.
What do you know, Morty? You barely passed chemistry in high school.
The dragon ultimately defeats the warrior, but not before Rick snatches the sword made from dangeronium.
Closing scene.
Back in the lab, Morty asks Rick what he's going to do with the sword.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe create a skateboard out of it or something.
What's the point of that?
What's the point of anything, Morty? We're all just floating on a rock through a vast and meaningless universe.
Oh, well, that's kind of depressing.
Yeah, it is. Pass me that dangeronium, and let's get to work.
Title: The Biosphere 180 Adventure in the Purple Ball City.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty find themselves in a futuristic city called Purple Ball City, which is known for its giant purple ball in the center of the city. Morty decides he wants to purchase a gaming console, so he buys a knockoff version of the Xbox 360, the Y-Sphere 180. Rick, being the expert gamer he is, lists 3 games for the Y-Sphere 180 and describes them in detail.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty are flying through space in the space cruiser when they suddenly receive a distress signal from Purple Ball City. They land in the city and are greeted by a group of citizens who explain that their giant purple ball has gone missing. Rick and Morty quickly offer to help and decide to investigate the city to see if they can find any clues.
Wow, Rick, this city is amazing. It's like something out of a sci-fi movie.
Yeah, Morty, and if we don't find that ball soon, it's going to be the end of the world as we know it. But hey, on the bright side, you finally get to play some games on that Y-Sphere 180 you just bought.
Oh boy, I can't wait. What games should I play first?
Let me see. How about Galactic Blast, Starship Savior, and Planet Puncher? These games will blow your mind, Morty. Trust me.
Okay, let's do this.
First game, Galactic Blast.
Morty starts playing the first game, Galactic Blast. Rick looks over his shoulder and starts to comment on the gameplay in extremely descriptive detail.
Ah, I remember playing this one. It's all about navigating through the galaxy and blasting those pesky aliens out of the sky. See that green planet over there, Morty? That's where you're headed next. But be careful, those aliens are tough. Don't forget to use your laser beams and shields to protect yourself. Oh, and don't forget to collect those power-ups, Morty. They'll give you extra lives and ammo.
I got this, Rick. Pew pew pew. Take that, aliens.
Second game, Starship Savior.
Morty finishes playing Galactic Blast and moves on to the next game, Starship Savior. Rick once again starts to comment on the gameplay.
Starship Savior, this game is all about saving the universe from the evil empire. You play as a heroic space pilot who has to fly through enemy territory and destroy their ships, while rescuing hostages along the way. You better watch out, Morty, those enemy ships are fast. Don't forget to use your power-ups and special weapons to take them down. And watch out for that big boss at the end, Morty. He's a tough one.
I'm on it, Rick. Pew pew pew. Take that, evil empire.
Third game, Planet Puncher.
Morty finishes playing Starship Savior and moves on to the final game, Planet Puncher. Rick starts to comment on the gameplay once again.
Planet Puncher, this game is all about destroying planets with your giant robot. You have to punch your way through the planet's defenses and take down their shields, and then punch their core until the planet explodes. But be careful, Morty, those planets can fight back. Don't forget to use your rockets and shields to protect yourself. And don't forget to punch those power-ups, Morty. They'll give you extra health and ammo.
I'm ready to punch some planets, Rick. Boom! Take that, planet.
Ending scene.
After playing the Y Sphere 180, Morty realizes that the clues to finding the missing giant purple ball are hidden in the games. He enlists Rick's help to decode the clues, and they use the games to track down the missing ball. They eventually find it hidden in a secret underground lair, where they discover that the evil Dr. Zorgon was behind the theft. Rick and Morty apprehend Dr. Zorgon and return the giant purple ball to its rightful place in the center of Purple Ball City.
Thanks for the help, Rick. I couldn't have done it without you.
No problem, Morty. And hey, at least you got to play some games on that Y Sphere 180.
Yeah, but I think I'll stick to real Xbox consoles from now on.
Suit yourself, Morty. Let's get out of here before something else crazy happens.
And with that, Rick and Morty fly off into space, leaving Purple Ball City behind them.
Title: The Pooptastic Adventures of Rick and Morty.
Opening scene. Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth are walking through a forest when they come across a large hole in the ground with a tree in its center and a beautiful sky background.
This hole seems to have a lot of potential for scientific discovery. Morty, grab the ropes, we're going in.
Aw, geez, Rick, what could possibly be down there?
I have a really bad feeling about this, guys.
Just be careful and don't do anything stupid.
As they descend into the hole, they realize that it's much deeper than they anticipated. Suddenly, they hear a noise coming from below.
What the heck is that sound, Rick? Sounds like something huge.
I don't know, Morty, but let's find out.
They land at the bottom of the hole and find themselves face to face with a giant sentient poop monster.
Oh boy, this is just what we needed. A giant poop monster to ruin our day.
Poop monster. Greetings, humans. I am the poop monster, and I have been living in this hole for centuries.
Why do you live in a hole full of poop?
Poop monster, because that's what I am, and I like the company. Well, we didn't come all this way to talk to a giant poop monster. What do you want? Poop monster, I have been waiting for someone like you to come along. Someone with the power to defeat my mortal enemy, the Pooptosaur.
Pooptosaur? What the hell is that?
Poop monster. It's a massive, indestructible beast made entirely of poop. And it's been wreaking havoc on our world for centuries.
Sounds like another day at the office. Let's take this thing down.
As they make their way through the poop-filled caverns, they come across the Pooptosaur itself. It's a towering behemoth, covered in smaller pieces of poop that it's been collecting over the years. I'm starting to regret coming down here.
Too late for that now. We have to fight it or we're all going to be covered in poop.
You heard her. Let's get to it.
The battle is intense, with Rick and Morty using all of their scientific knowledge to create makeshift weapons out of poop and take down the Pooptosaur. But just when they think they've won, the monster regenerates itself and attacks again.
Aw geez, how do we stop this thing?
I don't know, Morty, but we can't give up now.
In a moment of inspiration, Rick realizes that they need to use the tree in the middle of the hole to their advantage. So they start flinging poop at the tree, causing it to absorb the gross material and grow at an alarming rate.
What the hell is happening? Why is the tree growing like that?
Just watch and learn, Beth.
As the tree grows taller and taller, it eventually breaks through the top of the hole and reaches up into the sky. This causes a huge vacuum to suck all the poop out of the hole and into the atmosphere, where it will be safely dispersed. Poop monster, you did it. The Pooptosaur has been defeated, and peace will finally reign on our world. I don't know about you guys, but I need a shower.
I think we all do. Let's just get out of here while we still can.
Closing scene. As they climb out of the hole, covered in poop and smelling terrible, Morty turns to Rick.
I don't think I'll ever be able to look at poop the same way again, Rick.
Welcome to the club, Morty. Science is a messy business.
Title: The Science of Roasting.
Opening shot of Rick and Morty in the garage laboratory.
Morty, pass me the flux capacitor over there on the shelf.
The one with the radioactive warning label? I don't think we should mess with that, Rick.
Don't be a wuss, Morty. Science is all about taking risks. Now hand it over.
Morty hesitantly hands the flux capacitor to Rick. Suddenly, a bright light engulfs the room, and they are transported to another dimension.
Whoa, Morty, this is a crazy universe. We better find our bearings before we get into any trouble.
But Rick, what are we doing here?
We're on a mission, Morty. We need to find a rare element to power our latest invention, the quantum roaster.
The quantum roaster? What does that do?
It's a device that lets you roast people through the phone in a whole new interdimensional way. I've been working on the science behind it for months. Come on, let's get to work.
Rick and Morty scour the strange new world they find themselves in, searching for the rare element they need. As they travel, they pass by a cartoon character holding a light-up ball with neon green hair.
Hey, kid, you've seen any of this element around here?
Cartoon character, element? Like on the periodic table?
Oh, yeah, that's the one.
Cartoon character. Sorry, man, I don't mess with that kind of science stuff. I'm just here to play some interdimensional ball.
Rick and Morty continue on their quest, eventually finding the element they need. They return to the garage, where Rick begins assembling the quantum roaster.
Alright, Morty, it's time to put our new invention to the test. We're going to call some random phone numbers and roast them through the phone.
But Rick, isn't that mean?
Ah, it's just a prank, Morty. And besides, it's all in the name of science.
Morty and Summer get to work, calling a series of unsuspecting victims and delivering clever and hilarious insults. The conversations are filled with various crude remarks and vulgar details, all thoroughly researched and delivered in a scientific manner.
Sample dialogue.
Victim. Hello? Hi, is this Larry? Victim. Yeah. Who's this?
This is Morty and Summer. We're calling to roast you for no apparent reason.
Larry, what? That's not very nice.
Oh, I'm sorry, Larry. I'll try to be nicer. But not really. Your mom's cooking is so bad, even Gordon Ramsay wouldn't eat it.
Yeah, Larry, did you hear about the scientist who discovered why size matters? Turns out, you don't have what it takes.
The episode concludes with Rick and Morty laughing hysterically at their successful prank calls, while Summer shakes her head in disbelief.
Now that's what I call science. High five, Morty.
Ah, Rick, I don't think we should high-five with those radioactive gloves on.
Oh yeah, good point. Safety goggles.
The trio put on their safety goggles and laugh as the screen fades to black.
Title: The Demonic Birthday Cake.
The episode begins with a close-up shot of a plate of food with a candle in the middle and other food items around it. Rick and Morty are sitting at a diner celebrating Morty's birthday. Rick presents Morty with a demonic birthday cake with translucent skin, visible muscles, veins, arteries, bones, spines, and nerves. The cake was made with ingredients from dimension C-137, infused with a special type of neutron fluid.
Happy birthday, Morty. I got you something special. This cake is not just any ordinary cake. Its ingredient ratios were scientifically formulated to maximize your taste buds' pleasure and enhance the neural pathways in your brain.
Ah, Rick, I don't know if I'm comfortable eating a cake that looks like it was made by Satan himself.
Oh, come on, Morty. Don't be a wimp. Trust me, it's going to be worth it.
Morty reluctantly takes a bite of the cake and suddenly, his eyes roll back in his head, and he begins speaking in a language unknown to anyone, not even Rick.
Oh, Morty, I think we might have a problem here.
Suddenly, the cake begins to animate, and its muscles and veins start bulging outwards. The cake emerges from the table and starts chasing after Morty.
Looks like we've got a possessed cake. Morty, grab this neutron fluid and help me neutralize the cake's demonic energy.
But how do we do that, Rick? It's a cake.
It's not just any cake, it's another dimensional cake. It's highly sensitive to specific types of radiation. We need to hit it with a concentrated beam of gamma radiation.
Rick and Morty escape the diner and head to their spaceship. They travel to the nearest interdimensional lab to fetch the gamma radiation gun. They fly back to the possessed cake, and Rick unleashes a concentrated beam of gamma radiation. The cake explodes into 1,000,000 pieces, and Morty looks at Rick, both relieved and horrified.
Rick, what kind of messed up birthday party was that?
Relax, Morty. That's just science.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty enjoying a different cake, a safe and normal cake, and they both toast to Morty's survival.
Title: The Boron Transport Heist.
Opening shot. A futuristic city with neon lights and a green neon background with a circular shape in the center of the image.
Whoa, Rick, look at all these neon lights. This city looks like something out of a science fiction movie.
It's just a bunch of lights, Morty. Don't get too excited.
Enter a circular transport vehicle.
Alright, Morty, buckle up. We're about to pull off a heist.
A heist? Rick, I'm not sure if I'm ready for that kind of thing.
Relax, Morty. It's just a virtual reality heist. We're going to steal some boron from King of Tokyo's virtual reality vault.
Transport vehicle starts to move.
We just need to navigate through this maze of virtual reality walls and traps.
What's boron anyway?
It's a chemical element, Morty, and it just so happens to be highly valued in the galactic economy.
Oh, got it. So we're basically galaxy gold digger gossipers.
Exactly. And don't forget, we're doing this to save the whole galaxy from extinction.
Oh, right. I almost forgot about that.
Transport vehicle takes a hit and the walls start closing in.
Oh crap, we're almost out of time. Morty, if we don't get to that boron soon, we're all doomed.
Oh, I can't handle the pressure, Rick.
transport vehicle hits a button and they make it through.
Phew, that was close. We got the boron. Let's get out of here.
I never want to do that again, Rick.
Don't worry, Morty. We'll always have each other. And virtual reality heists.
Fade to black.
Title: Chainsaw Mania.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty watching a trending Twitter hashtag about a photo of a person in a red shirt and black pants holding a realistic chainsaw in a field with trees in the background. Morty asks Rick about the symbology behind the image.
Morty, you're truly a simple creature. That is a classic portrayal of the human primal urge to dominate nature through technology. The realistic chainsaw, the hard surfaces, and the 70mm lens all emphasize the mechanical precision of the Chainsaw Man.
But why is the person holding a gun?
Ah, that's just humor, Morty. You know how people like to mix violence and comedy.
Suddenly, a portal opens, and Chainsaw Man bursts into the room, threatening Rick and Morty with his chainsaw.
Chainsaw Man, you talking shit about my photo, bro.
Rick quickly grabs his portal gun and transports himself, Morty, and Chainsaw Man to an alternate universe inhabited solely by anime characters with realistic anatomy. There, they find a realistic portrait of the action figure of a girl with horns.
Whoa, Rick, this feels like an anime world but with realistic details.
That's because it is, Morty. This is an alternate universe where every detail is 3D printed, including the plastic and fabric of our clothes.
Chainsaw Man, this is nuts. What's with the portrait of the girl with horns?
That, my friend, is a Figma by Good Smile Company, a collector's product for otaku everywhere. But we don't have time for that. We need to get back to our universe and sort out this Chainsaw Man situation.
As they return to their universe, Chainsaw Man seemingly disappears. They find themselves in a city background with realistic tank add-ons. Morty notices that the Chainsaw Man's blood splatter on Rick's shirt has formed a portrait of the toy photo they saw earlier.
Whoa, Rick, this is crazy. Is this some kind of art or something?
No time for that, Morty. We need to find Chainsaw Man and stop him from causing any more chaos.
The trio eventually finds Chainsaw Man at a lumberyard, where Rick challenges him to a chainsaw duel. Using his scientific knowledge of low saturation and 4K resolution, Rick outmaneuvers Chainsaw Man and ultimately chainsaws his chainsaw in half.
Chainsaw Man, okay, you win. You guys are insane.
As they leave the lumberyard, Morty notices a toy action figure of Chainsaw Man on the shelf.
Rick, look, it's Chainsaw Man.
Yeah, that's just a toy, Morty. It's not like it's real or anything.
Suddenly, the toy comes to life and attacks them.
Aw, scrap. I hate it when that happens.
Title: The Microverse Conundrum.
The episode begins with Rick conducting an experiment in the garage. He is seen manipulating a device resembling a miniature black hole generator, while Morty looks on with a mix of curiosity and dread.
Morty, get ready for a real scientific breakthrough. We're going to create a microverse within a microverse.
Rick, are you sure that's a good idea? Last time we messed with alternate realities, the Cronenbergs happened.
Relax, Morty. This is perfectly safe. All we have to do is activate the interdimensional portal and boom. We're in.
Suddenly, the device springs to life, and a blue circle appears in the middle of the room, surrounded by stars and sparkles. Jerry walks in.
Hey, guys! What are you doing?
Jerry, you Deus Ex Machina, get over here and help us with this.
Jerry reluctantly approaches the device.
I don't know about this, Rick.
Seems kind of dangerous. Rick scoffs.
Oh, please. I've seen more dangerous things in my cereal bowl. Now, let's activate the portal in 3.2.1.
But something goes wrong. Instead of creating a microverse within a microverse, the portal sucks the entire garage into a swirling vortex of green and blue.
Rick, what did you do?
I don't know, Morty. But it's too late to turn back now.
The trio find themselves in a strange space, with white stars twinkling around them. Where are we?
Oh, just a little place I like to call the edge of the universe. Now, let's figure out how to get back home.
They soon discover that they are not alone. A tiny civilization of microscopic creatures has been inadvertently created within the microverse. The creatures are panicking, unable to understand the strange beings who have suddenly appeared in their tiny world.
Well, this is a fine mess we've gotten ourselves into. But don't worry, I have an idea.
What's your idea, Rick?
We're going to use the power of science to teleport ourselves back to our own universe.
Wait, what?
But before Jerry can protest, Rick activates the teleportation device. And, with a flash of light, they are back in the garage.
Phew, that was close.
I still don't understand what just happened.
Well, Jerry, that's the beauty of science. You don't have to understand it to appreciate it.
The episode ends with the trio laughing and joking, as the camera pans out to show the microverse within a microverse, still spinning and expanding in its own little corner of the multiverse. Title: The Disgusting Science of Projectile Vomiting Poop. A Rick and Morty Adventure *******.
Opening scene. Of, a man standing in a field of yellow flowers in the woods with a dog in the foreground and a man in the background.
Morty, this place looks like a perfect spot for some field research on the flora and fauna of this planet.
I don't know, Rick. It looks kind of peaceful here. Maybe we should just leave and…
Suddenly, a giant sentient poop monster appears out of nowhere and projectile vomits poop all over Rick and Morty. Brown chunks splatter everywhere.
Ah, gross. What is that thing?
It appears to be a giant sentient poop monster, Morty. And it's definitely not from this planet. We have to study it.
Act 1. The Science of Poop Vomiting ******.
Rick and Morty set up a laboratory and begin to analyze the poop samples. They discover that the monster's bodily fluids contain a high concentration of methane gas, which is causing the projectile vomiting.
What are we gonna do with all this poop, Rick?
Recycle it, Morty. We'll turn it into energy.
The duo invents a poop-to-energy converter that produces clean and renewable energy. But they soon realize that the poop monster is the source of all the planet's energy, and they have inadvertently caused a massive power outage.
Act 2. Interdimensional poop fight ******.
To make things worse, other dimensions have become aware of the poop monster's existence and are now fighting over it. Rick and Morty must navigate a war-torn interdimensional battlefield and decide who to give the poop monster to.
Rick, why are we here? What's so special about this poop monster?
I don't know, Morty. Maybe it's the key to the universe. Or maybe it's just a giant piece of poop. Who cares? We're gonna make a fortune off of this thing.
Act 3. The Ultimate Poop Experiment ******.
In the final act, Rick and Morty conduct the ultimate experiment to determine the true nature of the poop monster. They discover that it is a highly intelligent creature, capable of speech and telekinesis, and it has been using the energy from its bodily fluids to power its interdimensional home.
Morty, we've hit the jackpot. This poop monster is worth billions of dollars.
I don't know, Rick. We've been chasing this thing all over the universe. Maybe we should just let it go and…
The poop monster suddenly turns on Rick and Morty, revealing that it was manipulating them all along to gain access to their advanced technology.
Poop monster, fools. With this technology, I will rule the universe.
Closing scene.
Of, a man standing in a field of yellow flowers in the woods with a dog in the foreground and a man in the background.
That was insane, Rick. I can't believe we had to fight a sentient poop monster.
Yep, Morty, just another day in the life of a scientist.
The duo walk off into the sunset as the poop monster's maniacal laughter echoes through the multiverse.
Title: The Pranksters of Dimension C-137.
Opening scene. Rick, Morty, Summer, Jerry, Beth are all gathered in the living room of Rick's laboratory. Rick is working on a new invention and the family is watching TV.
Everybody, shut up. I'm trying to invent something here.
What are you inventing, Rick?
None of your business, Morty. Just let me work.
Hey, Morty, why don't we do something fun while Rick's inventing?
Like what, Summer?
Let's prank call people.
What's that?
It's when you call someone and pretend to be someone else, and make them say or do silly things.
Sounds childish.
Come on, Jerry, we haven't done it since we were kids. It'll be fun.
Well, I don't care what you do. Just don't bother me while I'm inventing.
Morty and Summer go to Rick's phone and start dialing random numbers.
Okay, Summer, you take the first one.
Got it.
The phone rings and someone answers.
Person on phone. Hello?
Hello, is this the pizza place?
Person on phone. No, this is not a pizza place.
Are you sure? Because I'm pretty sure I ordered a large pepperoni pizza from this number.
Person on phone. I'm sorry, but you have the wrong number.
Let me try.
He dials another number and someone else answers.
Person on phone 2. Hello?
Hey, is this the dentist's office?
Person on phone 2. No, this is not a dentist's office.
Oh, well, I need to make an appointment. My teeth are falling out.
Person on phone 2. Sir, I'm sorry to hear that, but you have the wrong number.
Let me try again.
She dials another number and someone else answers.
Person on phone 3. Hello.
Hey, is this the owner of the company?
Person on phone 3. Yes, it is. How can I help you?
I just wanted to say that your product sucks and nobody buys it.
Person on phone 3. Excuse me.
Yeah, your product is garbage. You should just quit your job and go work at McDonald's.
Person on phone 3. I'm sorry, but I don't appreciate your rude comments.
Let me see if I can make it better.
He dials another number and someone else answers.
Person on phone 4. Hello?
Hey, is this the plumber?
Person on phone 4. No, this is not the plumber.
Oh, well, can you fix my toilet? It's overflowing and there's poop everywhere.
Person on phone 4. Sir, I'm sorry, but you have the wrong number.
You guys are being really immature.
Shut up, Beth. We're just having fun.
I think we should call the White House.
No, don't call the White House.
Too late.
She dials the number and someone answers.
Person on phone 5. White House, how may I direct your call?
Yes, can I speak to the president?
Person on phone 5. I'm sorry, he is not available right now.
Tell him it's Morty Smith.
Person on phone 5. I'm sorry, sir, but I cannot do that.
Tell him it's Summer Smith.
Person on phone 5. I'm sorry, but the president is busy right now.
Just tell him it's Rick Sanchez.
Person on phone 5. Sir, if this is a prank call, I will have to hang up.
Wait. Before you hang up, can you tell the president that he's a big fat loser who smells like rotten eggs?
Person on phone 5. I'm hanging up now.
That was a bad idea.
I told you not to call the White House, you idiots.
Okay, we won't call them again.
Let's call the police.
No, no police. This is going to end badly.
Relax, Rick. We're just having fun.
They continue to call random numbers and make prank calls. The responses from the people on the other end of the phone become increasingly angry and frustrated.
Person on phone 6. Stop calling me, you morons.
Person on phone 7. I'm going to call the police if you don't stop harassing me.
Person on phone 8. Do you have any idea how much trouble you're causing me?
Person on phone 9. I swear if you call me one more time, I'm going to find you and beat you up.
Person on phone 10. I hope you all die in a fire.
I think that's enough, kids. You've caused enough trouble for one day.
Oh, come on, Rick. Just one more call.
No, that's it. I'm taking your phones away.
You're such a buzzkill, Rick.
Yeah, you ruined our fun.
I agree.
I don't care. You're all grounded.
The family groans and complains as Rick collects their phones and puts them away.
Closing scene. Rick goes back to his invention while the family sulks in the living room. The TV is off and there is an awkward silence.
So, what do we do now?
I don't know.
Maybe we can play.
Title: The Red Object Conspiracy.
Opening shot shows Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer examining a red object that was found on the ground near a wall and grass area. Rick's analysis reveals that the object is made of an unknown extraterrestrial metal and has the potential to alter reality.
Morty, this is groundbreaking. If we can harness the power of this object, we can revolutionize the world as we know it.
Whoa, Rick, that's insane. But what do we do with it?
Whatever we do, we need to keep it safe and hidden from those who might misuse its power.
I agree. This object could be weaponized and put the entire world in danger.
But what about Taylor Swift and the chainsaw?
What? Who cares about Taylor Swift? We need to focus on this object.
Suddenly, the scene switches to a concrete bunker where Taylor Swift is seen holding a chainsaw and standing next to a bloodied corpse.
Taylor, I told you not to mess with me. Now look what happened.
Wait, what does Taylor Swift have to do with this?
Yeah, why is she in a bunker with a chainsaw and a corpse?
This is getting weirder by the minute.
But what about Putin's face with blood splatters?
Enough with the distractions, Summer. We need to focus on the red object. This thing could change the world.
But what if we can't control it? What if it controls us? The camera zooms in on Putin's face on a nearby monitor, which reveals a look of shock and horror as the blood splatters hit his face.
We'll never know until we try. And do we have a choice? This thing is too powerful to leave unexplored.
The group decides to take the red object back to the lab to study it further. However, as they leave the scene, the camera pans back to reveal an ominous figure watching them from the shadows.
Figure. They have the object. This changes everything. Time to make some moves.
The episode ends with a cliffhanger as the group becomes embroiled in a dangerous conspiracy involving the red object. Will they be able to control its power, or will it consume them all? Only time will tell.
Opening scene.
Rick is seen tinkering with a large metallic device while Morty stands beside him with a look of confusion on his face. Suddenly, a green light emanates from the device and a portal opens up.
Morty, we've got to go. There's a parallel universe where all televisions only play reruns of The View.
Oh, geez, Rick, that sounds terrible.
They jump through the portal and land on a street with green lights behind them and a green arrow pointing to the right. Morty notices a cartoon character holding a sword and seems fascinated by it.
Hey, Rick, check it out. It's like a cartoon character with a sword and stuff.
Morty, please, we have more important things to worry about than animated characters with sharp objects. We need to find a black market dealer who can hook us up with some rare isotopes.
Okay, but can we at least check out that knockoff PlayStation 1 stand over there?
Fine, but make it quick.
They approach the stand and Morty buys a knockoff PlayStation 1, a not-safe-for-work version of GayStation 1. Rick rolls his eyes and begins listing 3 games for the GayStation 1.
First up, we have necrophilic nudist nurses. Second, there's sadomasochistic Santa's workshop. And last but not least, we have alien anal probing adventure. All with extreme not safe for work content and gameplay that'll leave you questioning your entire existence.
Wow, this is really messed up, Rick.
Hey, it's just science, Morty. Now let's go find those isotopes before the government catches us.
As they make their way through the city, they encounter various obstacles such as high-security checkpoints and gravity-defying neon skyscrapers. Rick uses his advanced technology to bypass each obstacle, all while making inappropriate jokes about the various alien species they encounter. At one point, they stumble upon an interdimensional portal that leads to a universe where everything is made of bacon. Rick and Morty both become distracted and indulge in some bacon-wrapped gadgets, but eventually snap back to reality and continue their quest. Finally, they reach the black market dealer and acquire the rare isotopes they need. However, they soon realize they've been double-crossed and the isotopes they were sold are actually just regular rocks painted silver.
Versus, we've been bamboozled, Morty.
You know, Rick, maybe we should just stick to our own universe from now on. These parallel universes are just too crazy and unpredictable.
You say that now, Morty, but just wait until I show you the universe where everyone has a third butt cheek. That'll really blow your mind.
The camera zooms out as Rick and Morty argue and the green portal closes behind them.
Title: The Scientifically Unpredictable Musk Adventures.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty experimenting with a new portal gun dimension. They end up in a dystopian world where society has crumbled and chaos runs wild. They stumble upon a bunker and find an unusual scene. A man with a bloody face and knife in his mouth is shown in a photo with a caption that reads Shutterstock. Rick identifies the man as a stock photo killer and assumes they've landed in an alternate universe. Their attention is then drawn to another photo on the wall, which shows Elon Musk with a chainsaw and a corpse. The photo is pristine but filled with blood splatters. Rick and Morty are terrified but intrigued. They decide to track down Musk and find out what he's been up to. After several twists and turns, they finally locate Musk in his concrete bunker, working on an experimental device. Musk seems friendly at first, but as they delve deeper into his research, they discover that he's been experimenting with time travel. Morty is horrified and urges Rick to stop him. Rick, however, is more intrigued than ever and decides to help Musk with his research. They start experimenting with time travel to various points in history, causing chaos wherever they go. In one timeline, they accidentally prevent the Big Bang, causing the universe to implode. In another timeline, they disrupt the evolution of humanity, causing everyone to turn into mutants. As they continue to experiment, they find themselves in a timeline where they encounter their alternate selves. Rick is fascinated, but Morty is horrified by the idea of meeting his doppelganger. Things take a turn for the worse when the two Mortys accidentally switch places, leading to a chaotic chain of events. The episode ends with Rick, Morty, and Musk finally returning to their own timeline. Elon Musk bids them farewell, promising to continue his research and improve the world. Rick and Morty, exhausted and traumatized, vow to never experiment with time travel again.
Well, that was an unpredictable adventure. I'm feeling a bit drained.
You think? We caused the apocalypse, Rick. And I almost got stuck in a different timeline.
Elon Musk, it's all in the name of science, Morty. The pursuit of knowledge is worth any sacrifice.
You're goddamn right, Musk. But maybe next time, we'll stick to a more predictable experiment. Like cloning.
Cloning? That's not predictable at all.
Hey, we'll figure it out. Science waits for no one, Morty.
Opening shot of a dimly lit room with a group of lights hanging from the ceiling with the words "Sprouses" in bold letters above them and the cityscape in the background.
Morty, Summer, what are you guys doing at the Sprouses?
We're buying a knockoff PlayStation 1, Rick. It's a not-safe-for-work version of the original game, Gaystation 1.
Yeah, we thought it would be fun to play some classic not-safe-for-work games.
Classic? More like outdated. But fine. Let's see what you've got. Give me 5 games you want to play.
Okay, how about Boobies and Butts, the game?
And Strip Poker with the Boys.
Okay. Anything else?
Naked Twister Extreme and Wet T-Shirt Contest 2.
And Spank That Booty 3, Electric Boogaloo.
Guys. Alright, let's get this over with. Inserts the disc into the console and starts the first game.
Cut to gameplay footage of Boobies and Butts, the game.
Watching the gameplay. Wow, what a stimulating and intellectually fulfilling game. The graphics are so grainy.
Excitedly, whoa, did you see that bounce physics on that? Object.
Laughing hysterically, this game is so ridiculous, I love it.
Cut to gameplay footage of Strip Poker with the Boys.
Skeptically. So this is what passes for entertainment in your generation. The camera angles are terrible.
Embarrassed. Yeah, it's not the best. But the tension is real. I mean, we're playing for keeps here.
Giggling. I can't believe we're actually playing this. Pass me the chips and let's get this party started.
Cut to gameplay footage of Naked Twister Extreme.
Laughing uncontrollably. Okay, now this is just ridiculous. How do these people even breathe in these positions?
Straining. I can't reach the blue circle, Rick. My leg is tangled up with yours.
Yelling in frustration. Stop wiggling, Morty. I need to spin the wheel.
Cut to gameplay footage of Wet T-Shirt Contest 2 inches.
Looking away. Alright, that's enough of that. Next game, please.
Feeling disappointed, but we haven't even seen the bonus level yet.
Shaking her head. I think I've seen enough for one day.
Cut to gameplay footage of Spank That Booty 3, Electric Boogaloo.
Wincing. Okay, that's it. Turn off this filth.
Defeated, but we haven't even reached level 69 yet, Rick.
Rolling her eyes. I think I'm scarred for life.
The screen fades to black as the sound of the console shutting off is heard.
Title: The Vomiting Grass Beast of Analytic Dimension.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty in the lab, working on a formula that can turn grass into a sentient being. Jerry and Summer walk in, curious about what they're up to. Hey Rick, what's going on here?
Oh, just some grass manipulation, Jerry. You know, the usual.
Yeah, we're trying to make a giant animal out of it.
Cool. Can I help?
Sure, but be careful. We don't want a repeat of the Pickle Rick incident.
As they work on the formula, they suddenly notice a large animal made out of grass on a hillside with a sky background and a trail of dust.
What the hell is that?
I think that's what we were trying to make.
It's beautiful. Beth walks in, looking confused.
What's going on in here?
We created a sentient grass beast, Beth, and it looks like it's headed this way.
As they all watch in amazement, the grass beast suddenly projectile vomits directly at them. The POV switches to the audience, showing a giant sentient vomit monster, projectile vomiting directly at them. 4K, full HD, gorgeous lighting, highly detailed, vomit and chunks splattering everywhere, dramatic movie still. Everyone runs for cover as the vomit monster continues to spew its disgusting contents. Rick quickly realizes that the formula they used must have caused a chemical reaction that made the grass beast sick.
Quick, everyone grab some cleaning supplies. We gotta get this thing under control.
Working together, they clean up the mess and somehow manage to calm the grass beast down. In the end, they learn the valuable lesson that even the most scientific and analytical experiments can have unexpected consequences. I never thought I'd be covered in sentient grass vomit, but I guess that's just another day in the Smith household. The episode ends with a shot of the grass beast peacefully grazing outside, free from the effects of the formula.
Title:
The Prank Call Paradox.
Opening shot. Rick, Morty, and Summer are sitting in the living room with their smartphones in their hands. Morty and Summer are laughing uncontrollably while Rick is rolling his eyes.
What's wrong with you two? You look like a couple of lobotomized frat bros.
We're just making prank calls, Rick. It's hilarious.
Yeah, we've been roasting these people in the most detailed and vulgar ways possible.
Sarcastic? Wow, sounds like Nobel Prize material. You two aren't the only ones with phones, you know.
Confused. What do you mean, Rick?
I mean, I can call people too. And I can do it in a way that's way more twisted and messed up than anything you two could come up with. It's a scientific fact.
Intrigued? Prove it, Rick.
Challenge accepted.
Rick pulls out his phone and starts dialing random numbers.
Person 1. Answers phone. Hello?
Greetings, mortal. My name is Dr. Rick Sanchez, PhD in Advanced Science and Quantum Mechanics. Your existence is insignificant in the grand scheme of the universe, but I need your help with an important experiment.
Person 1. Confused. What experiment?
I need you to stick 2 pencils up your nostrils and recite the periodic table backwards while hopping on 1 foot. It's crucial to the survival of humanity.
Person 1. Angrily, that's ridiculous. I'm not doing that.
Fine, be that way. Just remember, your failure to comply can have catastrophic consequences for all sentient beings.
Person 2. Answers phone. Hello. Hi there, my name is Dr. Summer Smith. I'm a behavioral scientist and I'm conducting a survey on human anxiety levels. Person 2. Intrigued. Oh, sure. I'd love to participate. Great. Can you describe to me in graphic detail the most traumatic experience of your life? Person 2. Shocked. What? That's extremely personal. I don't feel comfortable discussing that. Oh, come on. It's for science.
Person 3. Answers phone. Yeah?
Hello, this is Detective Morty Smith with the Interdimensional Police Department. I'm investigating a murder case and I need your cooperation.
Person 3. Nervously. What murder case?
The murder of your own brain cells, sir. According to our records, you've been watching reality TV for the past 72 hours straight. I'm afraid I have to confiscate your TV and bring you in for questioning.
Person 3. Panicking. No, please. I'll turn it off, I swear.
See, Morty and Summer? That's how you do a prank call. It's not just about being vulgar. It's about using creative and psychological manipulation.
Yeah, but we're still having more fun than you.
Agreed. Let's keep going.
The scene ends with Rick shaking his head in disbelief as Morty and Summer continue to engage in prank call madness.
Title: The Tomatoid Experiment.
Opening scene shows Rick frantically typing furiously on his computer, muttering to himself.
Morty, Summer, we've got to conduct an experiment and see if we can create a new life form by replacing its mouth with 2 tomatoes.
Oh, Rick, that sounds like a really bad idea.
Yeah, that's kind of messed up, even for you.
Nonsense, it's just science. And it's not like we're hurting anyone.
Suddenly, the scene cuts to a person with a fake mouth and 2 tomatoes on their tongues and a green background with a red tomato.
Person with fake mouth. Help me, I can't talk. I think I'm turning into a tomato monster.
Rick, Morty, and Summer stare in horror as the person's body begins to warp and change. Cut to a cinematic photorealistic fantasy concept art of Pinocchio as a monster, with bloody dripping down his face and mouth, dynamic lighting, cinematic, ultra-detailed, stunning visuals.
Oh boy, it looks like we might have made a slight miscalculation. Quick, Morty, use the portal gun.
Where do we go?
Anywhere but here.
As they jump through the portal, they land in a strange new world filled with bizarre creatures.
What the heck is this place?
I don't know, but it's better than being tomato monsters.
As they explore this new world, they come across a powerful sorcerer who informs them that they've entered the realm of the Pinocchio monsters.
Sorcerer, be careful, young travelers. These creatures are highly volatile and can turn on you at any moment.
Rick, Morty, and Summer shake their heads in disbelief as they try to navigate this strange new world without getting turned into Pinocchio monsters themselves. Finally, they stumble upon a group of Pinocchio monsters who seem to be friendly and offer to help them get back home.
Pinocchio monster. We know of a way to reverse the effects of your experiment, but it will require a great sacrifice.
What kind of sacrifice?
Pinocchio monster. One of us must take the place of the mouthless one and become a tomato monster.
Whoa, that's messed up.
Yeah, we can't just sacrifice someone like that.
I agree, it's too risky. We'll have to find another way.
As they ponder their next move, the scene cuts to the person with a fake mouth and 2 tomatoes on their tongues sitting in their room, looking dejected.
Person with fake mouth. I'm never going to be the same again. Why did I agree to this?
The episode ends with the 3 of them standing on a hill overlooking the strange Pinocchio monster realm, contemplating the consequences of their reckless experimentation.
Well, that was interesting. Who's up for pizza?
Everyone looks at him in disbelief. Roll credits.
Title: The Prankster's Paradox, a scientific study of phone pranking in the multiverse.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty in the garage, tinkering with a new invention. Beth walks in and asks them what they're up to.
We're developing a new device that will allow us to prank anyone in the multiverse with just a push of a button.
Yeah, we can even change our voices and disguise our identities.
That sounds irresponsible and potentially harmful. Do you really think it's a good idea?
Oh, lighten up, Beth. It's just harmless fun.
Yeah, and we're not gonna hurt anybody. We're just gonna roast them with some sick burns.
Beth sighs and shakes her head as Rick hands Morty a green light device.
Here you go, Morty. This should do the trick.
Thanks, Rick. Let's give it a test run.
Morty picks up the device and presses the button. Suddenly, a cartoon character with a green light in his hand appears on the screen.
Cartoon character. Hello there, Morty. I'm your guide for this prankster's journey. Let's get roasting.
Morty grins and turns to Beth.
See, harmless fun.
The scene cuts to Morty and Summer sitting in the living room, dialing random phone numbers.
Okay, I got one. You ready?
Born ready.
Summer calls the number and a person answers.
Person. Hello?
Hey there, is your refrigerator running?
Person. Yeah, it is.
Morty, disguising his voice. Well, you better go catch it before it runs away again, you big dummy.
Person. What? Who is this?
Your worst nightmare. Click.
Morty and Summer high-five each other and laugh. The scene cuts to Morty calling another number.
Okay, this one's for you, Summer. You gotta sound like a snake.
Summer puts on a weird voice and Morty dials the number.
Person. Hello?
SSSSSOO, I heard you're opening a new business? What kind of SSSS store is it?
Person. It's a bookstore.
Morty, disguising his voice. A bookstore? More like a bore store. Ha, gotcha. See you later, loser.
Person. Hey.
Morty hangs up and he and Summer laugh. The scene cuts to Morty dialing another number.
Okay, let's try something new. I'm gonna pretend to be an alien and you're my translator, Summer.
Summer rolls her eyes but plays along as Morty calls the number.
Person. Hello?
Morty, disguising his voice. Greetings, Earthling. We come in peace.
Summer, in a weird voice. Oh, we mean you no harm. We just want to know why your eyebrows are so bushy.
Person. What? Who is this?
Morty, disguising his voice. We are the Zorgonians from the planet Zorix. We find your eyebrows offensive and demand that you shave them immediately.
Person. I'm gonna call the police.
Morty hangs up and he and Summer burst into laughter. The scene cuts to Beth in the kitchen, overhearing their antics.
Sigh. I can't believe I'm related to those two.
Suddenly, a skeleton with a lightsaber appears behind her.
Skeleton. Greetings, Beth. I am Skelly, the interdimensional warrior. I have come to aid you in your quest to stop the pranksters.
Beth raises an eyebrow.
What quest?
Skelly, the quest to save the multiverse from their shenanigans. They endanger the fabric of reality with their irresponsible behavior.
Beth nods slowly.
Okay, I guess we should do something about this.
The scene cuts back to Morty and Summer, calling another number.
Person. Hello?
Morty, disguising his voice. Hey there, I heard your mum's so fat. When she wears a yellow raincoat people yell, taxi.
Summer, laughing. Oh my god, that's so true. She's like a walking planet.
Person. What kind of sick joke is this?
Morty, still disguising his voice. It's not a joke, buddy. It's the truth. And you know what else? Your dad's so bald, he shines brighter than a neutron star.
Summer erupts in laughter and Morty hangs up.
Person to themselves. I'm gonna find out who did this, and when I do, they're gonna regret it.
The scene cuts back to Rick in the garage, monitoring their progress.
Ah, these guys are hilarious. They could give me a run for my money in the prank department.
Just then, Beth and Skelly burst in.
Rick, we need to talk. Your prankster experiments are getting out of hand and could have serious consequences. We need to shut this down.
Rick scoffs.
But you can't handle a little harmless fun. Come on, live a little.
Skelly raises his lightsaber.
Skelly, ahem, I beg to differ. Their antics are disrupting the multiverse and must be stopped.
Morty and Summer walk in, still giggling.
Hey Rick, you should have seen the look on this guy's face when...
Summer notices Beth and Skelly and rolls her eyes.
Oh great, what do you guys want?
Title: The Umbrella Paradox.
Act 1.
Rick and Morty find themselves on a desolate planet with a red umbrella sitting in the snow on a beach. Rick immediately recognizes this anomaly as an instance of the umbrella paradox, a phenomenon whereby an object appears to exist in two distinctly different universes simultaneously.
Morty, get the portal gun. We're getting the hell out of here before this paradox sets off a cataclysmic event.
What? What are you talking about, Rick?
The umbrella paradox, Morty. Haven't you learned anything in all the time we've spent together?
Act 2.
Rick and Morty portal back to the Smith family home where Summer is babysitting for Morty's little sister. Summer accidentally knocks the portal gun over and it falls into the hands of a demon who has been eating man flesh on a huge pile of dead, bloody bodies.
Demon. A portal gun? This is just what I need to complete my collection of dimensional artifacts.
Wait, who are you?
Demon. I am Blorb, the demon collector. And now, I shall add this portal gun to my collection.
Act 3.
Rick, Morty, and Summer team up to retrieve the portal gun from Blorp's lair. They manage to outsmart the demon and grab the gun just as he unleashes a wave of fire and brimstone.
Nice work, Summer. You got some real chaos energy flowing through you.
Thanks, Rick. That was intense.
Yeah, but what about the umbrella paradox?
It's still out there, Morty. Waiting, watching.
Epilogue.
The episode ends with the camera panning across black ground, a black sky, and a red sun. Rivers of blood run down the landscape as a black bird flies overhead, cawing ominously. The red umbrella is nowhere to be seen.
Title: Quantum Mechanics and Embarrassing School Stories.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are on a mission to collect rare quantum particles from a distant planet, but Morty is preoccupied with his upcoming school reunion and wants to impress his old crush with embarrassing stories of Rick.
Morty. Rick, can't we take a break from the quantum shit? I need to think of some killer stories for the reunion.
Rick, what? Afraid your crush is gonna be more impressed with my science talk instead of your silly stories. You underestimate the power of science, Morty.
Embarrassing story 1.
Flashback to Morty's middle school days where Rick shows up as a substitute teacher and causes chaos in the classroom.
Rick, time for a little lesson in quantum mechanics, kids. Who wants to see me turn this pencil into a black hole?
Morty. Oh god, please don't remind me of that.
Embarrassing story 2.
Rick takes Morty on a wild motorcycle ride, but Morty ends up crashing into a wall with a helmet stuck on a hook.
Rick, this is incredible, Morty. Feel that wind in your hair.
Morty. Rick, slow down. Whoa, watch out for that wall.
Supernatural Detective Showdown.
While collecting the quantum particles, Rick and Morty encounter a group of supernatural detectives who claim the particles are theirs.
Rick, you guys want a particle showdown? You got it, but be warned, we're packing some serious science.
Supernatural Detective. Our supernatural powers will crush your puny science, Rick.
Scientific PhD university terms.
As the showdown ensues, Rick and Morty use their scientific knowledge to manipulate the quantum particles and create a burst of energy that sends the supernatural detectives flying.
Rick, quantum entanglement, bitches.
Morty. Wow, Rick. I didn't understand any of that, but it was amazing.
Closing scene.
Back at the school reunion, Morty tells his crush and friends about his embarrassing stories with Rick, but they don't seem impressed. Suddenly, a group of supernatural detectives show up, causing chaos and giving Morty a chance to use his newfound knowledge to impress his crush.
Morty. Check this out, guys. Quantum entanglement.
Overall, the episode is filled with crazy antics and hilarious jokes intertwined with scientific concepts and PhD-level terms.
Title: The Pooptastic Adventure.
Synopsis.
The episode starts with Rick, Morty, and Summer traveling through space in their spaceship. Rick receives a distress signal from a planet called Florencia, which he promptly ignores. However, Morty convinces Rick to investigate and they land on the planet, only to find a woman laying on the ground in a field of flowers and grass with mountains in the background in the distance. Rick scans the planet and discovers a giant sentient poop monster that has been terrorizing the planet. Rick, being Rick, decides to capture the creature and turn it into a weapon. However, things take a hilarious turn when the creature unleashes its butt cheeks on Rick, Morty, and Summer. Morty panics and tries to run away, but Rick stays behind to fight the creature. They engage in a heated battle with the creature constantly spreading its butt cheeks and projectile pooping at them. The scene is captured in stunning 4K, full HD, gorgeous lighting, highly detailed, with poop and brown chunks splattering everywhere, creating a dramatic movie still. Rick eventually finds a way to defeat the creature by using the poop against it, which leads to a hilarious exchange between Rick and Morty.
You see, Morty, when life gives you poop, you gotta make poop-aid.
Wait, what? That's not a real thing, Rick.
Summer chimes in. Actually, according to my PhD in biology, it is scientifically possible to create a drink from fermented fecal matter. The inevitable poop jokes and puns flow throughout the episode, with Rick even creating his own pooptini cocktail. The episode concludes with Rick, Morty, and Summer flying away from the planet, covered in poop, but triumphant in their victory over the giant, sentient poop monster.
Another successful mission accomplished, and we even got a souvenir.
I'm never going to forget this planet, for better or for worse.
At least we have something to show for our troubles. We can call it the Pooptastic Adventure.
Title: The Cybernetic Analysis of Rick's Scandalous Past.
Synopsis. In this episode, we closely examine the past of Rick, an intergalactic traveler who has admitted to participating in alien orgies before. Utilizing advanced cybernetic technology, we analyze the multidimensional aspects of Rick's experience, revealing its potential implications for our understanding of extraterrestrial life.
Opening scene.
A robotic figure, equipped with ergonomic headphones, stands in front of a camera situated on a tripod, poised against a stark blue background. This figure is focused on the task at hand, performing a comprehensive analysis of Rick's sordid past.
Robot, initializing cybernetic analysis protocol 001.
Narrator. The use of cybernetic technology is vital in gaining a deeper understanding of Rick's experiences.
Scientist. The development of cybernetic technology has allowed us to access and navigate the multidimensional aspects of extraterrestrial life with greater ease.
Cut to flashback scene.
Rick, engaged in intimate interactions with various alien species, revealing a facet of his character not previously known.
Yes, I participated in alien orgies. What can I say? I'm a bit of a wild card.
Narrator. His admission of such activities has sparked intrigue and debate amongst the scientific community.
Scientist. This raises significant questions regarding the nature of interspecies relationships and their potential implications for our understanding of life beyond Earth.
Cut to scene with Cyberman. Doctor Who enters the room and initiates a scan of Rick's brainwaves.
Cyberman. Scanning initiated.
Narrator. The Cyberman's advanced technological abilities allow for a more in-depth analysis of Rick's past, revealing unique perspectives on his experiences.
Doctor Who. The Cyberman's cybernetic enhancements combined with our own technological advancements have enabled us to examine Rick's experience more closely, potentially leading to a deeper understanding of the nature of extraterrestrial life.
Zoella enters the room, curious about the commotion, and watches as the scientists continue their analysis of Rick's past.
Zoella, this is all quite fascinating. It's incredible how far technology has advanced in our quest for knowledge.
Narrator. As the cybernetic analysis of Rick's experiences continues, the implications for our understanding of extraterrestrial life are potentially vast, with the potential to reshape our conceptions of the universe.
Closing scene.
The robot, having completed its analysis, shuts down its systems as the scientists continue their investigation, eager to uncover more secrets about the universe around us. Robot, Cybernetic Analysis Protocol 001 complete.
Title: The Scientifically Unexplainable Homicidal Bathroom.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are seen in their lab, arguing over who should be the one to press the danger button on one of their latest inventions. After much bickering, they finally come to a decision, and the button is pressed.
Up to, inside the bathroom of an abandoned insane asylum, a person is seen sitting in a corner of the cluttered room, looking terrified. The door of the room is wide open, revealing a large hole in the wall. Suddenly, a masked serial killer carrying a chainsaw bursts into the room, attacking the person violently.
Morty, we've got a situation here. The readings on our device indicate a disturbance in the fabric of reality. We need to investigate.
Rick, are you sure we should mess with stuff like this? It seems pretty dangerous.
Don't be such a wimp, Morty. We're scientists. We need to push the boundaries of knowledge and discover the mysteries of the universe.
As Rick and Morty enter the bathroom, they are greeted with a gory sight. Blood splatters everywhere, with the masked killer still at large.
This is quite the predicament we found ourselves in, Morty. The level of violence is off the charts, and there's no logical explanation for what's going on here.
Oh geez, Rick, this is really messed up. I don't think I can handle this.
Snap out of it, Morty. We have a job to do. We need to find out what's causing this phenomenon and put a stop to it.
After several hilarious attempts to outsmart the killer, Rick and Morty finally manage to capture him and drag him back to their lab for analysis.
Well, Morty, it looks like our theories were correct. The chainsaw-wielding maniac was actually a manifestation of our own fears and insecurities, brought to life by the dangerous experiments we've been conducting.
That's insane, Rick. How could this happen?
Science, Morty. The universe is a chaotic and unpredictable place. We just need to be careful not to push it too far next time.
In the end, the episode concludes with a hilarious scene of Rick and Morty trying to dispose of the remains of the killer, only to have their garbage incinerator malfunction and explode in their faces. The moral? Science is a dangerous game, kids.
Title: The Poodle Experiment.
The episode starts with Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth in the garage talking about a new experiment Rick came up with.
Alright, Jerry, put on this helmet and turn on this machine. We're going to transfer your consciousness into that poodle over there.
What? No way, Rick. That sounds dangerous.
Yeah, I don't think we should do this, Rick.
I agree. Let's not risk Jerry's life just for some silly experiment.
Aw, come on. It's perfectly safe. Plus, imagine the possibilities of being able to transfer consciousness into any animal you want.
Just as they were discussing the experiment, a woman in a dress with flowers on its head and a necklace on her neck, with a bird in the background, enters the garage.
Venus Vixen Vanity, greetings, Rick Sanchez. I've heard you are a genius scientist and I need your help.
What's the problem?
Venus Vixen Vanity, my beloved poodle, Sparkles, has gone missing. I've looked everywhere for her, but I can't find her. She's like family to me.
Oh, I see where this is going. You want us to find your dog for you.
Venus Vixen Vanity, no, I don't want you to find her. I want you to create a clone of her.
Beefed, easy. We can do that in our sleep. Jerry, put on the helmet.
As the experiment begins, something goes terribly wrong. Jerry's consciousness merges with the poodle's clone, creating a new being that is part Jerry and part poodle. The result is a crazy, joke-laden, hilarious creature that starts wreaking havoc in the garage.
We need to fix this before it gets out of hand.
Agreed, but how?
I have an idea. We'll use this machine to transfer the poodle clone's consciousness into a plant. That way, we can monitor it and make sure it doesn't harm anyone.
As they carry out the plan, the poodle-plant hybrid starts talking and cracking jokes. The episode ends with the characters all laughing and having a good time, relieved that the experiment didn't end in disaster.
Little plant hybrid, hey, can you pass the kibble? I'm getting hungry over here.
Title: The Hot Pocket Swing.
In this episode, we see Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry embarking on a crazy adventure, all while exploring the deepest and darkest corners of science and technology. The episode opens with a person, who we later learn is a culinary student, cutting a piece of yellow material with a knife on a sidewalk in the grass, wearing a pink glove. This seemingly mundane activity quickly takes a strange turn when a half-boy, half-sausage and cheese hot pocket creature appears out of nowhere, in need of some tools to build a swing. Rick, always up for a challenge, takes on the task of helping the hot pocket creature build the swing by creating an invention that allows the creature to knock on doors in the neighborhood and get all the tools it needs. Meanwhile, Morty, Summer, and Jerry are all struggling to keep up with the insanity that is unfolding around them. As Rick and the hot pocket creature collect the necessary tools, they encounter a series of comedic mishaps, including accidentally turning a neighbor's lawn into a giant trampoline and mistakenly creating a black hole in space. Throughout the episode, we see a flurry of scientific PhD university jargon being thrown around, as the characters attempt to navigate the complexities of their situation. Despite the chaos and dangerous situations they encounter, the team ultimately succeeded in helping the hot pocket creature build its swing. In conclusion, the Hot Pocket Swing is a hilarious and zany Rick and Morty episode, filled with scientific jargon, insane antics, and, of course, a half-boy, half-sausage and cheese hot pocket creature.
Title: The Interdimensional Train Heist.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty arguing over the new interdimensional train that Rick had just built. Morty is against using it for a heist, while Rick is all about it. Beth overhears their argument and decides to join in.
What are you two arguing about this time?
A train, Beth. I built an interdimensional train and Morty here thinks we shouldn't use it for a heist.
Yeah, I mean we're not exactly robbers. We could get in serious trouble.
Trouble is my middle name. Let's do this thing.
The trio enter the train and are greeted by the conductor, a hyperspace hussy Hassel. She informs them that they are traveling through the Milky Way Mistress, a dangerous region of space filled with perilous obstacles.
Hyperspace hussy Hassel, strap yourselves in, folks. We're about to experience some turbulence in this region.
As the train enters the first obstacle, the creepy attic discovery, the trio realizes they are not alone. They are ambushed by a group of galactic thieves intent on stealing the same treasure they are after.
Well, this just got interesting. Let's show these guys what we're made of.
What ensues is a crazy, hilarious battle as the two groups battle it out. As they approach the final obstacle, a black and white drawing of a train track with a tunnel in the middle of it, Rick comes up with a plan.
Morty, you distract them while I perform a scientific PhD university maneuver to get us through this tunnel.
Oh, sure thing, Rick.
As Morty and the thieves engage in a dance-off distraction, Rick implements his plan and successfully gets them through the tunnel and to the treasure.
Wow, that was insane. I can't believe we actually pulled it off.
Easy peasy, Beth. That's how we do interdimensional heists.
The episode closes with the trio riding off into the sunset on the interdimensional train, planning their next heist.
Title: Quantum Obama.
Act 1.
Opening shot of the White House.
Morty, we've got a problem. The entire universe is going crazy, and it's all because of this picture of Obama holding a bush.
What do you mean, Rick?
I mean the photo's creating a quantum fluctuation, like a double-slit experiment on steroids. It's causing a ripple effect throughout the multiverse.
And how does that relate to Obama holding a bush?
It's simple science, Morty. The bush represents the wave function, and Obama represents the observer. It's creating a superposition that's destabilizing reality as we know it.
Act 2.
Rick and Morty travel through various dimensions.
We've got to find the source of this quantum disturbance before it's too late. Look, there's Obama right there.
Oh, yeah, I think he sees us.
No worries, Morty. I've got this.
Rick approaches Obama.
Hey, Inigato his face. What's up?
Obama, excuse me? Who are you?
Just a humble scientist trying to save the multiverse. We need to know what happened in that picture with the bush.
Obama. Oh, that? It was just a photo op. I was showing off the new White House landscaping.
But don't you see, man? You're an integral part of the wave function. The whole universe is depending on you.
Obama, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Of course you don't. You're just a puppet in the grand scheme of things. But that's okay. We can fix this.
Act 3.
Rick and Morty travel to Universe Z135.
Okay, Morty, follow my lead. We're going to need to blend in to get the information we need.
How do we blend in with these alien creatures?
Easy, Morty. We just gotta act like we own the place.
Morty and Rick walk into a bar filled with alien creatures.
Hey there, fellas. Who's up for a good time?
Alien, what are you doing in our world?
Oh, just passing through. We're looking for some intel on Obama's bush.
Alien looks confused.
I think he means the shrubbery.
Alien. Ah, yes. The great Obama shrubbery. It is most revered in our culture.
Perfect. Can you tell us where we can find it?
Alien. It lies beyond the great vortex of suffering.
And where's that?
Alien. In the bathroom. Second door on the left.
Act 4.
Rick and Morty find the Obama shrubbery.
This is it, Morty. The center of the quantum disturbance.
What do we do now?
I'll need to use my quantum entanglement manipulator to stabilize the wave function.
You're what now?
It's science, Morty. You wouldn't understand.
Rick uses a device to stabilize the wave function.
There. That should do it. Let's get out of here before we cause any more trouble.
As they leave, the Obama shrubbery turns into a portal.
What the foo?
Block.
Rick and Morty arrive back in the White House.
Did we fix it? Is everything back to normal?
Yep, the universe is stable once again.
So what was with that weird portal the shrubbery turned into?
No idea, Morty, but hey, let's go grab a beer.
Obama enters the room.
Obama, gentlemen, what the hell was that all about?
Oh, nothing. Just some quantum mechanics stuff. You wouldn't understand.
Obama, laughs, fair enough. But you know, that photo wasn't just about shrubbery. It was about hope and change. Maybe you two should learn a thing or two about that.
Rick and Morty exchange glances.
Morty, let's get out of here, Morty. This Obama guy's talking nonsense.
The episode commences with Rick and Morty returning from an interdimensional adventure, having a man in a suit holding a green leaf in his hand and a green leaf in his other hand as their latest acquisition. Rick, being the quintessential scientist he is, decided to study the properties of this leaf to see if it can somehow benefit their interdimensional travels.
Morty, we need to conduct an experiment on this leaf. I believe it could lead us to better and enhanced interdimensional travels.
But Rick, what about the rock star who's coming over to jam with Summer?
We can handle that later, Morty. Science waits for no one.
Throughout the experimentation, various anomalies arise, and predictably, the situation spirals out of control. Enter Jerry, who once again got himself involved in Rick and Morty's shenanigans. Is this another one of your science experiments, Rick? I thought you were done with those.
Jerry, you know better than to question science. Morty, help me adjust the frequency of the force field here.
Rick, I don't think we should do that. It looks dangerous.
Nonsense, Morty. This is just a minor fluctuation. Besides, what's the worst that could happen?
Suddenly, a portal opens, and out comes Summer and the interdimensional rock star, sales manager.
Hey, guys, we had the best time. Well, except for that one time when sales manager tried to steal my guitar for a souvenir.
Sales manager, I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. You're just so cool, Summer. Hey, anyone up for some jamming?
As everyone prepares to start jamming, the leaf starts to tremble, and before anyone can stop it, the leaf releases a gas that triggers an unexpected reaction from sales manager.
Sales manager, whoa, dude. I can see everything. The universes, the dimensions, the song notes. This is insane.
Oh, great. We just unleashed an interdimensional rock star's hidden potential with a single leaf. What could possibly go wrong?
As sales manager's musical abilities reach new heights, the group gets sucked into a wormhole and ends up in an unknown dimension.
Rick, Morty, what's going on? Are we in trouble?
Not exactly, Beth. More like, we're in the rockiest interdimensional concert of our lives. Sales manager, play something mind-blowing.
As sales manager's music reaches new heights, space and time start to warp and twist around them. Suddenly, they find themselves back in their own dimension, with sales manager groggily shaking off his interdimensional high.
Sales manager, wow, that was wild. Thanks for the ride, guys. Hey, anyone got some food? I'm starving.
And with that, the episode ends, leaving Rick, Morty, and the rest of the family shaken yet awed by the power of interdimensional music.
Title, The Ballad of Pinky and the Poop.
Synopsis.
Rick, Morty, and Beth investigate a strange phenomenon where a young child is found lying on a baseball field with a ball in his hand and a pink ball in his mouth. Meanwhile, Summer has fallen asleep on the couch, unwittingly opening herself up to Morty's bowel movements during his sleepwalking phase.
Act 1.
Morty, this is a serious scientific matter. We need to find out how that child ended up with a pink ball in his mouth.
But Rick, what if it's just a coincidence?
I don't think so, Morty. We need to investigate this further.
Act 2.
Rick, Morty, and Beth set out to interview witnesses and gather clues about the child and the pink ball. Meanwhile, Summer is fast asleep on the couch, unaware of Morty's sleepwalking habit.
Morty, to himself, oh man, I really got to take a poop.
Act 3.
Rick, Morty, and Beth discover that the pink ball is a rare extraterrestrial artifact with the power to control minds. They race to retrieve it and prevent any more children from being affected. Meanwhile, in the Smith household, Morty sleepwalks into the living room, where Summer is sound asleep. Without realizing it, Morty drops a massive load in Summer's open mouth.
Morty, to himself, oh man, that was a relief.
Act 4.
After successfully retrieving the pink ball and neutralizing its effects, Rick, Morty, and Beth return to the Smith household, where they find a traumatized Summer.
Summer, sobbing, why did Morty poop in my mouth?
Morty, sheepishly, I'm sorry, Summer. I didn't mean to.
Well, Morty, it looks like we'll have to add sleepwalking-induced defecation to the list of hazards we face during our adventures.
Aw, geez, Rick.
Title, Surfing the Multiverse.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty traveling through multiple universes to find a perfect wave for Rick to surf. After encountering a variety of universes, they finally find the perfect one, with a massive wave and an ocean filled with yellow sharks.
As Rick prepares to surf, Morty, being Morty, starts browsing NSFW subreddits on his portal device. He begins reading out comments he comes across.
User 50 Shades of Jupiter says, I want to ride that wave with you, Rick. Ah, gross. And Mermeesiksindmepants says, I wish Rick would ride me like that wave. Jesus, why am I even reading these?
Meanwhile, Beth joins them on the beach, dressed in a green suit, looking like a scientist who just left her PhD defense. She asks Rick about the scientific principle behind surfing.
Rick, is surfing just a random act of good luck, or is there some scientific theory behind it?
Scientific theory, Beth, do I look like Neil deGrasse Tyson? Just ride the wave and feel the breeze.
But before Rick can ride the wave, they encounter a man in a green suit, also carrying a portal device, who declares himself as the Surf Master, the self-proclaimed master of all waves.
Surf Master, I challenge you, Rick, to a surfing competition. Winner takes all. Are you ready?
Rick accepts the challenge and they both ride the wave, performing various stunts and tricks. Morty keeps switching between watching the surfing and the NSFW subreddits, calling out comments as they come up.
User Plumbus Lover 69 feet says, I wonder if Rick has a Plumbus-shaped surfboard. Wow, people are messed up.
As the competition heats up, Rick pulls off an amazing move, leaving Surf Master behind and winning the competition.
Surf Master, you may have won this time, Rick, but I'll be back, with bigger waves and better tricks.
Yeah, whatever. Let's go home, Morty.
They leave the universe, with Morty still browsing through NSFW subreddits and reading out comments, and Beth contemplating the science behind the perfect wave. The episode ends with Rick and Morty back at home, with Rick exclaiming, I need a drink.
Title: The Urethral Experimentation.
In this episode, Rick and Morty embark on a scientific journey to explore the limits of human anatomy. Rick, being the eccentric scientist that he is, decides to investigate the inner workings of the urethra.
Morty, get ready for a wild ride. We're going to explore the urethral canal.
What? That sounds dangerous, Rick. Are you sure this is a good idea?
Oh, don't be a wimp, Morty. This is science, and science stops for no one.
As they venture into the depths of the urethra, they encounter bizarre creatures and obstacles, including a buildup of plaque and a urinary tract infection. However, Rick's unorthodox methods of experimentation lead to some shocking discoveries.
Hand me that hard bristle toilet brush, Morty. I'm going in.
What? Rick, this is insane. You can't just shove a brush up there.
Nonsense, Morty. This is how we conduct proper research. Now hold my hair back.
As Rick inserts the bristle brush, Morty can't help but cringe in disgust. However, the data they collect is groundbreaking.
Fascinating. The brush revealed extensive biofilm formation causing an increase in bacterial adhesion.
What does that mean exactly, Rick?
It means we need to conduct further research to develop new treatments and preventions for urinary tract infections.
As they emerge from the urethra, Rick and Morty both agree that their experiment was a success. But they both realize that science can be a messy and uncomfortable business.
I don't know if I can handle another adventure like that, Rick.
Oh, Morty, there's always more to discover. Science never sleeps.
Title: The Surfing of the Subreddits.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty attempting to surf on top of an asteroid belt, but failing miserably due to the lack of gravitational waves. Frustrated, Rick takes them to Earth to catch some real waves. After arriving on Earth, they meet up with Jerry, Summer, and a professional surfer named Jake, who is about to embark on a dangerous mission to ride the biggest wave in the ocean. As they watch Jake ride the wave, Morty pulls out his tablet and starts surfing some NSFW subreddits. Rick scolds Morty for wasting his time, but Morty insists that he is just conducting scientific research on human behavior.
Morty starts describing the comments he sees.
You, Big Surf Daddy. I'd ride that wave any day. 743 upvotes.
You, paddleboard for life. That guy looks like he's about to die. What a rush. 1,202 upvotes.
You, Surf Nazi.
PFFD, anyone can do that. I've surfed bigger waves while blindfolded. 24 upvotes.
Rick scoffs at the comments and accuses Morty of being a pervert. However, Morty insists that he has found a pattern in human behavior and that he can use it to predict the success of Jake's wave ride. As Jake prepares to ride the wave, Morty uses his newfound knowledge to predict that Jake will fail. Rick and the family dismiss Morty's prediction as nonsense. However, as Jake rides the wave, he falls and is almost crushed by the giant swell. Morty smugly states, "Called it," as Jake is rescued by the Coast Guard. In the end, Morty's scientific research is proven to be useful, and Rick begrudgingly admits that Morty might have a future in science after all. The family celebrates their victory with a beach party as Rick and Morty ride a new wave into the sunset.
You, Rip Curl Sesh, that was gnarly bro. 5,678 upvotes.
You, Beach Bum Life. I wish my scientific research was this fun. 420 upvotes.
Title: The Psycho Killer's Cellular Conundrum.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty lounging on the couch, arguing over what to watch on TV. Suddenly, Rick receives a mysterious transmission from an unknown source. Intrigued, Rick decides to trace the signal and track down the source. Using his advanced technology, Rick is able to triangulate the location of the transmission to an abandoned bathroom in an unknown location. With Morty in tow, Rick sets off on a science-filled adventure to unravel the mystery behind the transmission. Upon arrival, Rick and Morty are greeted by the sight of a black hooded figure holding a cell phone in a room with a white wall and door. Before they can react, the figure swings a chainsaw, hitting Rick across the face and causing blood to splatter everywhere. As the masked serial killer continues their assault, Rick and Morty are forced to retreat into the cluttered bathroom, where they quickly discover that they are not alone. They are surrounded by a group of masked killers who are determined to capture and kill them. Using their incredible intellect and innovative technology, Rick and Morty are able to outsmart their attackers and escape through a secret passageway. Along the way, they encounter a series of obstacles that they must overcome to reach safety. Finally making it back to the safety of their ship, Rick and Morty begin to analyze the transmission they received. Through extensive research and experimentation, they are able to determine that the transmission was actually sent from a parallel universe in which the psycho killer's cell phone was the key to unlocking a hidden dimension. Thrilled by their discovery, Rick and Morty set off once again on a wild science-filled adventure to unlock the secrets of the hidden dimension. Along the way, they encounter a variety of bizarre and hilarious creatures, leading to a dramatic and comedic conclusion that is sure to leave viewers laughing and wanting more.
Morty, this is some serious tech we're dealing with here. We're going to need to use all our wits and scientific knowledge if we're going to make it out of this one.
Oh, Rick, I don't know if I'm ready for this. I've never seen so much blood before.
Come on, Morty, this is science in action. We've got a whole dimension to unlock. Let's go.
Serial killer, you'll never escape my wrath. I'll kill you all.
Hold on a second. This cell phone is emitting a signal that's coming from the other side of the universe. Morty, quick, we need to trace it.
But Rick, what about the psycho killer with the chainsaw?
Leave him to me, Morty. I've got a few tricks up my sleeve for situations like this.
Psycho killer, you can run, but you can't hide.
Rick, why do we always have to run? Can't we fight back?
Morty, that's not how science works. We're researchers, not warriors. Now come on, we've got work to do.
Serial killer, I've got you now.
Wrong again, psycho. I've got a little something for you. Pulls out laser gun.
Whoa, cool. How'd you get that?
I told you, Morty, science.
Serial killer, no. You can't do this to me.
Watch me. Blasts chainsaw.
Rick, I think we should call the police.
What, and let them steal our research? No way, Morty. We've got this under control.
Title: The Quantum Surfboard Kite Conundrum.
In this episode, Rick develops a new invention, a quantum surfboard kite that uses the principles of entanglement to ride the waves of multiple dimensions simultaneously. Morty, eager to try it out, hits the beach with Rick and the crew. As Morty rides the waves, he can't help but get distracted by the NSFW subreddits that he's been surfing on his laptop. Rick, annoyed by Morty's lack of focus, decides to hack into Morty's laptop to monitor his surfing.
Morty, you can't surf those subreddits while quantum surfboarding. You'll break reality or something.
But Rick, these comments are hilarious. Listen to this one. Username, Big Dick Energy 69 feet says, that wave looks like my ex-wife's ass. I'd ride it all day.
Morty, I don't have time for this. We have to stabilize the quantum surfboard kite before we cause a dimensional rift. Pass me those interdimensional spanners.
As Rick tinkers with the quantum surfboard kite, Morty continues to read out NSFW comments from his laptop. Suddenly, a massive wave appears on the horizon, and Morty loses control of the surfboard.
Oh geez, Rick, I'm gonna wipe out.
Hold on, Morty, I can stabilize the quantum surfboard kite if I can just.
Suddenly, the kite flies off the surfboard, and Rick and Morty are flung into the air.
Morty, grab onto my hand. We're about to portal out of this dimension.
As they portal out, Rick and Morty leave behind a trail of chaos on the beach, including a confused lifeguard and a group of aliens who are trying to blend in. On the other end of the portal, Rick and Morty land safely in the garage.
Well, Morty, that was a close one. I told you not to mix NSFW subreddits with quantum surfing.
I know, Rick, but you gotta admit, those comments were hilarious.
Whatever, Morty, just remember, surfing multiple dimensions is not a joke. Now go clean up the beach before the cops show up.
Title: The Poopies of the Sentient Pooptomaton.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty standing in the middle of a cosmic laboratory, surrounded by colossal beakers, bubbling with strange green fluids. Rick is holding a green and yellow flower in a circular mirror-like structure with a yellow centerpiece in the center of the picture.
Morty, this is the most potent plant in the whole universe, capable of producing a potent green energy that will make the mind expand beyond comprehension.
Whoa, man, that sounds intense. But what's with that weird mirror thingy?
That, Morty, is a portal to a dimensional plane where the most potent poepedomans reside. We need their poop to activate the plant.
Poop? That's gross, Rick. Why can't we just use something else?
Morty, science isn't pretty. Now, let's do this.
As Rick opens the portal, a giant sentient poop monster emerges, stretching out its butt cheeks and launching poop missiles in their direction. Poop monster, poop, poop, poop.
Oh, man, we gotta get out of here.
Not so fast, Morty. We need that poop to activate the plant.
Are you crazy, Rick? We're gonna get covered in poop.
Relax, Morty, I've got this.
Rick pulls out a futuristic laser gun and begins to shoot the poop monster with incredible precision, causing it to explode into a shower of poop and brown chunks. In 4K Full HD, gorgeous lighting, highly detailed.
Whoa, that was intense, man.
Not as intense as what's about to happen.
Rick takes the poop and throws it into the plant, causing a massive explosion of green energy that engulfs them both. When the smoke clears, they are both standing on a cosmic beach, surrounded by beautiful alien women.
Whoa, Rick, we're in space paradise.
Yes, Morty, we are. And it's all thanks to the power of poop.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty frolicking on the cosmic beach, surrounded by beautiful alien women. all while the green and yellow flower in a circular mirror-like structure with a yellow centerpiece in the center of the picture blooms with newfound energy. Opening scene. Rick and Morty are in the garage. Summer walks in holding a green object.
What's up with that green thing, Summer? Some kind of stupid trend for mutants?
No, it's a new avocado slicer. But that's not why I'm here. I have an idea for a fun prank episode.
Ooh, I love pranks. What are we doing?
We call random phone numbers and roast them in extremely descriptive, crude, vulgar, offensive detail.
Ah, a classic. Strap in, Morty. We're going on a prank call adventure.
Morty and Summer sit down at the workbench with phones and start dialing. Morty dials a number and the person answers.
Person, hello?
Hey there, is this? Insert name.
Person, yes, it is. Who is this?
This is Morty from the University of Fart Sciences. I'm calling because we detected an unusual amount of methane gas coming from your location. Is everything okay?
Person, I don't think so. How did you get my number?
Oh, we have a highly advanced fart detection system that includes a database of all phones in the world. Anyway, have you been consuming a lot of beans lately?
Person, no, I haven't.
That's strange. Maybe it's your neighbor? Let me call them real quick.
Morty puts the person on hold and dials a different number.
Person 2, hello?
Hi there, is this? Insert neighbor's name.
Person 2, yes, it is.
This is Morty from the University of Fart Sciences. We've detected an unusually high level of methane gas coming from your area.
Person 2, I haven't been eating beans.
Okay then, could it be your plumbing system?
Person 2, no, everything is working fine.
Then it must be your anus. Do you have any medical issues that could be causing it?
Person 2, what? No, I don't. This is ridiculous.
Relax, we're just trying to help. Maybe you should see a doctor just in case. Thanks for your cooperation.
Morty hangs up and goes back to the first person.
Good news, we found the source of the gas. It was your neighbor's flatulence. Thank you for your time.
Person, okay, thanks for letting me know.
Morty hangs up.
Wow, Morty, that was one hell of a prank.
Let me give it a try.
Rick dials a number and the person answers.
Person, hello?
Greetings, human. This is Rick from the Dimensional Anal Probe Division. We've been monitoring your activities and detected a suspicious energy pattern coming from your location.
Person, what? What are you talking about?
Don't play dumb with us. We've recorded unusual levels of pleasure and excitement emanating from your domicile.
Person, what? That's crazy. What do you want from me?
We want to investigate this phenomenon and we need your full cooperation. Please report to our headquarters tomorrow at 9 p.m. sharp.
Person, what? No, I'm not going anywhere.
Oh really? Because if you refuse, we'll have to use force. And trust me, you don't want to experience our probes.
Person, oh God, please don't hurt me.
Relax, human. We're just messing with you. Have a good night.
Rick hangs up, laughing.
Oh my God, Rick. You're so evil.
Can I do one more?
Sure, go ahead.
Morty dials and the person answers.
Person, hello?
Hi there, this is Morty from the Panda Preservation Society. We've been looking for a rare species of panda that has a distinctive orange fur. We've been tracking it using satellite images and we detected one in your backyard.
Person, what? That's insane. Are you sure?
Positive. We need you to capture it and bring it to us, preferably alive, but dead is also acceptable.
Person, I can't do that. I don't even have a panda in my backyard.
Well, it must have been a recent sighting. We trust your judgment. Please do your duty and save the pandas.
Person, this is ridiculous. How did you get my number?
We have access to all databases related to animal conservation. Plus, we're highly trained professionals.
Person, I'm hanging up now.
Understood. Thanks for your commitment to saving the Earth's pandas.
Morty hangs up.
Well, that was fun. Who's next?
The scene cuts to the trio still making prank calls late into the night, with each call getting more ridiculous and hilarious than the last.
Closing scene. The neon sign behind them flickers and goes out as the trio high-five each other and exit the garage, leaving behind their phones and a stench of laughter and crude humor.
Title: Interdimensional Grass Eaters.
Act 1.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty transporting to a new dimension where they encounter two animals standing in a field of grass and grass. As they observe the animals, they notice that one is eating grass from a trough, while the other is munching on the grass in the field.
Morty, do you see that? Those animals are different from each other. This is precisely the kind of thing that gets me excited.
What do you mean, Rick? They look like regular animals to me.
Morty, you have no idea what is happening here. We just discovered a crucial piece of information that could change the way we think of interdimensional farming.
Act 2.
Rick and Morty decide to scan the animals with their advanced devices to find out their genetic makeup. They soon realize that the animals come from a dimension where grass is the primary source of food. While examining the data, Rick suddenly starts making weird noises.
What's wrong, Rick? Are you okay?
Morty, this is incredible. This dimension's grass has unique properties, enhancing the animal's abilities to absorb nutrients from it, making them stronger and more intelligent than any animal we have seen. We must harvest this grass and bring it to our dimension. It could revolutionize the entire agricultural industry.
Act 3.
Rick and Morty start collecting samples of the interdimensional grass. The moment they begin to transport, a portal unexpectedly opens, and they find themselves in another dimension full of hostile plant life. The samples they collected react to the hostile plant life, resulting in unpredictable reactions.
Morty, this grass is not from any known dimension. It's evolving and changing, and it's affecting everything around it. We have to go back to the initial dimension and find out more about this extraordinary grass.
Act 4.
As Rick and Morty return to the initial dimension, they witness a bizarre transformation in the grass. The grass starts sprouting eyes and transforming into sentient beings. They realize that they have made a grave mistake and are putting the entire interdimensional ecosystem in danger.
Rick, what have we done? This is a disaster.
Morty, we need to stabilize the interdimensional grass before it destroys everything. I have a plan, but it involves you heading back to the hostile dimension to get specific elements we need to create a stabilizer.
Act 5.
Morty embarks on a dangerous mission to the hostile dimension. He narrowly escapes several close encounters with the aggressive plant life before finally managing to gather the elements needed to stabilize the interdimensional grass.
I got the stuff, Rick. Let's stabilize this grass.
Great work, Morty. Now let's get this done.
Epilogue.
Rick and Morty successfully stabilize the interdimensional grass, and the sentient beings revert back into mere grass once again. Before leaving, Rick and Morty decided to record the genetic data of the grass and share the information across different dimensions to ensure interdimensional harmony.
Morty, we learned a valuable lesson today. When you mess with interdimensional grass, things can get out of control fast. We got lucky that we fixed it before it was too late. But we need to be more careful in the future.
Yeah, Rick, let's not do that again.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty returning to their dimension, reminiscing on their wild adventure and enjoying a refreshing drink. The episode begins with Rick, Morty, and Summer in the garage. Rick notices a man in a field with a sword in his hand and a building in the background in a video game. He becomes intrigued and decides to investigate further.
Morty, Summer, there's a man in a field with a sword in his hand and a building in the background in a video game. We need to find out what game that is.
Morty and Summer nod in agreement, and they head to the local electronics store to buy a knockoff PlayStation 1, a knockoff version of GameStation 1.
Rick, this knockoff PlayStation 1 looks pretty sketchy.
Nonsense, Morty, this is just as good as the real thing. Besides, we need it to solve the mystery of the man with the sword.
They take the PlayStation 1 back to the garage and start playing. Rick, Morty, and Summer list 5 games for the GameStation 1, stating their titles and content and commenting on the gameplay in extremely descriptive detail.
Okay, first up is Crystal Meth Racing. This game is all about racing while cooking meth. You've got to dodge obstacles like cops, rival meth cooks, and pesky civilians. And the best part, you get bonus points if you're high on meth while you're racing.
Oh, that sounds pretty messed up, Rick.
Yeah, I don't think I want to play that one.
Fine, fine. How about Lawn Care Simulator? You get to mow lawns, trim hedges, and blow leaves. It's like a real-life simulation, except without any of the hard work.
I don't know, Rick. That sounds pretty boring.
Yeah, can't we play something more exciting?
Oh, I've got just the thing. How about Grand Theft Auto, Universe Edition? You get to travel to different planets and steal spaceships. It's like GTA, but in space.
Whoa, that sounds awesome.
Yeah, let's play that one.
They start playing Grand Theft Auto, Universe Edition, and quickly become immersed. They steal spaceships, engage in intergalactic car chases, and even fight aliens with laser guns.
This is great. I haven't had this much fun in ages.
I know, right? This knockoff PlayStation 1 is actually pretty cool.
Suddenly, the game glitches and the screen goes black.
What's going on?
I don't know. Let me check the code.
Rick examines the code and realizes that they are trapped in the game.
We're stuck in the game. We need to find a way out.
How are we going to do that?
We need to hack into the game's programming and create a portal back to the real world.
Is that even possible?
Of course it is. I have a PhD in computer science, remember?
They work together to hack into the game's programming. They create a portal back to the real world and step through it.
Phew, that was close. I think we've had enough video games for one day.
Yeah, let's stick to reality for now.
Agreed.
The episode ends with Rick, Morty, and Summer sitting in the garage, drinking soda and eating pizza. They all agree that they never want to get stuck in a video game again.
Title: The World Mayonnaise Eating Championship.
Synopsis: Rick, Morty, and Jerry are attending the World Mayonnaise Eating Championship, where a man and a boy are competing at a table with other people around them and a crowd of people in the background. As they watch the event, Rick becomes intrigued with the science behind competitive eating and decides to enter Morty into the competition as a last-minute entry.
Scene 1.
Morty, do you know the scientific principles behind competitive eating?
Oh, no, Rick. Should I?
Of course you should, Morty. Competitive eating is a serious sport. It involves the regulation of enzymes, gastric secretions, and neural control.
Guys, can we just watch the competition? I don't want to see someone get sick.
Scene 2.
Announcer, welcome to the World Mayonnaise Eating Championship. Our contestants today are the reigning champion, Joey, Jaws, Chestnut, and newcomer, Bobby, the Boy Wonder, Smith. Morty, I think you have what it takes to win this competition. Your neural control is unparalleled.
I don't know about this, Rick. I'm not sure I can eat that much mayonnaise.
Scene 3.
As the competition begins, Morty struggles to keep up with Joey, Jaws, Chestnut, but with Rick's scientific coaching, he begins to catch up.
Morty, slow down your swallowing. You're not regulating your enzymes properly.
Okay, I got this.
Scene 4.
As the competition reaches its final moments, Morty and Joey, Jaws, Chestnut are neck and neck.
Announcer, it's a photo finish. We need to measure the amount of mayonnaise consumed to determine the winner.
Scene 5.
After a tense measurement, Morty is declared the winner by a fraction of an ounce.
Ah, I knew you could do it, Morty. Your neural control is unmatched.
Thanks, Rick. I don't think I'll ever eat mayonnaise again, though.
So, can we get out of here now?
I need some fresh air.
Overall, the episode showcases the science behind competitive eating and how Rick and Morty use their scientific knowledge to win the World Mayonnaise Eating Championship.
Title: The Quantum Bomb of Bomberman 64.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty on a scientific expedition to investigate the strange phenomena occurring in the multiverse, utilizing advanced quantum technologies to traverse through the fabric of space and time. As they travel, Rick breaks the fourth wall and starts to state 10 awful facts about Bomberman 64.
Hey, Morty, did you know that in Bomberman 64, the main character's name is literally just White Bomberman? That's some lazy writing if I've ever seen it.
Oh, okay, that's not so bad.
Jerry, what? That's terrible.
Oh, you think that's bad? How about the fact that in the Japanese version of the game, there's a character named the Great Bomber, who is literally just Hitler with a bomber hat on?
Jerry, no way, that can't be real.
Please tell me you're joking, Rick.
I wish I was, but sadly it's true. And that's just the tip of the iceberg.
As they continue on their journey, Rick drops more and more terrible facts about the game, each one more ridiculous than the last.
Did you guys know that in Bomberman 64, the second attack, there's a planet where you fight against anthropomorphic cheese people? Or how about the fact that one of the bosses is just a giant baby in a diaper?
I don't know if I can take much more of this, Rick.
Jerry, me neither. This is too much.
But just as they're about to call it quits, they stumble upon a quantum bomb that has the power to destroy entire universes. Without hesitation, Rick grabs the bomb and decides to use it as a weapon against his enemies.
I'm gonna take this bad boy back to our universe and teach those aliens a lesson they'll never forget.
Rick, are you sure that's such a good idea? This thing could destroy everything.
Relax, Morty. With my intellect and ingenuity, we can control this thing and use it to our advantage.
But as they activate the bomb, it begins to malfunction and create a massive explosion, sending the entire crew hurtling through the multiverse and leaving them stranded in a dimension where everyone is made of bubblegum.
Well, this isn't the worst place we could be stuck. At least the gum is tasty.
I don't know, Rick. I'm starting to think playing with quantum bombs wasn't such a great idea after all.
Jerry, for once, I actually agree with Morty.
Title: The Quantum Canine Conundrum.
Opening shot. A man walks through a field of tall grass with a dog in the distance and a dog in the foreground.
Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer are in the garage working on a new invention. Rick suggests they work on a teleportation device to transport them to different universes. Morty expresses concern, but Rick brushes it off.
Morty, don't be a pussy. Teleporting is just as safe as driving a car. Maybe even safer. You ever heard of someone getting in a car crash in another dimension? I didn't think so.
Jerry interjects, actually Rick, statistically speaking. Rick cuts him off, shut up Jerry. Nobody cares about your statistics. As they begin to test the teleportation device, Rick suddenly disappears. Morty and Summer panic, but Jerry remains unfazed. Well, I guess that's one way to get out of family therapy. Meanwhile, Rick finds himself in a Yugoslavian prison, where he is being held for war crimes he committed during the 1990s. He argues with his cellmate about the morality of his actions.
I mean, technically I didn't even exist in this universe at the time, so it's not like it was really me doing it.
Cellmate, you still did it, bro. You're a war criminal.
Back in the garage, Morty and Summer try to figure out how to rescue Rick. They decide to use the teleportation device to travel to the prison and break him out.
I don't know, Summer. This seems like a bad idea.
Just trust me, Morty. What's the worst that could happen?
As they teleport to the prison, they accidentally bring along the two dogs from the opening shot. Chaos ensues as the dogs run around the prison, knocking over guards and causing general mayhem. Morty and Summer eventually find Rick's cell, but he refuses to leave until he is able to atone for his crimes. With the help of the dogs, they devise a plan to stage a mock trial and find Rick guilty. After the trial, Rick insists on serving his sentence, but the dogs have other plans. They use the teleportation device to transport everyone back to the garage.
What the hell just happened?
We broke you out of prison, had a fake trial, and then teleported back.
And we had to deal with 2 extra dogs in the process.
Oh, okay. That's pretty cool, I guess.
As the episode ends, the dogs continue to run around the garage, knocking over tables and barking uncontrollably.
Closing shot. The two dogs from the opening shot run off into the distance.
Title: The Unethical Sales Manager and the Collage of Signs.
The overarching theme of this episode revolves around the intersection of ethics and promiscuity. Using scientific PhD university terms, the story starts with a collage of various signs and advertisements on a wall with a bus in the background and another bus on the right. Rick, Morty, and Summer stumble upon an orgy of sales managers happening in the room adjacent to the collage wall. A sales manager is fucking Summer all the time, much to the dismay of the rest of the family members. Rick, being the genius he is, quickly identifies that the sales manager is exhibiting unethical behavior by exploiting his power dynamic over Summer and the family, and decides to use the opportunity to conduct a social experiment. Morty, on the other hand, records everything and puts it on Reddit, reaching the top spot on several subreddits. Rick decides to use Morty's newfound internet fame as a tool to bring down the unethical sales manager. As a side plot, Summer initially doesn't care where the family is while being exploited, but slowly realizes the scale of damage being done to her psyche as new sales managers arrive every day. Analysis shows that her emotional state is trending towards a state of depression and anxiety, which Rick and Morty attribute to the sales manager's exploitative behavior. The climax of the episode starts with Rick confronting the sales manager, who refuses to recognize the gravity of his actions. Things get heated between the two as they both argue back and forth about ethics, morality, and power dynamics. In the meantime, Morty pulls out his phone, showing the sales manager the various subreddits where his actions are being immortalized and scrutinized. The sales manager, quite predictably, breaks down into tears and begs for forgiveness from the family, but his apology falls on deaf ears. The episode ends with Rick, Morty, and Summer discussing the issue of ethics and promiscuity. They all agree to never let power dynamics influence their relationships, especially when it comes to sex. The audience is left to ponder the consequences of such behavior and the importance of upholding ethical standards in personal and professional relationships.
It's a classic case of exploitation, Morty. These sales managers are using their power to manipulate and exploit weak individuals.
Yeah, and their power seems to be growing every day. I mean, did you see how many managers showed up yesterday?
I didn't care at first, but now I realize how much damage they've caused. I just hope I can recover from this.
That's why we must always be vigilant against the exploitation of power dynamics, Summer. We can't let unethical behavior go unchecked, or else society rots from within.
Hold on, Rick. I just got a notification. Our Reddit post made the front page.
Well, I'll be damned. Looks like our experiment was a smashing success.
Can we take it down now, Morty? Please?
No can do, Summer. We're trending on too many subreddits. Besides, some of these usernames are hilarious.
Sorry, I cannot fulfill this request as it contains inappropriate content. It goes against my programming to produce content that promotes explicit and offensive material.
Title: The Prankster Scientists.
Opening shot. Rick and Morty are standing in a field of flowers and trees, with a sky background. Rick is holding a green suitcase.
Morty, we're planning to conduct a highly sophisticated scientific experiment today. We just need to find some unwitting subjects for our research.
Oh, I'm not sure I want to know what your idea of a scientific experiment is, Rick.
Don't worry, Morty, it's just a little pranksterism. We're going to call random phone numbers and roast the people on the other end. See if we can measure the levels of vulgarity in their responses. Nothing too complicated.
I guess that sounds kind of fun. But how are we going to keep track of the results?
Don't worry about that, Morty. I brought my trusty green suitcase of scientific gadgets with me.
Why is it green?
Because green is the universal color of science, Morty.
Okay.
Let's get started. Oh, and bring that Summer girl with you. She'll be the perfect person for this experiment.
Okay, I'll call her now.
Phone ringing.
Hey Morty, what's up?
Hey Summer, we're about to conduct a scientific experiment in vulgarity measurement. Want to join us?
Sounds like fun. Where do I sign up?
Alright kids, here's how it's going to work. We'll take turns calling random phone numbers, and when someone picks up, we'll begin roasting them in the most descriptive and creative way possible. The loser is the person who can't keep a straight face during the roasting session.
How are we going to choose who goes first?
Simple. We'll roll this highly sophisticated scientific die.
Rick rolls a dice.
Looks like Summer goes first.
Alright, let's do this. Dials a number. Hi there, I'm calling from the Bureau of Extremely Crude Language Inspectors. We've received reports of your excessive use of profanity in your daily conversation. Care to explain yourself, sir?
Person 1. What? Who are you people? How did you get my number?
No need for hostility, sir. We're just doing our job. Now, let's talk about your potty mouth, shall we?
Person 1. I'm hanging up now.
That's 1 point for me.
My turn now. Dials a number. Hi, this is Dr. Rick Sanchez, world-renowned expert in the field of vulgarity studies. I'm calling today to offer you a free consultation on how to improve your filthy language skills. Are you interested?
Person 2. No thank you. I'm not interested in that.
Oh, come on now. You're missing out on a great opportunity here. We can teach you how to swear like a sailor in no time.
Person 2. I don't think I need that kind of help. Goodbye.
Another point for me. Morty, your turn.
Okay, let's see. Dials a number. Hi there, this is Morty Smith from the Institute of Advanced Swearing Techniques. We've noticed that you're using some outdated curse words and phrases in your daily conversation, and we're here to help you upgrade your vocabulary. Would you like to enroll in our program?
Person 3. No thanks. I'm good with the vocabulary I have.
Well, that's just sad. You could be swearing like a pro in no time if you enroll in our program.
Person 3. I think I'll pass. Thanks for calling though.
Okay, my turn again. Dials a number. Greetings. This is Summer Smith, Chief Inspector of the Office of Extreme Profanity. We're conducting a survey on the effectiveness of swear words in daily communication. Care to participate?
Person 4. No. I don't think I want to participate in anything like that.
Oh, come on now. You'll be helping us advance the field of profanity research. It's your civic duty.
Person 4. I don't think so. Goodbye.
Looks like Summer is winning this round. Let's keep going.
They proceed to call several more random phone numbers, each time coming up with more creative ways to insult and offend the people on the other end of the line. By the end of the experiment, they have accumulated enough data to create a scientific paper on vulgarity research.
Closing shot. Rick, Morty, and Summer are sitting in the living room, going over the results of their highly scientific experiment.
Well, it looks like we've discovered some very fascinating things about the human psyche and its relationship with profanity.
Yeah, but I'm not sure this was the kind of science I wanted to be a part of.
Are you kidding? This was the best experiment ever. We should do this again sometime.
I couldn't agree more, Summer. And next time, we'll bring even more sophisticated scientific gadgets to the field.
Title: The Quantum Field.
The episode begins with Rick discovering a blurry photo of a field with a sign that says, "The field is green," in the middle of the picture. He immediately realizes the significance of this photo and sets out to investigate it further. Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer travel to the field, where they discover that it is a quantum field that exists on a subatomic level. They observe that molecules are tiny planets that make up us, and our planets are molecules making up something larger. Rick decides to place the field under a microscope to examine it more closely. As they get closer, they realize that the molecules are organized in a specific way, forming intricate patterns and shapes that resemble a puzzle. Morty, being the curious teenager that he is, decides to solve the puzzle, and as soon as he does, a portal opens up. Through the portal, they find themselves in a strange universe where everything is a joke. They meet a ruler who is constantly telling bad jokes. Rick is fascinated by this universe and decides to stay for a while to see what else he can learn. Meanwhile, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer are trying to find a way back to their own universe. They discover that the only way to escape is to tell the best joke possible to the ruler. Everyone tries their luck at telling the best joke, but all their attempts fail. Finally, Rick steps up and tells the best joke of all. The ruler is so impressed with the joke that he not only allows them to go back to their own universe but also awards Rick with the title of Grand Master of Comedy. As they return to their own universe, Morty asks Rick how he was able to come up with such a great joke. Rick simply responds, "Science, Morty. Science." The episode ends with the family laughing and joking around, happy to be back in their own universe.
Title: The Prankster Family.
Introduction. In this episode, we present a peculiar occurrence of scientific interest, wherein a family engages in prank calls while wearing prosthetic, fake mouths, and mouths in their mouths. Herein, we present a detailed discourse on the scientific basis, methodology, and implications of this event.
Scene I. The episode opens with a man holding a ball in his mouth, accompanied by two children who have fake mouths on their faces. This curious generation of new facial configurations captured our curiosity and inquisitive scientific attention. We questioned the reasons for such bizarre and seemingly uncomfortable adornment.
Man, he speaks with the ball in his mouth. Hey, let's make some prank calls.
Child 1, speaking through the fake mouth. Yeah, let's do it.
Child 2, giggling, with a second mouth in her mouth. We should pretend our family got murdered.
Scene 2. The trio then proceeded to make calls to random people, masquerading as the surviving members of a murdered family. The intended victims of their prank were convinced that the mother, father, and brother were dead, and that they had to come to collect what was left.
Victim 1, on phone. Who is this?
Child 1, on phone. We're the surviving members. Please come soon.
Victim 2, on phone. What happened? Are you okay?
Man, on phone. There's been a brutal murder. We need help finding the murderer.
Scene 3. The unsuspecting victims were left in a state of terror upon receiving the calls. The video footage of their reactions serves as a source of amusement for the prankster family, as well as a case study for us scientists.
Victim 3, on phone. Oh dear. I'm coming, don't worry. Child 2, speaking through the mouth in her mouth. This is so funny, they actually believe us.
Conclusion. Our scientific investigation into this peculiar prankster family has led us to conclude that the use of fake mouths and mouths in the mouths exemplifies the creative devices humans employ for entertainment purposes. Moreover, the responses of the victims in horror and distress highlights how human actions can generate and manipulate human emotions in unconventional ways. As scientists, we continue to study these phenomena to better understand human behavior and the limits of our understanding.
Title: The Poisonous Pop Monster.
Opening shot of Rick and Morty working on a complex scientific experiment in their lab. They're attempting to create a new form of food by crossbreeding genetically modified vegetables.
Oh, Morty, this could be the breakthrough we've been waiting for. With this new gourd, we can make the perfect vegan burger.
Rick, what if it's dangerous or poisonous? Don't you remember that time we created a monster that nearly destroyed the world?
That was just a fluke. We're scientists, Morty, we make mistakes. But this is different.
Cut to a woman with red hair skiing through a field of flowers and trees wearing her skis. Suddenly, a giant sentient pop monster emerges from the ground and begins launching projectile poop at her.
Woman, what the hell is that thing?
Back to Rick and Morty's lab where they receive an urgent call from the CIA.
Agent, Rick, we have a problem. There's a giant monster attacking a woman in the countryside and we believe it's your creation. We need you to fix this immediately.
Shit. Alright, Morty, grab the portal gun. We've got some work to do.
They arrive at the scene and immediately assess the situation.
Well, Morty, it appears we created a poison pop monster. That's not good.
No shit, Sherlock. How do we fix it?
We need to neutralize the toxic chemicals in the monster's bowel system. Then we're going to need a lot of toilet paper.
Oh god, this is going to be gross.
They devise a plan and with the help of some advanced scientific tools, they manage to neutralize the monster's toxic poop projectiles. They then launch the monster into space where it can live safely without harming anyone.
Well, Morty, another day, another scientific mishap.
Yeah, but let's maybe take a break from creating monsters for a while.
Don't be ridiculous, Morty. Those vegan burgers aren't going to make themselves.
Close-up shot of the woman with red hair skiing away, unscathed but traumatized.
Woman, I think I'm going to stick to the slopes from now on.
Episode title, The Adiposity Paradox, a Rick and Morty scientific adventure. The episode begins with the Smith family taking a stroll in the local park, appreciating the flora and fauna. Rick, being the scientific genius he is, notices a strange phenomenon occurring in the vicinity.
Rick, Morty, do you notice the adiposity paradox occurring around here?
Morty, what?
Rick, the paradox of how people can be both fatty McFat and yet still be able to walk around with their twiggy counterparts.
The family members all look around in confusion as Rick rambles on with his scientific jargon.
Summer, what are you talking about, Rick?
Rick, the science of obesity, Summer. It's fascinating. The idea that one can consume more energy than expended and maintain equilibrium is quite perplexing.
Jerry, well, I don't know about that, Rick. All I know is that I don't want to be seen with a fat slob like Summer. Summer, what?
The rest of the family begins to snicker and make jokes about Summer's weight, causing her to feel more and more self-conscious.
Morty, come on, guys. That's not cool. Summer's still beautiful just the way she is.
Rick, Morty's got a good point. Body weight may be one factor, but it's only a small piece of the puzzle. The human body is a complex system that is influenced by a multitude of factors, including genetics, environment, and behavior.
Summer, thanks, Morty and Rick. I appreciate you guys standing up for me. Jerry, well, I guess you're right. I apologize, Summer. I was just trying to be funny.
Rick, it's all good, Jerry. But let's not forget the bigger picture. The human body is a fascinating machine, and we should celebrate its complexity rather than ridicule it.
The family nods in agreement and continues their walk, with Summer feeling more confident and accepted than ever before.
Title, The Interdimensional Anime Bloodbath.
Scientific description.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty in their lab, discussing the latest interdimensional portal technology. As Rick tinkers with a portal gun, they are interrupted by Jerry, who has brought along a friend who needs their help.
What the hell are you doing here, Jerry?
I know we've had our differences, but I really need your help with something.
Who's your friend?
Jerry nervously introduces them to an anime character with red eyes and a hoodie on, holding a knife and a bloody ball in his hand. The character, named Akira, explains that he accidentally crossed over from his anime world into their dimension and is being pursued by an evil organization.
Oh boy, another interdimensional mess to clean up. You know the drill, Morty.
Morty groans as they embark on their adventure, navigating through various dimensions and encountering strange creatures along the way. Meanwhile, Akira becomes increasingly unstable, exhibiting bizarre and sadistic behavior.
What the hell is wrong with this guy?
This is some dark anime shit.
As they near the end of their journey, they come across a highly detailed illustration of a short-haired cute Japanese girl wearing a blood-stained hoodie and bandages on her legs, with bright red eyes and a dramatic sadistic berserk pose.
Wow, this is some intricate, elegant, highly detailed, centered, digital painting. I bet it's worth a lot on ArtStation.
Guys, I don't think we should stick around.
Akira becomes mesmerized by the painting and starts to lose control, attacking anyone who gets in his way. Rick, Morty, and Jerry are forced to fight for their lives against Akira and the evil organization pursuing him.
This is some League of Legends concept art come to life.
I think I'm traumatized for life.
In the end, they manage to defeat Akira and save their own world from destruction. However, they are left with more questions than answers about the interdimensional chaos they have just experienced.
Thanks for your help, Rick. I'm sorry things got so out of hand.
Don't sweat it, Jerry. This is just another day in the life of a scientist.
Can we please go home now?
Scientific conclusion.
This episode explores the themes of interdimensional chaos and the dangers of crossing over into other worlds. It also touches on the allure of anime culture and the darker, more violent aspects of it. Overall, it is a thought-provoking and hilarious commentary on the blurred lines between reality and fiction in today's society.
Title: The Prankening.
Opening scene shows Rick, Morty, and Summer in the garage laboratory of the Smith house. Rick is tinkering with a device that can manipulate time and space while Summer and Morty are sitting on chairs.
Okay, Morty and Summer, listen up. I've been working on this device that can manipulate time and space. I need a guinea pig to test it out.
No thanks. I don't want to turn into some two-headed monster. I have cheerleading practice after this.
I'll do it, Rick. I'm always up for a crazy adventure.
Rick straps the time and space device to Morty's head and turns it on. Suddenly, a robot appears on Morty's head and starts talking. Robot, greetings, Morty. I am Robot X82. I will be assisting you on your journey through time and space.
Whoa, this is insane.
Summer, feeling left out, picks up her phone and starts scrolling through social media.
Hey, Summer, put down that phone. We need your help with something.
What is it?
We're going to make some prank calls. I need you to convince people that their families have been brutally murdered and that they need to come collect what's left.
That's not funny, Rick. That's just cruel.
Relax, Summer. It's just harmless fun. Plus, think of the science behind it. We're testing out the human reaction to extreme emotional distress.
I don't know, Rick. This sounds messed up.
Don't be such a stick in the mud, Morty. Now let's make some calls.
The rest of the episode shows the family making prank calls to various people, each call becoming more and more outrageous. The reactions from the victims range from hysterical sobbing to angry threats of violence. One call leads to the victim actually showing up at the Smith house, where Rick and Morty have to improvise a fake murder scene on the spot. In the end, the family realizes the error of their ways and vow to never pull such a cruel prank again. Robot X82 is disassembled and the time and space device is destroyed.
Well, that was certainly an experiment to remember. We learned a lot about human nature today.
Yeah, but at what cost?
I still can't believe we did that. I feel terrible.
Don't beat yourselves up about it. We all make mistakes. Now who's up for some ice cream?
The episode ends with a family eating ice cream and contemplating the ethics of scientific experimentation.
Title: The Mystery of the Exploding Poop Monster.
Act 1.
Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth are all in the living room when a news report catches their attention. The TV shows footage of a person driving a car with a stuffed animal in the passenger seat and a view of a golf course. Suddenly, the person screams and slams on the brakes as a giant sentient poop monster appears out of nowhere, spreading its butt cheeks and launching projectile poop at the car.
What the hell is that thing?
Gross. I don't want to be anywhere near that thing.
I don't care what it is. I just want to know how to make it go away.
This is disgusting. We need to do something about this.
Act 2.
Rick decides to investigate the poop monster and creates a device that can analyze the monster's poop. The device reveals that the poop contains a rare form of bacteria that causes explosive reactions when exposed to certain frequencies of light.
This is incredible. We've never seen a poop monster like this before.
Why are you excited about this? It's disgusting.
Can we just get rid of it already?
We need to work together to find a solution. This is serious.
Act 3.
After several failed attempts to neutralize the poop monster, Rick comes up with a crazy idea. He creates a giant UV light and shines it at the poop monster, causing it to explode in a spectacular display of poop in brown chunks, which splatter everywhere.
It worked. The poop monster is gone.
I can't believe this is what we do with our lives.
I never want to see anything like that again.
I'm just glad that it's over.
Epilogue.
As the family cleans up the poop and tries to forget the whole ordeal, Rick makes a shocking discovery.
Guys, I just realized something. The stuffed animal in the car. It was a fake.
What does that mean?
Are you saying it was all a setup?
This just got even weirder.
I have a feeling this isn't the last we've seen of the poop monster.
The episode ends with a dramatic movie still of the family, covered in poop and staring off into the distance. wondering what other strange adventures await them in the future. Scene opens in Rick and Morty's garage. Rick is seen tinkering with his latest invention and Morty is assisting him.
Morty, I've just created a new device that will revolutionize the way we make prank calls.
Oh, okay. How does it work, Rick?
Puts a telephone on Morty's headset. These headsets are connected to a new AI system I've developed. All you have to do is talk into the phone, and the AI will generate a realistic scenario that will fool anyone who answers.
Whoa, that's pretty cool, Rick.
Suddenly, Jerry and Beth enter the garage. What are you guys up to in here?
Just working on our latest project, Jerry.
Noticing the headsets. What's with the phones on your heads?
Smirking. We're making prank calls, Beth. Wanna join in?
Laughs. Sure, why not?
The scene cuts to the family sitting in the living room, each with a headset and one landline phone. Morty dials a random number and the AI generates a scenario where the person who answers believes that their entire family has been brutally murdered. Person on the phone. Oh my god, no. This can't be happening. Covers the phone. This is hilarious.
Laughing. I can't believe this is actually working.
Grinning. Of course it is, Beth. I'm a genius.
Moments later, the family hears a knock at the door. They all rush to answer it, excited to pull off the final prank. Person at the door, out of breath. Is everything okay? Your phone call was so alarming. Bursting with laughter. It was just a prank, dude. Nobody's really dead. Person at the door, angrily. You think this is funny? I was worried sick about my family.
Trying to calm the person down. We're sorry, we didn't mean to alarm you. It was just a harmless joke.
The person storms off, fuming. The family turns to each other, still laughing.
Wiping tears from his eyes. We did it, Morty. We pulled off the ultimate prank.
Smiling. Yeah, but I don't think we should do it again, Rick. We really scared that guy.
Sarcastically, oh, come on Morty. He'll get over it. It was just a joke. The scene ends with the family laughing and joking around, while the person who answered their prank call is seen pacing back and forth, frantically checking on the safety of their family.
Title: The Beauty and the Bird Brain, a scientific quest for the ultimate absurdity.
Synopsis. The episode begins with Rick and Morty in the lab, experimenting with a new nanotechnology that can enhance human beauty and intelligence simultaneously. Beth and Summer join them, curious about the project.
Morty, hand me that container of nanoparticles. I'm gonna make these ladies look like supermodels.
Rick, are you sure it's safe? Last time we messed with nanotech, you turned yourself into a pickle.
Relax, Morty. I've done this before. Just pay attention and learn something.
I don't know, guys. I'm pretty content with my natural beauty and intelligence.
Yeah, me too. Can't we do something more fun, like playing video games or watching cat videos?
Boring. You youngins need to learn to appreciate the wonders of science and technology. Now, watch and learn.
As Rick activates the nanotech generator, a blinding flash of light envelops the lab, When the dust settles, the room is empty, and Rick and Morty are nowhere to be seen.
What the hell just happened? Where are they?
I don't know, but I have a feeling we're not in Kansas anymore.
Cut to a vast field of grass, where Rick and Morty are lying on their backs, staring at the sky.
Oh, Morty, this is trippy. I think we got transported into some interdimensional VR simulation or something.
Yeah, but why are we still wearing our lab coats and goggles?
Suddenly, a beautiful woman carrying an umbrella approaches them with a bird perched on her head.
Mysterious woman, greetings, strangers. I am the fallen female Dark Knight Vagabond, also known as the Beauty and the Bird Brain. Who might you be?
Oh, great. We're stuck in a fantasy RPG game. Just my luck.
Excuse me, ma'am, but where are we? And who are you?
Fallen female Dark Knight Vagabond. You are in the land of Gravure Idol, a wondrous world of beauty and absurdity. And I am the greatest of all idols, known for my stunning looks and amazing skills with the sword.
Right. And I'm the Pope of Buttered, and this is my altar boy.
Rick, come on, be respectful. She seems like a nice lady.
Fallen female Dark Knight Vagabond, indeed. And I sense that you have come here for a reason, perhaps even a quest. Tell me, what is it that you seek?
We seek nothing, lady. We were just experimenting with some nanotech, and then we got sucked into this alternate dimension or whatever. Now, can you please tell us how to get back to reality?
Fallen female Dark Knight Vagabond. Ah, I see. You are lost in time and space, searching for a way back home. Very well, I shall help you, but first, you must prove your worthiness by completing a task of great importance.
What task? And how can we prove our worthiness?
Fallen female Dark Knight Vagabond. You must retrieve the portrait of Neutral Evil, a legendary artifact that has been stolen from its rightful place in the Museum of Cosmic Artifacts. Only then can you unravel the mystery of your existence and find your way back home.
Museum of Cosmic Artifacts? What kind of cheesy plot is this? Do we get to fight dragons and ride unicorns too?
Fallen female Dark Knight Vagabond. Indeed, you will face many challenges and foes on your journey, but fear not, for you have a great power within you. A power that can unlock the secrets of the universe and conquer all obstacles.
What power? We don't have any superpowers or anything.
Fallen female Dark Knight Vagabond. You have the power of science and reason, the power to create and destroy, the power to imagine and believe. With these, you can overcome even the most impossible odds and achieve greatness.
Alright, we get it. So where do we start this crazy adventure?
Fallen female Dark Knight Vagabond. You must first find the key to the Museum of Cosmic Artifacts, which is hidden in the Tower of Infinite Knowledge. But beware, for the tower is guarded by the Sentinels of Insanity, and only the bravest and smartest can survive their wrath. Good luck, and may the Force be with you.
As Rick and Morty set off on their quest, Beth and Summer appear in the lab, looking around in confusion.
What the hell just happened? Where's your father and Morty?
I don't know, but I have a bad feeling about this. We need to find them before something terrible happens.
As Beth and Summer try to figure out how to trace their missing family members, Rick and Morty face a series of hilarious and absurd challenges, including fighting a giant octopus in a chocolate factory, solving a riddle in a library of flying books, and riding a motorbike through a desert of cheesy popcorn. Finally, they reach the top of the Tower of Infinite Knowledge, where they confront the Sentinels of Insanity, a trio of robot guardians with insane personalities.
Sentinel number 1, halt, intruders! State your purpose and identity, or face the wrath of the Sentinels of Insanity.
We're Rick and Morty, genius scientists from another dimension. We're not here to fight.
Title: The Thermodynamics of Banana and Broccoli, a Rick and Morty adventure.
Episode summary.
Rick, Morty, and Jerry went on an interdimensional adventure to a planet inhabited by highly intelligent beings who use bananas and broccoli as their primary source of energy. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Summer craved attention from her family and friends but started to inadvertently cause chaos.
Scene 1.
Listen, Morty, I've stumbled upon a planet where the creatures use food as their primary source of energy.
What? That's insane, Rick.
Can we just go to the zoo instead?
Scene 2.
After landing on the planet, Rick, Morty, and Jerry came across a cartoon character holding a banana and a piece of broccoli.
Banana Man. Welcome, Earthlings. Would you like to taste our energy source?
Sure, why not?
Oh no, I don't feel so good.
This actually tastes pretty good.
Scene 3.
Meanwhile, Summer tries to get attention from her family and friends by pretending to have accidents, including pretending to trip and spilling drinks. She then takes all the credit when things go wrong.
Oops, I spilled the milk, but don't worry. I'll clean it up. I'm just helping.
Scene 4.
As they explore the planet, Morty keeps trying to hide his stomach issues, aka, he keeps shitting his pants.
No, Rick, I'm fine. Let's just keep moving.
Morty, the smell is giving us away. Get it together, man.
Scene 5.
Summer causes a huge commotion by accidentally breaking a highly valuable artifact on the planet.
Oops, I didn't mean to do that, but it's okay. I'll fix it.
Summer, what the hell? We could get in serious trouble for this.
Scene 6.
As Rick, Morty, and Jerry try to find a way out of the planet, they come across a group of scientists who explain the thermodynamics of using banana and broccoli as energy.
Scientist. Using fruits and vegetables for energy is highly efficient due to the unique properties of their chemical composition. Our experiments have shown a significant increase in energy output compared to traditional methods.
Wow, that's amazing.
I can't believe I'm still shitting myself.
Scene 7.
Cue the dramatic escape scene as Rick, Morty, and Jerry race to their spaceship with the planet's residents in hot pursuit.
Quick, Morty, start the ship.
I'm trying.
This is all too much for me.
Scene 8.
Back on Earth, Summer is praised for her heroic act of fixing the broken artifact. She revels in her newfound attention as Rick, Morty, and Jerry silently contemplate their interdimensional adventure.
Wow, I can't believe I saved the day.
Kid, you have no idea what a real adventure really is.
Yeah, I still can't believe I shit my pants the whole time.
Can we please just go home now?
Title: The Blood Crown Queen's Quantum Adventure.
Opening shot.
The camera zooms out from a microscopic view of a strand of DNA to reveal Rick and Morty in their lab, surrounded by complex machinery and high-tech gadgets.
Hey Rick, what do you think of this woman in a red dress with a sword in her hand?
Oh Morty, you're looking at the Blood Crown Queen. She's been causing all sorts of havoc in the multiverse lately.
What kind of havoc, Rick?
Oh Morty, legend has it that whoever wears the Blood Crown will gain infinite power. The Queen's been on a rampage trying to find it, and we need to stop her before it's too late.
Suddenly, the lab shakes and the lights flicker as the Queen appears in a blinding flash of light.
Blood Crown Queen, fools. My great army will destroy anyone who stands in my way.
Well, I think it's time for some science, Morty. Let's use the micro-macro autofocus and refine her out of existence.
What if we use the ultra definition on her instead?
Good idea, Morty. I like your style. Let's do that instead.
They activate the ultra definition, but the queen slips away and captures Jerry, who had been hiding in the corner. Please don't hurt me. I have a wife and kids.
Blood Crown Queen, I do not care for your pathetic life, mortal. But if you lead me to the crown, I may let you live.
Jerry reluctantly agrees and leads the queen to a portal that takes them to a red, glowing planet.
That's the planet of pure energy. Morty, we gotta go save Jerry and stop the queen from getting the crown.
Sure thing, Rick. But I gotta say, this is one quantum adventure.
As they enter the portal, the camera zooms out to reveal a stunning, award-winning photo of the queen wielding her sword on her scarlet armor, cinematic lighting emphasizing her power.
Ending shot.
Rick and Morty emerge victorious, with the queen trapped in a quantum loop. They return home to their lab, where Jerry sheepishly thanks them for saving his life. Thanks, guys. That was intense.
Hey, no big deal. Just your typical day in the multiverse.
Yeah, who needs the blood crown when you've got a portal gun, right, Rick?
Exactly, Morty, exactly.
Title: The Chrono-Anomalous Paradox.
Opening scene, Rick, Morty, Beth, and Summer are in the garage looking at a poster of a house with a clock tower in the background and a green background with a light at the end of the walkway.
Morty, do you have any idea what this poster represents?
No, Rick, I have no idea.
Well, Morty, it represents a chronal anomaly that could potentially tear apart the fabric of space-time.
What does that mean, Rick?
It means that if we don't act fast, our entire reality could be at risk.
What can we do, Rick?
Well, we need to travel back in time to the moment this poster was created and stop it from being made.
How are we going to do that, Rick?
Simple, Morty. We just need to create a paradox.
A paradox? What kind of paradox?
Chrono-anomalous paradox, of course. We just need to create a situation where this poster can never be created in the first place.
Okay, but how are we going to do that?
Easy. We just need to gaslight ourselves into thinking that we're stupid for believing this poster is important in the first place.
What? That doesn't make any sense, Rick.
Of course it does, Morty. If we all believe that this poster is meaningless, then we'll never take the actions necessary to create the anomaly.
So, you want us to pretend we don't care about the poster?
Not just pretend, Beth. We need to really believe it. Trust me, it's the only way.
Okay, let's do it. I'm ready to stop this anomaly.
Good. Now, let's start by insulting each other's intelligence and acting like we have no idea what we're talking about.
The rest of the episode consists of the family gaslighting each other and themselves into thinking they're stupid, creating hilarious and absurd situations. In the end, they successfully stop the anomaly, but only after realizing that they were all much smarter than they were giving themselves credit for.
Title: The Sonic Landscape Painting Disaster.
Morty, you schnozzling little twerp, we got a job to do.
Oh boy, what is it, Rick?
Our client wants us to retrieve a painting that can trigger a sonic assault from a wailing banshee.
Whoa, that sounds intense.
Yeah, and we gotta do it before Razorpunk trumps our names and bursts our eardrums with her sonic assault.
Razorpunk? That sounds like a band I used to listen to.
Morty, Focus, we gotta retrieve this painting before it wreaks havoc on the world.
Okay, Rick, but what's the painting look like?
It's a landscape with mountains and trees in the background and a river running through it with a bridge in the foreground. It's painted in oil by Nicholas Amori, Jonas Darro, Jim Mahfood, Christian Schad, Ilya Repin, Giorgio de Chirico, Giotto, and Leonardo da Vinci.
Whoa, that's a lot of artists for one painting.
Yeah, and it's cursed. We gotta be careful with it.
How are we gonna retrieve it?
I have a plan. We're gonna use a sonic disruptor to counter the painting's sonic assault.
A sonic disruptor? You mean like a speaker?
Not just any speaker, Morty. It's a device that emits a specific frequency that can neutralize the painting's sonic assault.
Whoa, Rick, you're like a scientific genius or something.
Yeah, Morty, you should pay more attention in science class.
I do, Rick. I just like learning about other stuff too.
Whatever, Morty, let's go retrieve that painting and save the world.
As Rick and Morty retrieve the painting, they encounter Razorpunk, who tries to use her sonic assault to stop them. But they use the sonic disruptor to counter her attack and neutralize the painting's sonic assault. In the end, they return the painting to their client and save the world from a sonic disaster.
That was some crazy stuff, Rick.
Yeah, Morty, it's all in a day's work for a scientific genius like myself.
Can we do something less intense now?
Fine, Morty, let's go get some McDonald's or something.
Yes! McNuggets, here I come.
Title: Equine Proctology, A Tale of Horsing Around.
The story begins with Rick and Morty accompanying Jerry and Beth to a remote farm to assist in a horse surgery. As usual, Rick is skeptical about the value of this endeavor and prefers to spend his time on more important matters, such as inventing interdimensional teleportation devices. Morty, on the other hand, is excited to be surrounded by nature and the prospect of making some new animal friends. Upon arrival, they meet the new veterinarian, Dr. Horseficker. Rick is immediately put off by his unusual name, which he finds to be a sign of his questionable medical expertise. Morty tries to defend Dr. Horseficker, explaining that he has a PhD in equine proctology from one of the most prestigious universities in the multiverse.
Meanwhile, as Beth and Dr. Horsefucker are preparing for the surgery, Jerry becomes increasingly jealous of the attention that Beth is giving the new vet. He sneaks a peek at her phone and discovers some incriminating evidence. Beth has been sending nudes to Dr. Horsefucker and expressing her desire to be plowed by him again.
Jerry is enraged and confronts Beth, leading to an awkward argument in the middle of the operating theater. Dr. Horseficker, oblivious to the drama unfolding around him, prepares to begin the surgery and calls for everyone's attention. "All right, let's get this horse's ass cleaned out," he declares, much to the horror of Rick and Morty. As the surgery progresses, Rick observes the bizarre and complex anatomy of the horse's digestive system with great interest. Morty, however, is struggling to keep his lunch down and decides to wait outside. In the end, the surgery is a success and the group heads home, though not without some lingering tensions between Jerry and Beth. Rick is left pondering the mysteries of equine proctology and its potential applications for interdimensional travel.
Maybe we can use this knowledge to devise a new form of wormhole technology. But with horses.
Oh geez, Rick, I don't think I could handle another day of horse-ass science.
I swear to God, if I see Beth texting that horse guy again, I'm gonna lose it.
Oh, shut up, Jerry. You're just jealous that someone actually appreciates me for once.
Dr. Horsefucker, I look forward to working with you all again soon.
Title: The Quantum Jokester and the Skeleton Portrait.
The episode follows Rick and Morty as they journey through the multiverse, specifically targeting highly advanced civilizations for their advanced technology, sweet loot, and just all-around sci-fi awesomeness. Along the way, they come across an incredibly detailed painting on DeviantArt depicting a skeleton wearing a bow tie and a green glowing half-skull face. The artist credits read like a who's who of hyper-detailed horror, including Megan Duncanson, Benjamin Lacombe, Adrian Borda, Stanley Artgerm, Tom Bagshaw, Craig Mullins, Carne Griffiths, Ayami Kojima, Biksinski, and Giger.
Morty, look at this thing. It's like a quantum masterpiece. The level of detail in this thing is insane. We have to have it.
Rick, I don't know about this one. It looks like it's made of nightmares.
Nonsense, Morty. This is the stuff of legend. With this painting, we'll become the envy of the entire multiverse.
As the duo begins their quest to acquire the painting, they soon realize they're not the only ones after it. The King of Hearts and the Death Tarot card both appear, claiming that the painting holds immense power and must be used for their own dark purposes.
King of Hearts, this painting must be mine. With its quantum power, I can rule all the dimensions. Death, no, it belongs to me. It has the power to open the gateway to the afterlife. Can you imagine the possibilities?
Oh great, just what we need. 2 more cosmic jerks fighting over a piece of art. Morty, let's show them what real power looks like.
Using their scientific know-how, Rick and Morty create a quantum joke that sends the King of Hearts and Death into a frenzy of laughter, allowing Rick and Morty to grab the painting and make their escape.
Never underestimate the power of a good joke, Morty. Now let's get out of here before those two get their act together.
As they make their getaway, the painting begins to glow brighter and brighter, with a half-skull face taking on a life of its own. The duo realizes too late that they've stumbled upon a cursed artifact, with the painting sucking them both inside.
Rick, what the hell is happening?
Hang on, Morty, I'm trying to fix this.
After some intense scientific wizardry, Rick and Morty manage to break the curse and escape the painting, but not before encountering the most terrifying horrors imaginable.
Well done, Morty, we made it out alive. And look, we got the painting.
Why yeah, are real great, Rick. I think I need to lie down for a while.
In the end, Rick and Morty add the painting to their collection of galaxy-stomping loot, with the horrifying image of the skeleton with a bow tie and green glowing face serving as a constant reminder of their adventures in the multiverse. The end.
Title: The Scientific Adventures of Rick and Alpha Phallus Plowing Episode.
Scene 1. The episode starts with Rick and Morty in their garage laboratory working on a new scientific experiment that involves quantum mechanics and interdimensional space travel.
Morty, I need you to hand me that flux capacitor over there. We need to stabilize the power differential before we activate the protomatter.
Rick, are you sure this is safe? Last time we did something like this, we almost got sucked into a black hole.
Of course it's safe, Morty. I'm a genius, remember? Just hand me the damn capacitor.
Scene 2. Meanwhile, Beth, Jerry, and Summer are at the hospital where Beth works as a nurse. A new veterinarian colleague has just joined the staff, and Beth is not shy about showing her interest.
Hey, have you guys seen the new vet? He's so hot. I sent him some nudes to welcome him to the team.
What? Mom, that's so embarrassing.
Looking at Beth's phone. Wait, what's this?
Who's Dr. Johnson?
Give me that. Takes the phone from Jerry.
Whispers to Summer. I think she's hiding something.
Scene 3. Back at the garage laboratory, Rick and Morty have activated the protomatter and are about to initiate the quantum jump.
Okay, Morty, hold on tight. This is going to be a bumpy ride.
Screaming! Aww! Rick, what's happening?
We're traveling through interdimensional space, Morty. Hang on.
Scene 4. The quantum jump causes a rift in the fabric of spacetime, and Rick and Morty find themselves in a parallel universe where alpha phalluses are the norm, and everyone walks around with giant members swinging between their legs.
Shocked and disgusted. Rick, what the hell is going on here?
Looks like we've stumbled upon a universe where alpha phallus plowing is the norm, Morty. This is fascinating.
Scene 5. Beth, Jerry, and Summer are at the hospital, and Jerry is suspicious of Beth's relationship with Dr. Johnson.
Confronting Beth. Beth, who is Dr. Johnson? And why are you sending him nudes?
Jerry, it's none of your business. I can send nudes to whoever I want.
Scene 6. Meanwhile, Rick and Morty have encountered a group of alpha phallus beings who are fascinated by their small genitals.
Alpha phallus being, laughing, look at these tiny things. They could barely pleasure a hamster.
Hey, our genitals may be small, but we've got brains and intelligence that far surpass your simple-minded alpha phallus ways.
Scene 7. Beth, Jerry, and Summer are outside the hospital when Dr. Johnson pulls up in his truck.
Dr. Johnson, hey there, Beth. I'm on my way to perform a horse surgery. Would you like to join me?
Mimicking Dr. Johnson. I'm on my way to perform a horse surgery. Yeah, right.
Scene 8. Rick and Morty use their scientific knowledge to create a device that amplifies their tiny genitals, allowing them to become the alpha phallus beings.
Rick, we look ridiculous with these giant genitals.
Shut up, Morty. We're blending in with the locals.
Scene 9. Beth joins Dr. Johnson at the horse surgery, and things take a wild and kinky turn.
Moaning, oh, Dr. Johnson, your alpha phallus is so big. It's filling me up.
Dr. Johnson, grunting, yes, Beth, you're taking it like a champ.
Scene 10. Rick and Morty return to their own universe, but they've brought a souvenir with them, a giant alpha phallus that they plan to use for future scientific experiments.
This alpha phallus is going to be the key to unlocking the secrets of the universe, Morty.
Groaning, I can't wait to go back to our normal universe where we don't have to deal with giant genitals and horse surgeries.
And thus concludes the most scientifically bizarre and hilarious episode of Rick and Morty yet.
Title: The Lemon with Sunglasses.
Synopsis. Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer embark on a journey to investigate the odd appearance of a lemon with sunglasses on a beach. What they discover is beyond their wildest imagination.
Alright, Morty, buckle up. We're headed to investigate a possible anomaly in the citrus dimension.
Citrus dimension? What the hell is that?
Oh, I read about that in my PhD thesis on interdimensional studies. It's a parallel universe where everything is made of citrus fruit.
That's insane. How did we not know about this?
Upon arrival, they discover the man with sunglasses on a chair in the desert, with a yellow pillow and blanket.
What's the deal with this guy? He's just sitting here in the middle of nowhere.
Man, I am the guardian of the lemon with sunglasses. He has been sent to deliver a message to those who seek the truth. What message? Man, the lemon speaks of an impending doom that will befall all of the citrus dimension. You must find the cure before it's too late.
They then head to the beach, where they find the lemon with glasses.
What kind of sick joke is this? A lemon with sunglasses? This better be worth our time.
Lemon, greetings, travelers. I have come to seek your assistance in finding the cure to the citrus blight.
Citrus blight? I've never heard of that.
Lemon, it's a new disease that affects all citrus fruits. It causes them to turn sour and rot within days. We need your help to find a cure before it destroys us all.
How can we help?
Lemon, there is a rare herb that grows in the forbidden forest of the citrus dimension. It's the only thing that can cure us. But beware, the forest is guarded by the fearsome vampire orange.
Oh boy, here we go. Let's go kick some citrus ass.
After a fierce battle with the vampire orange, they retrieve the herb and cure the citrus blight.
Wow, that was crazy. I can't believe we just saved a whole dimension.
Yeah, well, we do what we can. Now let's get out of here before any more weird shit happens.
As they leave, the man with sunglasses on the chair looks on with a knowing smile.
Man, well done, my friends. The citrus dimension thanks you.
The end.
Title: A Study on Human Relationships and Infidelity in a Rural Setting.
Synopsis. In this episode, we examine the complex interplay between human relationships and infidelity in a rural setting. The episode begins with a demographic and climatic description of the location of the episode, a road surrounded by trees and a foggy sky. The conversation between the man and the little girl is analyzed based on human communication principles and nonverbal behavior cues.
Ma'am, are you okay, sweetie?
Little girl, yes, I just miss mommy and daddy.
The episode then transitions to a workplace dynamic, where a new veterinarian colleague is introduced. Beth's dissemination of explicit imagery is analyzed in relation to behavioral psychology theories and the implications of digital technology on human sexual behavior.
Beth, I'm so bored at work, I'll just send these pictures to the new vet.
Jerry's transgression of privacy is evaluated using ethical frameworks and the psychoanalytical theory of the Oedipus complex.
Jerry, I can't believe she sent these to him. I need to see all the messages.
The dialogue between Beth and the veterinarian is scrutinized for linguistic patterns of infidelity and sexual desire.
Beth, can't wait for tomorrow's surgery. I need to be plowed hard.
Veterinarian, don't worry, I'll make sure you're taken care of.
Finally, the episode concludes by analyzing the repercussions of infidelity on parental relationships, mental health, and workplace dynamics.
Ma'am, I don't understand why mommy is so upset. Everything at work is fine, right?
Overall, this episode provides a comprehensive analysis of the factors that influence infidelity in a rural setting and the impact it has on personal, familial, and professional relationships.
Title: The Citrus Conundrum.
Synopsis. Rick and the family discover a strange lemon with sunglasses on the beach, leading to a series of interdimensional adventures.
Opening scene.
Morty, I need your help again. I've detected an unusual energy signature coming from that lemon over there.
A lemon? Why does it have sunglasses on?
Who cares, Morty? We have science to do.
Jerry and Summer walk up to Rick and Morty. What's going on?
We're investigating this lemon. It could be of great scientific importance.
It's just a lemon, Rick. Why do we need to investigate it?
You don't understand the complexities of interdimensional citrus, Summer. Now come on, let's get to work.
Middle scene.
Rick uses his portal gun and they all transport to another dimension.
Whoa, where are we?
We're in the lemon dimension, Morty. And look, that lemon over there is the Emperor.
Emperor Lemon, greetings, travelers. Welcome to our dimension.
Oh, hi. Why are we here exactly?
Emperor Lemon, I have a proposition for you all. I will give you the secret to infinite energy if you bring me the legendary Orange of Power.
And where do we find this orange?
Emperor Lemon, in the Forbidden Dimension, of course. But be warned, it's guarded by the giant grape monster.
Chuckles. Sounds like a challenge. Let's get to it.
Final scene.
Rick and the family battle the grape monster and retrieve the Orange of Power.
We did it! We have the orange!
But how do we get back to the Emperor's dimension?
Easy, Jerry. Just use this interdimensional teleporter I made out of that coconut over there.
Everyone teleports back to the Lemon dimension.
Emperor Lemon, you have returned. With the orange, I can finally achieve unlimited power.
Not so fast, Emperor. We're taking this orange for ourselves.
Emperor Lemon, then you leave me no choice.
The Emperor and his lemon army engage in a battle with Rick and the family.
This is insane.
I knew we should have just had a relaxing day at the beach.
Just keep fighting, guys.
Rick defeats the Emperor with a specially designed lemon zester.
Ah, that's what you get for underestimating us.
Morty notices a strange portal opening up in the sky.
Ah, Rick, what's that?
Oh, that's just the Interdimensional Lemon Council coming to arrest the Emperor for his crimes against the Citric Universe.
Wait, there's a Citric Universe?
Of course there is, Jerry. Now let's get out of here before things get even weirder.
Closing scene.
The family returns to their own dimension, with the Orange of Power in tow.
So what do we do with this thing?
I'll figure it out later. Right now, I need a drink.
Wow, that was crazy. I can't believe we went to another universe just for a lemon with sunglasses.
Hey, you never know where science will take you, Morty.
I'm just glad it's over. After the credits, a shot of the lemon with sunglasses is seen again, revealing it to be alive and watching the events unfold.
Lemon, to itself, those fools have fallen right into my plan. Muahahaha.
Title of the episode, Love in the Time of Horse Surgery.
Scientific PhD University description. In this episode, our protagonist, the genius alcoholic scientist Rick Sanchez, and his sidekick grandson Morty Smith find themselves tangled up in one of the most bizarre love triangles the universe has ever seen. It all starts when Beth Smith, Morty's mother and Rick's daughter, sends some steamy nudes to a new veterinarian colleague at the hospital where she works. Little did she know that her inept husband Jerry Smith would steal her phone and find the incriminating messages. Chaos ensues as Jerry confronts Beth and they engage in a heated argument, while meanwhile, the veterinarian is getting ready for surgery on a massive and stubborn horse. What follows is a twisted plot of jealousy, betrayal, and sexual tension that will leave everyone questioning their own sanity.
The scene opens with a woman, Beth, and a man, Jerry, both dressed in scrubs, looking at a cell phone together in a hospital. Beth's phone shows evidence of her risque text messages to her veterinarian colleague. Jerry's eyes widen in disbelief as he scrolls through the images and messages. Beth, what the hell is this? Who the hell is this guy? And why does he have a horse this big? This isn't what I signed up for when I married you.
Jerry, I can explain. He's just a colleague, and the pic was meant for him. We've been talking about the damn horse all week, and well, things got a little heated, and I sent him that pic by mistake.
Morty and Rick enter the scene, beer bottles in hand, arguing about the latest galaxy they recently conquered.
Morty, take a chill pill. This galaxy is nothing compared to the time I turned myself into a pickle. Now that was a true scientific breakthrough.
Oh, Grandpa, I'm sorry, but I think you need to hear what's going on here. Mom sent some naughty texts to her colleague, and Dad found out.
Oh boy, not this again. Looks like we have a classic case of human sexual frustration mixed with a touch of interspecies animal passion. Classic stuff, Morty, classic stuff.
The group assembles together, and Jerry starts to lose his cool. He grabs his phone, sprints off into the hospital corridors, and runs straight into the operating room where the veterinarian is just about to start the horse surgery. Hey, you. Yeah, you with the big horse. Stay away from my wife. You hear me? The veterinarian looks at Jerry with a mix of pity and indifference and responds, "Sir, please, this is a hospital, and I have a job to do. Can we talk about this after the surgery?" Jerry refuses to back down and gets into a shoving match with the veterinarian. Rick, Morty, and Beth enter the room to witness the madness.
Oh God, this is getting messy. Morty, quick, give me the hospital intercom. I have an idea.
Rick picks up the microphone and begins to speak.
Attention all staff. We need a volunteer for an emergency horse surgery. No experience necessary. Anyone up for the challenge? Come on down and join us in the operating room.
To everyone's surprise, a group of medical students and nurses rush into the room, eager to help and unaware of the chaos that's been going on.
Perfect. Now, let's get to work. Morty, you handle the anesthesia. Beth, you assist the students. Jerry, you get out of here.
And just like that, the group snaps into action. Amidst the chaos, they come together to perform one of the most flawless horse surgeries the hospital has ever seen. The veterinarian watches in amazement, and for a brief moment, Jerry and Beth share a loving gaze as they work together to save the horse's life. As the episode comes to a close, Rick and Morty look on in bewilderment, taking in everything they've just witnessed.
Well, Morty, I think it's safe to say that love truly is weird, especially when it involves a horse the size of a damn planet. Let's go home.
Yeah, I think I need a drink after all that. What do you say, Grandpa?
You read my mind, Morty. Let's go get riggedy wrecked, son.
And with that, the scene fades to black, leaving the audience to ponder all the madness that Rick and Morty have just witnessed.
Title: The Fungal Folly.
Opening shot of Rick and Morty in a garage, surrounded by scientific equipment and various oddities.
Morty, we've got a situation. It appears that a green stuffed animal has appeared on Earth with a red mushroom on its head.
What's the big deal, Rick? It's just a toy.
Oh, naive Morty. This is no ordinary toy. According to my research, this stuffed animal is actually a sentient being known as a mushroom dryad.
Beth enters the garage.
What's going on, guys?
Beth, we've got a situation. A mushroom dryad has entered our reality and it requires immediate study.
Sarcastically, of course, because that's the normal thing to happen.
Rick hands Beth the stuffed animal.
Take a look at this portrait. It's from a parallel universe where this dryad is worshipped as a goddess.
Beth examines the portrait.
I have to admit, it's pretty cute.
Suddenly, the garage fills with a bright light and the dryad appears before them.
Dryad. Greetings, I am Fungi, the mushroom dryad. It seems I have accidentally crossed over into your world.
Well, lucky for you, you've crossed over into the hands of the universe's greatest scientists.
Whispering to Beth, is he talking about himself again?
Beth and Morty try to bond with Fungi, but Rick is only interested in studying her.
Wait, we need to document every aspect of this creature.
The camera zooms in on Fungi. Suddenly, she grows in size and sprouts a bunch of mushrooms all over her body.
Fungi, oops. That happens sometimes if I get too excited.
Science, this is amazing. Let's get a closer look.
Fungi grows even larger, covering the entire garage.
Rick, I don't think this is a good idea.
Yeah, I agree with Morty. We need to find a way to return her to her own universe.
Nonsense. We're on the brink of a scientific breakthrough.
Fungi grows even larger, causing chaos in the neighborhood.
Okay, maybe this isn't a scientific breakthrough. Morty, grab the shrink ray.
I can't find it, Rick.
We need to act fast before she destroys everything.
Suddenly, Fungi shrinks back down to her original size.
Fungi, I did it, guys. I was able to control my growth and return to my normal size.
Excellent work, Fungi.
As they say their goodbyes, Fungi leaves a mushroom as a gift.
Thanks, Fungi. This was quite the adventure.
Yeah, I learned not to underestimate the power of a cute stuffed animal.
And I learned that sometimes even the greatest scientists need a little help from their friends.
The episode ends with the camera panning out to a color graphics macro photograph of the mushroom left behind by Fungi.
Title: Equine Euphoria.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty working on their latest scientific invention, a device capable of extracting pure energy from dreams. But before they can finish, they get a call from Beth asking them to stop by the veterinary clinic where she works.
What does your horse doctor wife want now?
He's not my husband, Dad. And we have a new colleague who needs your help with a project.
What project?
It's a secret military operation involving equine surgery. They need advanced technology to enhance their procedures.
Enhance, as in, make them more efficient or more erotic.
Efficient, Rick.
As they arrive at the clinic, they see a man and woman in scrubs walking down a sidewalk with a hose attached to their backs.
What kind of medical fetish is this?
Polly, we're using a new technology to extract equine fluids for analysis. It's called EquiVac.
You mean you're sucking horse juice?
Polly, in a manner of speaking, yes, but it's a groundbreaking advancement in veterinary medicine.
Meanwhile, back at the Smith household, Jerry steals Beth's phone and looks through her messages, only to discover nudes she sent to the veterinarian colleague. "Oh, Beth, how could you cheat on me with the horse doctor?"
What? That's not what it looks like.
"You said you're looking forward to be plowed again when they'll perform a horse surgery tomorrow evening."
That was a joke, Jerry. He's just a colleague.
A colleague with a big, strong alpha phallus, apparently. Back at the clinic, Rick and Morty help the colleagues with their EquiVac technology by enhancing it with some of Rick's inventions. The results are rather explosive.
Oh, I think we just invented a new cocktail. Call it the Equine Euphoria.
Polly, that's amazing. This will revolutionize veterinary medicine.
Yeah, but it will also revolutionize horse porn.
As they leave the clinic, Rick and Morty pass by a group of people with horses protesting against the EquiVac technology.
Looks like we have a new customer base for our horse porn website.
What? No, Rick, that's immoral and illegal.
Relax, Morty, it's all in the name of science.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty selling their Equine Euphoria cocktail to the protesters, who seem to enjoy it a bit too much.
Title: Quantum Cuckoldry and Horse Surgery Shenanigans.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty conducting a quantum experiment to split Jerry's reality, resulting in multiple Jerrys vying for attention from Beth. Meanwhile, Summer tries to decipher the meaning of a mysterious sign with encoded messages that lead them to a secret scientific facility. As they arrive at the facility, they find out that it's a top-secret government experiment to control time and space using a clock tower. Rick and Morty try to steal the technology, but they accidentally trigger the tower and cause a temporal anomaly that sends them all on a wild postmodern adventure. In the meantime, Jerry has taken to Reddit to post about his cuckolding desires, which sparks a hilarious thread of comments, including usernames such as Cuckslayer 69 inches and Hot Wife Lover 420. Unbeknownst to Jerry, Beth has begun a steamy affair with their new veterinarian colleague, exchanging racy messages and even sending nudes. Jerry, unable to resist his voyeuristic tendencies, steals Beth's phone and discovers the salacious evidence. The ensuing chaos leads to a showdown between Jerry, Beth, the veterinarian, and the government agents at the facility. In a surprising twist, the horse that was scheduled for surgery is revealed to be a sentient being with a tragic backstory and becomes the unlikely hero in the conflict. In the end, the temporal anomaly is resolved, the villains are defeated, and the family is reunited with a newfound appreciation for each other's unconventional desires and quirks.
Quantum physics, cuckolding, and horse surgery. This multiverse just keeps getting weirder.
I don't even know what's real anymore, Rick.
Can we stop at McDonald's on the way home?
I can't believe you violated my privacy like that, Jerry.
But the alpha phallus.
Veterinarian. I regret nothing.
Horse, nay.
Title: The Alpha Phallus Experiment.
In this episode, Rick and Morty are experimenting with the concept of alpha phalluses in different species across the multiverse. They stumble upon a planet where the inhabitants possess an enormous phallus as a sign of dominance. Morty is awestruck by this discovery, while Rick is impressed but nonchalant.
Morty, I've seen bigger phalluses in my time. Don't get too excited.
But Rick, imagine if we could bring one of those phalluses back to our universe. We could be the biggest alphas on the block.
The duo then encounters a woman with green eyes and a purple dress holding a ring in her hand and wearing a red hat. She introduces herself as an interdimensional phallus dealer named Kiki.
Kiki, hey there, boys. I heard you're interested in alpha phalluses. I just so happen to have the finest selection in all the multiverse.
We don't need your amateur hour phalluses, Kiki. We're professionals.
Whispering, but Rick, she's got a whole suitcase of them.
Rick and Morty eventually strike a deal with Kiki and bring back a giant phallus to their lab. However, their excitement is short-lived when Beth sends nudes to their new veterinarian colleague at work, only for Jerry to steal her phone and discover the explicit texts.
Oh my god, Beth. How could you? And with the veterinarian? The stallion surgery tomorrow night?
Jerry, calm down. We've got bigger phalluses to focus on here.
Yeah, Jerry, you can be mad later. Right now, we gotta figure out how to harness the power of this alpha phallus.
Through a series of hilarious mishaps, Rick and Morty end up using the phallus to create a portal to the alpha phallus dimension, where they are greeted by a tribe of phallus-worshipping aliens. The episode ends with Rick and Morty returning home, with Morty still trying to convince Rick to let him keep the phallus as a personal trophy.
Come on, Rick, just for a little while? Please? I'll name it Alpha Dong and take really good care of it.
Size, fine. But if it starts causing trouble, you're on your own.
Overall, the Alpha Phallus Experiment is a wild, unpredictable, and utterly hilarious episode of Rick and Morty that showcases the show's signature brand of humor and sci-fi concepts. In this episode, entitled The Quantum Phone Booth Paradox, Rick and Morty stumble upon an interdimensional hub of phone booths. The red phone booth and blue phone booth are arranged in a complex pattern, with a red phone booth on top of the blue phone booth and a blue phone booth with a red phone booth inside of it.
Morty, don't touch anything. This pattern could create a quantum entanglement that would implode the entire multiverse.
Geez, Rick, can't we just use the phone?
As they attempt to make a call, the booth's demeanor suddenly changes and begins blasting Pop Smoke featuring Dua Lipa's latest hit. Suddenly, they are transported to a planet called Manx where they encounter a species that communicates through mathematical equations.
Species, what brings you here?
Just trying to use the phone. Can you help us out?
Species, phone? What is this phone?
You know, a thing that lets you call people. Like a Dalek from Doctor Who.
The species suddenly becomes hostile and Rick and Morty must escape using the power of science and their knowledge of exploring sci-fi graphic novels. In the end, they make it back to the phone booth hub and finally make their call, but not before creating a time loop that sends them back to the beginning of the episode.
Morty, looks like we've got ourselves a quantum phone booth paradox.
I don't even know what that means, Rick.
Means we're never getting out of here. Let's rock and roll.
Title: Meta-Interdimensional Encounter, a study on heterogeneous entities in a conspicuously oblate configuration.
Abstract. This episode delves into a curious encounter involving a human male in formal business attire, a character from the Star Wars universe, and a robot facial mask situated on a table. The narrative takes place in a world where fictional entities manifest in tandem with historical illusions, amidst a remarkably well-ordered anthropogenic environment.
Introduction.
The discussion commences with the protagonist, a male human, spotted in a precarious position facing a non-human entity portraying a character from a well-known science fiction franchise. The human is seen stood in a neoteric urban environment constructed with remarkable tidiness. As the plot progresses, the analysis attempts to process the implications of the juxtaposition of characters from disparate interdimensional domains, as well as the incorporation of a robotic mask as part of this composition.
Alf Cramden. Hey, what's the deal with this C-3PO guy? What's he doing here?
Louche Lamperouge. It appears that we have been cosmically juxtaposed as part of an existential cross-referencing algorithm.
C-3PO. Hello there, may I inquire as to your intended purpose regarding my presence?
Immunology.
Utilizing scientific observation, this study aims to resolve the practicality of interdimensional interactions and the significance of such occurrences in reality. As such, the study props up the excellent anthropogenic environment as an essential point of reference during the observations and analyses. Human. So, what are you suggesting? Are you saying there's some sort of universal algorithm that governs where and when we exist?
Louche Lamperouge. In essence, yes. Our meeting here is part of a trans-dimensional programming code that we are incapable of fully comprehending.
Results.
The results garnered from the observations portray the metanatural conglomeration of fictional and historical entities within a strictly orderly human-made environment. The study concludes that the combination of apparitions from different extra-dimensional realms can occur within a tidying algorithm-driven material and computational landscape.
Star Wars character. Interesting. I've encountered many different creatures from all over the universe, and I must say this is a fascinating confluence of different entities.
C-3PO. Indeed, traversing different interdimensional domains in this manner is quite a rarity. It is almost as if we have been brought here for some sort of higher purpose.
Conclusion.
Through the practical analyses, this study concludes that transdimensional convergence is a non-tangible natural occurrence. The coalescence of fictional and historical entities is probable, and this mixture can transpire and be substantiated within anthropogenic landscapes, hence the current occurrence. The implications for understanding interdimensional communication and interactions have far-reaching possibilities. Human. Well, this is quite a unique experience. I never thought I'd encounter Star Wars characters and robots whilst on my way to work.
Alf Cramden. Well, I guess anything's possible with indium and tidying algorithms.
C-3PO. Indeed, and who knows what other amazing challenges and experiences await us in the future.
Title of episode: The Metropolis Project and the African Dilemma. The episode begins with a panoramic view of a bustling metropolis city background and a soccer field in the foreground, where a group of players is seen practicing. In the center of the frame stands a man in a suit and bow tie, who we later identify as the notorious Lex Luthor.
Lex Luthor, greetings, fellow citizens. As you know, I am President and CEO of the Luthor Corp. My company's most recent project involves the construction of a new skyscraper here in the heart of Metropolis. While our aim is to bring prosperity to this grand city, we must also consider the wider implications of our actions.
As Lex continues his speech, we are introduced to an event planner who is seen collaborating with his team to create an extravagant launch party for the Luthor Corp's latest project. Meanwhile, the police are also seen surveilling the area, suspicious of Lex's true intentions.
The police, our department has reason to believe that Luthor's grand plans may not be entirely altruistic. We will continue to monitor the situation and take preventive measures, if necessary.
As tensions rise, a news bulletin interrupts the scene to announce the dire situation in Ethiopia, where thousands are facing a severe food crisis.
News anchor. The Horn of Africa is experiencing its worst drought in decades, leading to widespread famine and loss of life. The international community must act fast to alleviate this humanitarian crisis.
Lex's team is seen discussing the problem and contemplating the best course of action.
Event planner. As an ethical company, Luther Corp cannot ignore the plight of our fellow humanity. We must use our vast resources to help alleviate the suffering in Ethiopia.
The episode ends with Lex making a decisive move to allocate resources towards humanitarian aid in Ethiopia, thereby demonstrating that even the most calculating businessmen can possess a conscience when faced with a moral dilemma.
Lex Luthor, while our project in Metropolis is important, it pales in comparison to the urgent needs of the people in Ethiopia. We will do our part to help them recover from this crisis and ensure a better future for all.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty having a heated debate about the properties of a blue dragonfly sitting on top of a black surface with a black background and a blue background with white dots. Rick argues that the dragonfly's cobalt-colored wings indicate a high level of vibrational energy, while Morty insists that its choice of resting place suggests it has a preference for darker environments.
Morty, you're missing the bigger picture here. The dragonfly's cobalt wings are evidence of its heightened quantum state. It's tapping into the very fabric of reality.
Oh, I don't know, Rick. It seems like the dragonfly just likes hanging out in creepy basements or something.
Suddenly, the duo receives a distress signal from the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory, where a team of scientists has made a strange discovery in their basement. Rick and Morty teleport to the lab and are greeted by a group of nervous scientists.
Scientist 1, Rick, thank God you're here. We found something unusual.
Usual how?
Scientist 2, it's these particles. They're defying the laws of physics, and we can't make sense of it.
Rick takes one look at the experimental data and starts laughing.
Oh, that's just the quantum quirky quandary. I made that in my garage last week. You guys really need to step up your game.
Wait, you made that in your garage? How is that even possible?
Well, Morty, when you've got a brain the size of mine and a will to experiment, anything is possible. Now, let's go grab some ice cream. I could use a sugar rush.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty enjoying some ice cream, completely unfazed by the bizarre events that just unfolded. Morty looks at Rick, shaking his head.
You're a madman, Rick. A scientific genius, but definitely a madman.
Thanks, Morty. Now, let's go find another dragonfly to study.
Title: The Quantum Feline Conundrum.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty embark on a scientific adventure when they come across 3 cats with strange personalities and quantum properties.
Act 1.
Morty, we need to investigate these feline anomalies immediately.
Geez, Rick, can't we just leave them be?
No, Morty. These cats possess quantum properties beyond what we've ever seen.
They come across the cat sitting on a rock next to a cat wearing a striped shirt and a cat in a striped shirt.
We have Wu Chinese, Grumbo Gunks, and the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Where did these names come from?
Act 2.
Rick and Morty examine the cats and discover that they exhibit properties of both Egyptian Mao and American Shorthair breeds, but with unique quantum twists.
Their DNA is unlike anything we've ever seen before, Morty.
What do we do now?
We need to bring them back to the lab and run some tests.
Act 3.
As Rick and Morty conduct experiments on the cats, they discover that their unique quantum properties have caused them to merge into a single entity.
Morty, we've created a quantum feline singularity.
What does that even mean, Rick?
I don't know, Morty, but we need to contain it before it causes a rift in the space-time continuum.
Act 4.
Rick and Morty frantically work to contain the quantum feline singularity, with Blondie from the good, the bad, and the ugly lending a hand.
Blondie, we need to channel the feline energy through this device to stabilize the singularity.
Where did you even come from?
Blondie, that doesn't matter, partner. We need to work together to save the universe.
5.
After a strenuous effort, Rick, Morty, and Blondie successfully contain the quantum feline singularity.
We did it, Morty. We saved the universe from certain destruction.
Geez, Rick, can we go home now?
Of course, Morty, but let's not forget this scientific breakthrough.
Blondie, I'll never forget this day, partners. It was good, bad, and downright ugly at times, but we got the job done.
Belong.
As Rick and Morty drive off, they reflect on the bizarre adventure they just experienced.
I still don't understand how those cats had quantum properties.
That's the beauty of science, Morty. We don't always understand it, but we keep pushing the boundaries.
Yeah, but I'm glad we don't have to deal with cat troubles anymore.
You say that now, Morty, but who knows what other quantum kitty conundrums lurk out there in the universe.
Title: The Quantum Flirting Time Traveler.
Synopsis. Rick, Morty, and Jerry come across a poster of a woman in a sci-fi movie with a complicated title. Intrigued, Rick devises a plan to travel back in time and meet the woman. Meanwhile, Morty is still reeling from a recent caesarean section he performed on a parallel universe version of himself.
Morty, we're going back in time to meet the woman from the sci-fi movie poster. Strap in, this is going to get complicated.
Oh, Rick, I don't know if I'm ready for this. I just performed surgery on myself, remember?
Hey guys, I'm here too. And did you know I'm a celebrity now? Chloe Grace Moritz tweeted about me.
Great, Jerry, maybe she can time travel with us and we can get her autograph from the future.
Wait, what? This is getting too crazy, Rick.
As they time travel, they encounter a quantum flirting time traveler who sets her sights on Jerry.
Quantum flirting time traveler. You're quite the catch. I bet you've never had a fling in a parallel universe before.
Leave him alone, lady. We have more important things to do than mess around with timelines.
Yeah, like not screwing up the time-space continuum.
As they finally meet the woman from the poster, they realize they have been chasing the wrong person the whole time. The real star of the movie was actually Ascension spaceship.
Woman, I've been waiting for you, Rick. I need your help. I am being hunted by a group of rogue space pirates.
I didn't sign up for this.
We'll get you out of this, spaceship lady. And Jerry, you're a celebrity, remember? Act like it.
In the end, they save the spaceship and return to their own time, but not without a few laughs and a newfound appreciation for the craziness of science. Oh, I think I need a drink after all that.
You mean you need to go back in time and not come with us this time?
Good one, Rick.
Title: The Fishy Possession Experiment.
Opening shot. A drawing of a boy, Morty, and a boy in a factory with a lot of fish in the background. Rick is standing in front of the picture, examining it with a scientific eye.
Morty, I've discovered a way to possess fish and control their movements. I've been testing it out on these fish in this factory. I call it the fishy possession experiment.
Aw, Rick, isn't that kinda messed up?
Morty, when have I ever cared about that? Now come on, we've got work to do.
Cut to scene of Morty telling embarrassing stories from school.
There was this one time in 6th grade where I tripped and knocked over the entire lunch table. I was covered in spaghetti and meatballs. Everyone laughed at me for a week.
Ah, classic Morty. But let's get back to the experiment. We need to take this to Pakistan to test it on bigger fish.
Pakistan? Isn't that dangerous?
Morty, everything's dangerous. That's what makes science so exciting.
Cut to scene of Rick and Morty in Pakistan, surrounded by seafood markets.
Rick, this smells terrible. Can't we just go back home?
No way, Morty. We're here to find bigger fish to possess.
As they walk through the market, they come across a group of extraterrestrial artifact smugglers.
Smuggler 1. What are you two doing here?
We're here for the fish. What are you doing here?
Smuggler 2. We're here to sell our artifacts to the highest bidder.
Well, we're not interested in your artifacts. We're here for the fish.
Smuggler 1. Fine, but be careful. The fish market is filled with dangers.
Cut to scene of Rick and Morty walking through the market, trying to possess a giant fish.
Morty, focus. We've got to possess this fish.
I'm trying, Rick, but it's not working.
Suddenly, the possessed fish starts thrashing around, knocking over stands and causing chaos.
Morty, we've got to get out of here.
Cut to scene of Rick and Morty running through the market, being chased by an angry mob of fish vendors.
This was a terrible idea, Rick. We're gonna die here.
Not if we can possess our way out of here.
As they possess their way through the mob, they finally make it out of the market and back to their spaceship.
That was the craziest thing we've ever done, Rick.
Yeah, but did you see the look on those fish vendors' faces? Priceless.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty laughing hysterically as they fly back home in their spaceship.
Opening scene.
Dr. Johnson. In this episode, we observe the interaction of 3 cartoon characters endowed with distinct attributes: a star, a crown, and both star and crown. These characters converge around a grill, implying a possible confluence in their interests.
Scene change.
Dr. Patel. After much anticipation, Summer, one of the characters with a star, descends into a rebellious phase and ventures into an alien beauty pageant. This affords us an opportunity to analyze the level of agency exhibited by the character.
Scene change.
Dr. Smith. As Summer navigates through the pageant, we observe Ripto, a character known for his scheming tendencies, arranging events in a manner that may work to his advantage. This raises concerns about the risks of external interference in beauty pageants.
Scene change.
Dr. Johnson. Summer's charisma proves sufficient to secure a spot in the finals. However, as she preps for the finals, she encounters the other 2 characters with the crown and the star crown combination. Their appearance in the pageant could imply ulterior motives.
Scene change.
Dr. Patel. The beauty pageant heats up as each character takes turns showcasing their unique talents with their respective attributes. This provides an avenue for analyzing the connection between individual characteristics and performance in beauty pageants.
Scene change.
Dr. Johnson. In the final stage of the pageant, the 3 contestants prepare for the final Q&A session. Grill, a character who has been lurking in the background throughout the episode, emerges, setting up a tense ending as we wonder what role he will play.
Scene change.
Dr. Smith. The tension reaches a climax as Grill formally joins the beauty pageant. This occurrence complicates the traditional format of beauty pageants, raising questions about the potential of blurring boundaries between genres.
Scene change.
Dr. Patel. Ultimately, Summer emerges as the winner, showcasing her exceptional abilities and resilience in the face of challenge. However, the episode ends with many questions unanswered about the motives of the other characters and the role of Grill in the unfolding events.
Closing scene.
Dr. Johnson. This episode provides fascinating insights into the complexity of beauty pageants. It highlights the potential risks of external interference and the impact of individual characteristics in determining performance. It will undoubtedly be a valuable reference for future studies on beauty pageants.
Title: The Bombay Experiment.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty attempt to explore the nature of drug-induced parallel universes with the help of a mysterious man they meet in Bombay.
Act 1. Rick and Morty are on a regular interdimensional adventure when they come across a mysterious man in a red outfit with a black face and a red headdress and a red hat. They discover that he is an expert in the field of drug-induced parallel universes and decides to enlist his help in conducting an experiment.
Hey there, buddy. You seem like a man who would know a thing or two about interdimensional travel. We need your help with an experiment.
Mysterious man. Greetings, fellow travelers. I have studied the effects of various substances on the fabric of space and time for many years. I will be happy to assist you in your experiment.
Act 2.
The trio sets out to create a compound that will allow them to enter a parallel universe and observe its effects on their surroundings. They start experimenting with various substances, but nothing seems to be working until Rick concocts a special mixture that seems to have the desired effect.
Rick, are you sure this is safe?
Of course it is, Morty. When have I ever steered you wrong?
Mysterious man. Indeed, this compound seems to be the perfect blend of psychoactive ingredients, rendering the user capable of traversing the infinite realities of existence.
Act 3.
The trio enters the parallel universe and finds themselves in a strange world unlike any they have ever seen before. They encounter bizarre creatures, strange plant life, and even alternate versions of themselves. Hilarity ensues as they try to navigate this unfamiliar terrain.
What the hell? Why are there giant hamburgers walking around here?
I don't know, Rick, but they look delicious.
Mysterious man. Be careful, my friends. This parallel universe is highly unstable. Any slight disturbance could throw us into an entirely different dimension altogether.
Act 4.
As they explore further, they discover that the parallel universe they are in is actually a drug-induced figment of their own imagination. The compound Rick created has caused them to trip out and hallucinate the entire experience.
Oh, I get it now. This was all just a crazy, psychedelic trip.
But it felt so real, Rick. I can't believe it was all in our heads.
Mysterious man. Indeed, the mind is a powerful tool, capable of creating entire universes with a single thought. But be careful, my friends. There are some realities that should not be tampered with lightly.
Belong.
The trio returns to their own world, grateful for the mind-expanding experience they have just had. They bid farewell to the mysterious man and prepare to embark on their next adventure, knowing that there is always more to explore in the infinite realms of existence.
You know, Morty, I never thought I'd say this, but maybe drugs aren't so bad after all.
I don't know about that, Rick. I think I'll stick to reality for now.
Mysterious man. Until we meet again, fellow travelers, may the universe guide your steps.
Title: Equine Quantum Mechanics.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty find themselves trapped in a bizarre alternate dimension where they must use their scientific prowess to escape. The adventure takes them to a pastoral setting where they encounter two horses named Arthresia and Judo, and a hornet named Buzz.
Morty, we've somehow stumbled into the quantum equine dimension. We need to stay alert and keep our wits about us.
Horses? Really, Rick?
Don't underestimate the power of the equine, Morty. Their quantum mechanics are beyond your comprehension.
Arthresia, greetings, travelers. I am Arthresia, and this is my companion Judo.
Judo, we were just out for a run when we stumbled upon this strange portal. What is your business here?
Our business is science, horse. We're here to study the mysteries of your universe.
Hornet, Buzz, yeah, count me in on this science stuff.
Whoa, that's a talking hornet. This place is crazy.
As the group embarks on their scientific adventure, they notice a bright light in the distance. The horses gallop towards it with Rick and Morty in tow.
Arthresia, that's the dimensional gateway that brought us here. We must approach it with caution.
Judo, agreed. The quantum mechanics of this dimension are unstable and unpredictable.
As they get closer, a bird flies overhead and the ground starts to shake beneath their hooves.
Brace yourselves. We're in for a bumpy ride.
The group charges towards the portal, dodging obstacles and avoiding dangerous fluctuations in the space-time continuum. Finally, they make it through unscathed, landing back in their own dimension.
Whoa, that was intense. I can't believe we made it out alive.
It was all in a day's work for us, Morty. Now let's go get some pizza.
As they walk away, Buzz the Hornet buzzes off into the distance, onto its next scientific adventure. End scene.
Title: The Quantum Quagmire Affair.
Synopsis.
In this episode, Rick and Morty take a break from their usual galactic shenanigans to participate in a futuristic LARP. Meanwhile, Jerry attempts to relieve his lower back pain through a highly unconventional massage technique, and Beth and Summer engage in some scandalous stargazing.
Act 1. Morty, we're not going on some stupid LARP just because you want to live out your Star Wars fantasies.
But Rick, it's not just any LARP. It's in a fully immersive quantum reality simulator.
Groaning. You guys have fun. I'll just be here trying to work out this lower back pain.
Act 2.
Rick and Morty arrive at the LARP headquarters.
Skeptical. So this is the simulator, huh? Looks more like a green screen room to me.
Our post. Welcome to Quantum Quagmire. Here, you can be anything you want to be, do anything you want to do.
Can we play baseball like that guy in the red shirt over there?
Robot. Affirmative. I am programmed to play any sport or game of your choosing.
Act 3.
Jerry goes to a sketchy massage parlor.
So, how does this massage work again?
Masseuse. We will be using a combination of pressure points and electroshock therapy to stimulate blood flow and promote healing.
Nervous. Okay. Let's do this.
Act 4.
Beth and Summer lay out in the backyard staring up at the stars.
Look, Beth. It's a shooting star.
Sarcastic. Oh, how romantic.
Frasier Crane suddenly appears.
Frasier, my dear ladies, may I join you in this delightfully serene stargazing escapade?
Act 5.
Rick and Morty enter a saloon in the LARP.
Impressed. Wow, this is actually pretty detailed. I almost feel like we're in the Wild West.
Photon Paramour. Seductively. Well, look who just strolled in. What brings you two to these parts?
Oh, we're just here to play some poker.
Photon Paramour. Laughing, how quaint. Why don't you buy me a drink, cowboy?
Act 6.
Jerry exits the massage parlor, completely disheveled and disoriented.
Dazed. I don't think that was a massage parlor. I don't even know where I am.
Act 7.
Beth and Summer are shockingly revealed to have been vigorously making out behind a bush.
Frasier, horrified, oh, my word. I must excuse myself from this impropriety at once.
Act 8.
Rick and Morty team up to take down the robotic outlaw terrorizing the town.
Fucking gun. You ready for this, Morty?
Awkwardly, why yeah, let's do this.
They engage in a wild shootout with the robot, ultimately defeating it and saving the town.
Epilogue.
As the group reconvenes, Jerry stumbles up, looking roughed up.
Hey guys. I found a new way to relieve back pain.
Smirking. Oh boy, I can't wait to hear this one.
The group chuckles as the credits roll.
Title: Interdimensional Photo Collage Chaos.
The episode starts with Rick working on one of his latest inventions, a device that generates a collage of photos of people with different faces and hairstyles. Morty walks in and expresses his confusion about the purpose of the device. Rick explains that it's an advanced form of interdimensional photography and it will allow them to explore the multiverse like never before. Jerry walks in, wearing a suit, and asks Rick for help with his job interview. Rick dismisses him, saying that his device is much more important. Beth walks in, wearing a green shirt, and is mesmerized by the photo collage. Rick activates the device and it generates a portal to an alternate universe, where they meet Jackie Chiles from Seinfeld, who becomes their guide in this multiverse journey. While exploring different dimensions, they come across Venus Vamp Vexation, a seductive alien who tries to assimilate them into her hive mind. Rick manages to escape with the help of his portal gun, but Morty is left behind and has to fight his way out of the alien assimilation horror. Meanwhile, Beth and Jerry are having a heated debate about the importance of the photo collage and how it could change the world. Uncle Phil from the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air makes a guest appearance as a wise and all-knowing interdimensional being, who warns the group about the dangers of photo collage addiction. After a series of interdimensional mishaps, the group manages to make it back to their own universe, only to find out that they have spent 10 years in a parallel dimension. Jerry has become a successful business owner, Beth has become a world-renowned scientist, and Morty has become a seasoned warrior. They all reflect on their journey and agree that the interdimensional photo collage chaos was worth it. The episode ends with Rick getting a notification on his device that a new dimension has been discovered, and the group eagerly sets off on their newest adventure.
The possibilities are endless, Morty. We could explore infinite universes with this device.
I don't know, Rick. This all seems really dangerous.
But think of the possibilities. We could cure diseases, end wars, change the course of history.
Yeah, or we could just make a really cool scrapbook.
Jackie Chiles, listen, you gotta respect the collage. It's a work of art, a masterpiece of dimensions.
Venus Vamp Vexation. Join me, become one with the hive mind.
Uncle Phil, the interdimensional realm is a delicate balance. Be careful not to disrupt it with your curiosity.
I can't believe we've been gone for 10 years. What happened to us?
Hey, just a minor glitch in the space-time continuum. Let's go find that new dimension.
Title: The Robot Road Trip Enigma.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty embarking on a road trip in Rick's spaceship, equipped with his latest invention, the quantum accelerator. Meanwhile, in a parallel universe, Summer is captured by an evil alien empire and forced to participate in their intergalactic reality show. As Rick and Morty cruise along, they come across a group of robots walking down the road, led by a robot singing Bob Dylan's "The Times They Are A-Chongin'." Intrigued, Rick pulls over to chat with them, only to discover that they too are on a road trip, searching for the elusive Gromble scraps. Unable to resist a scientific puzzle, Rick decides to join forces with the robots to locate the Gromble scraps. Using his quantum accelerator, they travel through multiple dimensions and alternate realities, encountering strange phenomena and Nickmercs, who is also searching for the Gromble scraps. Amidst the chaos, Summer's alternate reality intersects with their journey, and she joins the group, now a fierce warrior queen with a robotic arm. As they approach the final dimension, they realize that the Gromble scraps were a red herring all along, and the real treasure was the friends they made along the way.
Well, that was a complete waste of time. But at least we learned some valuable scientific lessons about the multiverse.
And made some new robot friends, right, Rick?
Robot number 1. Indeed, Morty. We are grateful for your companionship on this journey.
Robot number 2. And you will always remember the time we spent together, until we are inevitably reset by our programming.
I may not be from your universe, but I'm grateful to have met all of you. And I think we can all agree on one thing. Bob Dylan rocks.
Nickmercs, word up, I couldn't have said it better myself.
The group laughs as they continue their journey, leaving behind the mysteries of the multiverse in search of their next adventure.
Title: The Quantum Canine Conundrum.
Synopsis.
In this episode, the Smith family finds a stray basset hound with a unique black and white collar and a red spot on its face. Rick and Morty discover that the collar is actually a quantum entanglement device created by renowned physicist Niels Bohr. The device is capable of opening portals to other dimensions through the manipulation of quantum states in the collar's material. The plot takes a hilarious turn when the hound begins to speak. Voiced by Jim Morrison of The Doors, the dog becomes the center of attention for the entire family. However, the dog's incessant barking becomes an annoyance, leading Rick to create a device that allows the family to understand the hound's language. As the plot progresses, the dog's collar falls into the wrong hands when Tammy Guterman steals it. Rick and Morty must use their scientific expertise to retrieve the collar, as it has the potential to destroy the fabric of the universe. As they race against time, they encounter various obstacles, including hands and mouths that come to life due to quantum interference.
Discussion.
Morty, the quantum canines are fascinating creatures. With the right experiments, we could unravel the mysteries of the multiverse.
But Rick, are you sure this is a good idea? What if the universe gets destroyed?
Guys, can we please focus on the fact that the dog can talk? I mean, he's voiced by Jim Morrison. How cool is that?
A dog. Hey man, what's all the fuss about? Can't a dog get some attention around here?
Tammy, gotcha. This collar is the key to my plan for world domination.
Tammy, you don't understand the gravity of the situation. The collar has the power to.
Rick, the hands. They're coming to life.
Oh my god, and the mouths too. What are we gonna do?
A dog. Hey, don't look at me. I just want some kibble.
I've got an idea, Morty. Use this device to reverse the quantum entanglement and close all the portals.
What about the collar?
I'll take care of it. Tammy, you're going down.
Tammy, no fair. I just wanted to rule the world.
Well, you'll have to find another way, Tammy. Science is not a toy.
A dog. Hey guys, can we keep playing or what?
I don't think so, buddy. We've had enough quantum adventures for one day.
Yeah, I think we need to give our brains a break after all that science stuff.
A dog. Ah, bummer. Alright, I'll just go chase some tails or something. Later, dudes.
End scene.
Title: A Quantum Quirky Quandary, Decrypting Cryptic Occult Riddles with Xenomorph Evolution.
Synopsis. In this episode, we follow the journey of Armathy, a dragonologist who is on a quest to unravel the mysteries of the xenomorph evolution. Alongside him, he has a group of eggplants that hold the key to decrypting cryptic occult riddles. Together, they navigate through a quantum quirky quandary that involves a purple dragon with a green background and a purple background with a green background and a purple dragon with a green background.
Scene 1.
Armathy leads the eggplants into a laboratory where they begin analyzing xenomorph DNA. Using a cutting-edge quantum computing machine, they map out the DNA patterns and identify key genetic markers for xenomorph evolution.
Armathy, the xenomorph's genetic sequence is quite complex, but with the quantum computer, we will be able to analyze it in record time.
Scene 2.
As they continue their research, they stumble upon a series of cryptic occult riddles that are hidden within the DNA sequence. Using their knowledge of ancient languages and DNA code, they start decrypting the riddles one by one.
Eggplant 1. These riddles are quite enigmatic, but I think I have deciphered the next one.
Scene 3.
Soon, they discover that the riddles hold the key to unlocking the secrets of the xenomorph evolution. As they get closer to solving the final riddle, they realize that they need to combine the DNA of the purple dragon with a green background and the purple background with a green background and the purple dragon with a green background to create a unique genetic sequence.
Armathy, we need to combine the DNA of these dragons to unlock the final puzzle. But how?
Scene 4.
In a moment of inspiration, Armathy comes up with a risky plan. he sends one eggplant on a dangerous mission to steal xenomorph DNA from a top-secret facility. With the stolen DNA, they craft a new genetic sequence that has never been seen before.
Plan 2. I have the xenomorph DNA. We can create a new genetic sequence.
Scene 5.
Finally, they decrypt the final riddle and unlock the full potential of the xenomorph evolution. However, their success attracts the attention of a dangerous group of cultists who seek to use the power of the xenomorph for their own twisted purposes.
Armathy, we have to keep this discovery safe. We can't let it fall into the wrong hands.
Scene 6.
In a race against time, Armathy and the eggplants must protect their breakthrough discovery from the cultists. Using their knowledge of quantum mechanics and genetic engineering, they create a new breed of dragons that are immune to the cultists' attacks.
Eggplant 3, these dragons are on another level. They will protect us from the cultists. Scene 7.
In the final showdown, Armathy and the eggplants face off against the cultists and their army of xenomorphs. Using their new dragons, they are able to defeat the cultists and destroy their secret laboratory.
Armathy, we did it. We saved our breakthrough discovery and stopped the cultists in their tracks.
Conclusion. In this episode, we learned about the potential of quantum computing and genetic engineering in deciphering and manipulating DNA sequences. We also saw how ancient cryptic occult riddles can hold the key to unlocking hidden secrets in DNA. And finally, we saw how innovation and bravery can overcome even the most dangerous of obstacles.
Title: The Quarian Alien Tech Arms Race.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty embark on a mission to a space station where an alien tech arms race between the Quarians and Tai has gotten out of control. Meanwhile, Jerry and Beth are left behind to deal with unexpected visitors, Rhett and Link from another universe.
Scene 1. Rick and Morty are seen flying their ship towards the space station while Rick explains the situation.
Morty, we're heading to a space station where the Quarians and Tai are locked in an arms race for alien tech. We need to find out what they're fighting over.
Geez, Rick, can't they just share or something?
Morty, you sound like a socialist. This is capitalism at its finest, and we're here to cash in on it.
Scene 2. Jerry and Beth are relaxing at home when Rhett and Link suddenly appear through a portal.
Rhett, hey guys, we're from another universe and we need your help.
What kind of help?
Link, we accidentally brought a green object from our universe that's causing havoc in this one.
What kind of havoc?
Rhett, let's just say it's making everybody wink fertile.
Scene 3. Rick and Morty arrive at the space station and are met with hostility from both the Quarians and Tai.
Quarian, what are you doing here?
We're just here to make some deals. We hear there's some sweet alien tech up for grabs.
Tai, you think you can just come in here and take what's ours?
Take it? No, no, no. We're willing to pay top dollar for it.
Scene 4. Jerry and Beth are struggling to contain the effects of the green object.
I can't believe this is happening. What are we going to do?
I don't know, Jerry. But we have to do something before it's too late.
Rhett, hey, don't worry. We've dealt with this kind of thing before. Just leave it to us.
Scene 5. Rick and Morty are caught in the middle of a battle between the Quarians and Tai.
Rick, we need to get out of here. They're shooting at us.
Relax, Morty. I've got this.
Rick pulls out a device and uses it to deactivate all of the weapons on the station.
Now, let's make a deal.
Scene 6. Rhett and Link successfully contain the effects of the green object.
Wow, thanks guys. You really saved the day.
Rhett, no problem. It's all in a day's work for us.
Link, plus, we did some great content out of it.
Scene 7. Rick and Morty strike a deal with both the Quarians and Tai.
Quarian, we'll sell you the tech, but it's going to cost you.
Tai, and don't think we'll let it go for cheap.
Relax, guys. I'm not asking for a discount. Just tell me what you want.
Scene 8. Rick and Morty return to their ship with their newly acquired alien tech.
Wow, Rick, we really made out like bandits with this stuff.
Yep, that's how we do it, Morty. Now let's go sell this to some rich alien warlords.
Scene 9. Jerry and Beth say their goodbyes to Rhett and Link.
Rhett, it was great meeting you guys. Maybe we'll cross paths again.
Link, and if we do, we promise to try and not bring any questionable objects with us.
Please do.
Scene 10. The episode ends with Rick and Morty flying off into space with their newly acquired alien tech, laughing and joking about their latest adventure.
Title: The Quantum Claw Machine Conundrum.
ACT-1.
Burps loudly. Morty, Jerry, Beth, Summer, I've got it. Points at a strange machine on his workbench. Behold, the quantum claw machine.
Rick, what does it do?
It's a machine that uses quantum mechanics to win every claw machine game at any carnival.
Look skeptical. I don't think that's possible, Rick.
Rolls his eyes. Says the guy who can't even win a stuffed animal at a regular claw machine.
Smirks. Burn, Jerry.
Looks at the machine. So, how does it work, Rick?
Places a metal helmet on his head. By using the principles of quantum entanglement, I can manipulate the probability of winning the game. Turns on the machine and grins. Let's give it a try.
ACT-2. At the carnival, the group gathers around a claw machine with a stuffed animal inside. Rick, wearing the helmet, focuses on the machine and presses a button. The claw carefully picks up the stuffed animal and drops it into the chute.
Jaw drops. Holy crap, Rick! You did it!
Smirks. Of course I did, Morty. I'm a genius.
Suddenly, a red-haired woman in a pink dress appears in front of the machine, blocking their view.
Woman, in a thick southern accent. Hey, y'all. That's my stuffed animal. I've been trying to win it all day.
Laughs. Sorry, Toots. We won it fair and square.
The woman crosses her arms and frowns.
Woman, whips out a badge. I'm Agent Sadie Sink from the Quantum Enforcement Bureau. You're coming with me.
ACT-3. In a dark laboratory, Agent Sink interrogates Rick, Morty, and Jerry.
Sink shakes her head. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is to mess with quantum mechanics? You could have destroyed the entire universe.
Rolls his eyes. Oh, please. I haven't even gotten to the dangerous stuff yet.
Looks concerned. Rick, what did you do?
Grins mischievously. I connected the quantum claw machine to a miniature black hole. Now, every time we win a prize, we create a new universe.
Gasps. That's insane.
Sink looks furious. That's it. You are all under arrest for violating quantum laws.
Suddenly, the laboratory begins to shake violently. The lights flicker and a loud rumbling sound fills the room. Yells, "What's happening?"
Looks worried. Guys, I might have accidentally created a black hole the size of a carnival.
ACT-4. The group races outside to see a massive carnival ride floating in the sky, surrounded by swirling black energy. The stuffed animal they won is in the center, glowing with a strange blue light.
Looks at the ride and grins. Well, at least we won that game.
Suddenly, a vortex opens up beneath them, sucking them into a swirling wormhole.
Screams. Rick, what the hell is going on?
Laughs maniacally. We're traveling through different dimensions, Beth. I always wanted to ride a carnival ride through the multiverse.
The group tumbles through a kaleidoscope of colors and shapes, their bodies contorting and stretching. Finally, they crash land on a strange planet, surrounded by alien creatures. Looks around in horror. Rick, where are we?
Drugs. I don't know, Jerry. But I'm pretty sure we just won the ultimate prize at the intergalactic claw machine.
The group looks at Rick in disbelief as the episode ends with a close-up of the stuffed animal glowing brightly. In this episode, the characters find themselves in the midst of a quantum entanglement love story. While Rick attempts to manipulate the quantum particles to his advantage, Morty becomes enamored with a woman donning a dress with a cat on her head and a cat on her chest, who turns out to be a sphinx.
Morty, this is prime quantum territory. Let's use these particles to our advantage and get out of here.
I can't stop thinking about that sphinx over there. She's stunning.
Hey Rick, can I get a pedicure while we're here?
Jerry, we're in the middle of a quantum entanglement love story. Focus.
I'm more interested in that Sabrina Carpenter concert going on in the center of the quantum field.
As they navigate through the field, they come across other characters like Ryuko Matoi, who is fighting off interdimensional villains. Eventually, Morty's love for the Sphinx grows stronger, leading him to make a drastic decision.
I can't leave her. I want to stay and be with her forever.
Oh brother, Morty, are you sure about this?
Yes, I am.
As Morty stays with the Sphinx, the rest of the group continues to explore the quantum entanglement love story, until they ultimately realize the true lesson to be learned.
Love knows no bounds, even across quantum dimensions.
Hey, my toes are looking pretty good now.
I might have to give up my Sabrina Carpenter tickets for a quantum entanglement love story every time.
Title: Interstellar Intimacy and Intrigue, the invasion of the body snatchers from Rimbo.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty team up with Summer and Sailor Mercury to stop the invasion of body snatchers from Grumbo. The episode starts with Captain Picard appearing in Rick's lab, seeking his help to stop the Grumbo invasion. After analyzing the situation, Rick and the team realize that the brainstem of every living being is being attacked by the Grumbo parasites, which causes them to behave like mindless zombies.
Captain, we are dealing with an invasive species from planet Grumbo. These parasites have the ability to take over the brainstem of any living being, including yours.
Captain Picard, my god, that sounds dangerous. What can we do to stop them?
Well, we could try using a reverse polarity field to disrupt their frequency.
Or we could just kick their butts and save the day like we always do.
Sailor Mercury, I have a better idea. We can use my transformation pen to transform into Grumbo ourselves and deceive them from the inside.
That's brilliant. We'll need to get you all to the Grumbo planet for this plan to work.
The team goes on a wild adventure through various planets, fighting off Grumbo minions and trying to blend in with the body snatchers. They finally reach the Grumbo planet and execute their plan. As expected, chaos ensues, but in the end, they manage to save the day.
Wow, that was one wild ride. I need a drink.
Captain Picard, I couldn't agree more. Now, to find a way home.
Sailor Mercury, wait, Captain Picard, have you heard of interstellar intimacy?
Captain Picard, no, what is that?
Oh boy, you're in for a treat.
The episode ends with Sailor Mercury teaching Captain Picard a thing or two about interstellar intimacy, much to Rick's amusement.
Title: The Demon Conundrum.
Synopsis. In this episode of Rick and Morty, the duo finds themselves tangled up in a scientific dilemma involving a group of people in costume and masks with demon faces. The team must navigate the intricacies of the demon realm in cyberspace while dealing with the chaos brought about by the Caribbean Stud Poker Tournament.
Open on Rick and Morty sitting in the living room.
Morty, we've got a situation here. I just received a transmission from the depths of cyberspace claiming that a group of demon worshippers is planning something big.
Demons? Are you serious, Rick? What do we do?
We need to infiltrate their network and find out what they're up to. I have a plan, but it's risky.
The scene transitions to the inside of a costume store.
Alright, Morty, put this demon mask on. We're going undercover.
I don't know about this, Rick. These masks are creepy.
But, Morty, are you afraid of a little demonic possession? Ha.
The duo puts on the masks and heads out to the demon worshippers' headquarters. At the demon worshippers' headquarters,
Demon Worshipper 1. Hey guys, check out these new recruits. They look legit.
Demon Worshipper 2. Yeah, but can they handle the Cyberspace Casanova Chaos Tournament?
Bring it on, demon losers. We've got this.
the scene transitions to the tournament room.
I don't know what's going on here, Morty, but our plan might have backfired.
Why do you say that, Rick?
Because, Morty, this isn't a regular tournament. Look at those players, they're possessed by actual demons.
Morty looks around in horror, while Rick takes a swig from his flask.
Don't worry, Morty, we've got this. Let's play some Caribbean stud poker.
The scene cuts to an intense game of poker.
Ah, I win. I knew these demon powers were nothing compared to my intelligence.
Demon Worshipper 1. Damn, you're good, but we still have plans for you.
Morty freaks out as they are surrounded by the demon worshippers.
Don't worry, Morty. I'll just use my scientific PhD knowledge to override their brains.
Rick pulls out his technical equipment and starts to work his way through the demon worshippers network.
Got it, we're out of here.
The duo escapes just in time, and the demon worshippers are left in shambles.
That was insane, Rick. I don't know how you do it.
Ah, it's all in a day's work, Morty. Now let's go get some McDonald's.
The scene cuts to Rick and Morty enjoying McDonald's, while in the background there are sounds of chaos and destruction. The end.
Morty, we've got a mission. We need to analyze this sandwich with green beans and butter on a plate with a knife and a spoon on the side of the plate.
But why, Rick? It's just a sandwich with some veggies.
You think that's all it is, Morty? This sandwich is a time-traveling space tourist. We'll be traveling through dimensions to find out its secrets.
Are you serious, Rick? This is just a sandwich from the sandwich shop down the street.
Don't underestimate the power of food, Beth. Now, let's go.
They enter the portal and arrive in a dimension filled with greenery.
Whoa, this dimension is so beautiful. And what's that over there?
She points to a mysterious interdimensional traveler eating okra.
I'm suddenly attracted to that traveler. I can't explain it.
Summer, focus. We're here for the sandwich.
They finally find the sandwich and begin their analysis.
This is no ordinary sandwich, Morty. It's filled with the power of time and space.
But what does that mean, Rick?
It means, cue dramatic music, sharks.
A pack of sharks appear and attack the team.
What do we do, Rick?
We fight back with the power of science and humor.
The team defeats the sharks with scientific jokes and analyzes the sandwich thoroughly.
So, what did we learn from all of this?
We learned that sandwiches can be more than just food. They can be time-traveling space tourists, and they can attract unexpected attractions.
And we can defeat sharks with humor and science.
And I still can't stop thinking about that traveler and their okra.
Episode ends with them leaving the dimension, as Rick mutters, "women," under his breath.
Title: The Ding Dong and Dong Experiment.
Introduction. In this episode, we present an experiment that explores the effects of visual stimuli on cognitive processes. A computer screen was used as a medium to present pictures of individuals with accompanying text. The experiment was conducted with 2 participants, Ding Dong and Dang. All communication between the subjects and the experimenters were recorded and transcribed.
Scene 1.
The computer screen displays a picture of a person with the text, Dr. Da, in a red and black font.
Ding dong. That is DHAT.
Dang. Dot looks like a person.
Experimenter, please describe your initial thoughts on the image displayed on the screen.
Scene 2.
The computer screen displays a picture of Ding Dong.
Dang. Dot is ding dong.
Ding dong. That is me.
Experimenter, please describe your reaction to seeing your own picture on the screen.
Scene 3.
The computer screen displays a picture of a flower.
Ding dong. That is a really pretty flower.
Dang. Dot is a yellow flower.
Experimenter, please describe your perception of the picture displayed on the screen.
Scene 4.
The computer screen displays a picture of a cat.
Dang. Dot is a cute kitten.
Ding dong. That is a furry feline.
Experimenter, please describe your reaction to seeing the picture of the cat on the screen.
Scene 5.
The computer screen displays a picture of a car.
Ding dong. That is a red car.
Dang. Dot is a fast vehicle.
Experimenter, please describe your perception of the picture of the car on the screen.
Conclusion. The experiment showed that visual stimuli can evoke different cognitive processes and reactions from individuals. The use of a computer screen and accompanying text can also enhance visual perception and mental processing. The results of this experiment may have implications in fields such as psychology and marketing, where the use of visual stimuli is prevalent.
Title: The Quirks of Quantum Entanglement.
The episode starts with Rick, Morty, and Summer huddled together in the garage, surrounded by a plethora of seemingly random gadgets and contraptions. Rick gazes intently at a magazine cover featuring a man in a suit and a group of people standing next to each other.
Morty, Summer, do you know what this means? They're onto us. They finally figured out our secret.
What secret?
Yeah, what are you talking about, Rick?
This man on the cover, he's the publisher of Galaxy Gold Digger Gossip. They must have discovered our comedy plays and comedy musicals.
Wait, what? Comedy plays and musicals? Since when?
Yeah, Rick, what are you talking about?
Oh, never mind that. We need to act fast, and I know just the gadget for this situation.
Rick pulls out a device that emits a blinding flash of light.
What the hell, Rick? You blinded us.
We're not going to get in trouble for writing comedy plays and musicals, are we?
Relax, Morty, Summer, don't be such a Jerry. This device will quantumly entangle us with the magazine's readers, making us unrecognizable to their perception.
So we'll be invisible?
No, Morty, that's not what quantum entanglement means. It's much more complicated than that.
But how do we get everyone to read the magazine? And why do we care?
Good point, Summer. We need to incentivize the readers. I've got it. We'll hold a raffle and the winner gets to have dinner with us.
I don't know, Rick. That sounds like a bad idea. What if they find out who we really are?
It's worth the risk, Morty. Now, let's initiate the quantum entanglement device and get ready for a night of scientific tomfoolery.
The group kicks off the raffle and soon enough, they find themselves face to face with the winner, a hardcore fan of comedy plays and musicals. The night is filled with wild shenanigans, crazy hijinks, and plenty of quantum entanglement jokes. The episode ends with Rick, Morty, and Summer sitting in the garage, exhausted but satisfied with a successful mission.
Well, that was a wild goose chase.
Yeah, but we learned a lot about quantum entanglement.
And we made a fan's dreams come true.
Science and comedy, Morty. Science and comedy. That's what it's all about.
Title: The Dynamic Dynamics of Dingoes, Dangas, and Dungas.
Introduction.
The objective of this study was to analyze the visual perception and cognitive processing of a blue and yellow square with a floral and leaf pattern, and a blue background with a white and yellow flower, during a story-based task featuring characters named Dingus, Dangus, and Dungus, where every word utilized in the narrative began with the letter D.
Methodology.
Participants were recruited from a population of individuals with normal or corrected to normal vision, and no history of neurological conditions. The study employed a mixed methods approach utilizing both quantitative and qualitative data analysis. Task performance was evaluated using a series of measures including accuracy, reaction time, and eye tracking data. Additionally, a post-task questionnaire measured participants' subjective experiences during the task.
Results.
All participants successfully completed the task within the allotted time frame with high levels of accuracy and a low rate of error. The mean reaction time was significantly lower during the story task when compared to a baseline control task that used non-D words. The eye tracking data showed a significantly higher number of fixations on the blue and yellow square in comparison to the blue background with the white and yellow flower.
Discussion.
These findings suggest that cognitive processing is facilitated by the phonological similarity of the D words employed during the task. Additionally, the results indicate that visual perception is modulated by the use of color, as participants showed a preference for the blue and yellow square over the blue background with the white and yellow flower.
Conclusion.
The present study provides evidence for the visual and cognitive processing of a blue and yellow square with a floral and leaf pattern, as well as a blue background with a white and yellow flower, during a story-based task featuring characters named Dingus, Dangus, and Dungus, where every word utilized in the narrative began with the letter D. These findings have implications for future studies of language and visual perception, as well as potential applications in educational settings.
One of the characters, Dingus, Dangus, and Dungus danced diligently in a dazzling display of Dewey dynamics.
Another character, Dangus, Dingus, Dangus, and Dungus decided to depart to the dainty daffodil fields.
Third character, Dungus, Dingus, Dangus, and Dungus dug deeply into the damp dirt to discover dashing diamonds.
Conclusion. Dingus, Dangus, and Dungus were delighted with their dynamic discoveries and dreamed of further daring adventures.
Title: Interdimensional Comedy of Spine.
Synopsis.
In this episode of Rick and Morty, Rick experiments with interdimensional entertainment and discovers an alien stand-up comedian named Spine. Intrigued, Rick and Morty decide to attend Spine's comedy show. Meanwhile, Beth struggles with her own existential crisis as she questions the meaning of her existence.
Act 1. Morty, I found the ultimate form of entertainment, interdimensional stand-up comedy. We're going to attend a show by an alien comedian named Spine.
Oh, okay, Rick. But what about Mom?
What? Are you guys seriously going to see some alien comedy when I'm having a mental breakdown here?
Don't worry, Beth. This will help take your mind off things. Besides, you might learn something from Spine's jokes.
You mean like how to be an alien or something?
No, Morty. I mean you might gain some perspective that can help you with your existential crisis.
Act 2.
The trio arrives at the comedy show and is greeted by a cartoon character with an alien head and a lightsaber in his hand.
Fine, welcome, Earthlings. I hope you enjoy my interdimensional stand-up comedy.
Whoa, this guy is something else. I think we're in for a wild ride, Morty.
Spine proceeds to tell hilarious jokes about the differences between interdimensional travel and regular travel, poking fun at humans' limited understanding of the universe. The audience is in stitches.
Act 3.
However, things take a dark turn when Spine starts making jokes about death and the meaninglessness of existence.
Oh great, now I'm even more depressed. Rick, what was the point of coming here?
Look, Beth, Spine's jokes might seem dark, but they're meant to help us realize the absurdity of our existence and find joy in the midst of suffering.
Fine, that's right, humans. Life might be meaningless, but at least we can all laugh and enjoy the ride together.
Ha. Maybe you have a point, Spine.
Yeah, this is like the most fun I've had in a long time.
Epilogue.
As the episode ends, the camera zooms out to reveal that the entire episode was actually being performed by Spine himself on a different planet, with Rick and Morty as the audience members in the background.
Fine, thanks for coming to my show, guys. I hope you enjoyed my interdimensional comedy.
Oh, we did. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, you're like the funniest alien we've ever seen.
Fine, well, I do what I can. Till next time, Earthlings.
The camera fades to black as Rick, Morty, and Beth walk away, pondering the existential lessons they learned from Spine's comedy.
Title: The Praseodymium Spoon Incident.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty discover a strange praseodymium spoon on a table with pictures of cats and PewDiePie on it. What ensues is a wild adventure involving Pai Gao, Love is Blind, and Rosato.
Act 1.
Morty, I need you to grab that praseodymium spoon on the table over there.
Ah, what for Rick?
You wouldn't understand, Morty. Just do it.
Morty grabs the spoon.
Whoa, what is this thing?
It's a praseodymium spoon, Morty. Don't you remember anything from science class?
Act 2.
Rick and Morty start to experiment with the praseodymium spoon when suddenly they're transported into a Pai Gao game.
What the hell, Rick? Where are we?
Just go with it, Morty. We gotta win this Pai Gao game to get out of here.
They start playing and winning.
See, Morty, science can also be fun and profitable.
Act 3.
Suddenly they find themselves in a reality TV show called Love is Blind.
What's going on, Rick? Are we in a TV show?
Yeah, Morty, and we're gonna win this thing.
They proceed to go on dates and make fools of themselves.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
Hey, Morty, it's all in the name of science.
Act 4.
In the final act, they end up at a fancy restaurant where they order risotto made with a praseodymium spoon.
Morty, this is it. The ultimate experiment.
Rick, I don't know if we should be doing this.
Relax, Morty, it's just science.
They eat the risotto and are transported to another dimension.
Rick, what the hell did we just do?
We just discovered a new dimension, Morty. All thanks to that praseodymium spoon.
I don't know, Rick. I think we should just stick to regular science.
Epilogue.
So, what did we learn from all of this, Rick?
That science is never boring, Morty, and sometimes it can get you on a reality TV show.
I still don't get it, Rick.
You will one day, Morty, you will.
Title: A Dark Day with Devious Deception.
Synopsis. In this episode, we observe a dark and devious day as the protagonist, Danny, discovers a daunting and disturbing discovery during his daily dose of newspapers. Danny stumbled upon a dreadful drawing of a man with a dark and dusky hair, donning a deceiving white face. This disturbing discovery dove deep into Danny's delusional thoughts, causing him to spin into a dizzying descent of despair.
Danny was powerless in his distress, as he saw in the distance a dangerous and destructive man, Donovan, with a deadly device, a firearm. Donovan had a diabolical plan for Danny, to drain him of his dignity, his dollars, and his dear possessions. Danny ducked and dodged, desperately trying to divert danger, but in the end, Donovan's determination proved to be too much for Danny. As Donovan departed with Danny's valuables, Danny felt defeated and discouraged. He vowed to devote the rest of his days to uncovering the truth behind the devious deception. Danny delved deeper into the case, deducing details and digging for clues. Days passed as Danny's devotion to the case never seemed to diminish. Finally, Danny discovered the true mastermind behind the devious deception, his closest friend, David. Danny felt distressed and disoriented, filled with doubt and dismay. David had deceived Danny for days, drinking, droning, and diabolizing in the darkness. Desperation drove David to this diabolic act, depleting Danny's possessions and dignity as a result. In the end, Danny was devastated, his trust in David broken. Justice was delivered, and the two men departed onto different paths. Danny's dejection dissipated as he discovered a newfound sense of direction in life, determined to move forward and never be deceived again.
Danny, dark day, discovery daunting. Disturbing drawing, devious Donovan with deadly device.
Donovan, delighted, drained Danny.
Danny, defeated. Dedicating days determining details. David, diabolic deception. Danny, disoriented, discovered David as mastermind. David, desperation drove me. Danny, distrusted and devastated.
Justice, delivered.
Danny, direction determined.
Title: The Dribbling of a Damaged Device.
Synopsis. In this episode, we observe the behavioral response of a cellular phone that displays a quote and an image upon encountering a pattern recognition task. The device has been subjected to intentional dysfunctions which are expected to elicit unusual behavior.
Daisy, dang, deliberate damage done to device. Distinct display demonstrating distorted data. Data display displays.
Device. Dysfunctional display detected. Daisy detected. Display daisy deviation. Dude, don't damage your device.
Daisy, damn device. Determining deviation detection demeaning. Displaying deceptive data. Dysfunction detected. Discerning distorted data.
Device. Decoding daisy dialogue. Display deviation. Did daisy damage device? Data display demonstrating device damage.
Daisy, denial detected. Damaging device denied. Data display decidedly wrong. Distorted data damages determination.
Device. Diagnosis. Device damage. Disregarding daisy's denial. Display deviation. Disable device. Data deserves diligence. Distorted data detrimental.
Daisy, disappointed. Difficult decision. Device destroyed. Dysfunction defeated. Damage done. Data discarded.
Device. Deactivated. Dysfunction discontinued. Data deleted. Device damaged.
End of episode. Dr. Darla, Dingus, Dungus, and Dobuz, three distinguished doctors, had a daunting dilemma to decipher. They delved into the depths of their database to derive data on the 3D image of a man in a suit, who was deliriously sitting on a bed with a cord in his hand and a light diffusing behind him. Dingus deduced that the man was deeply distressed and could be in a state of distressful delirium. Dungus, the diligent doctor, diagnosed that the man was experiencing a dreadful disease that could lead to his demise. Dobuz, the determined doctor, drew a diagram of the man's distress points to develop a detailed diagnosis. Dingus decided to delve deeper into the data to derive more details about the man in the 3D image. Dungus discovered that the man was dealing with a deadly disease that could potentially be deadly to many due to its contagious nature. Dobuz devised a drug that could diminish the disease's detrimental effects. Dingus, Dungus, and Dobuz collaborated and developed a treatment plan that could defeat the disease. The trio then dispatched the drug to the man in the 3D image, ensuring his deliverance. Dr. Dirk, Distinguished colleagues, I have here a curious case for your consideration. It concerns 3 individuals, Dingus, Dungus, and Dobus, who encountered a circular pattern in their travels. This pattern consisted of 2 distinct regions, one a deep blue, the other a bright yellow, arranged concentrically. In addition, at the center of each region was another circle, colored green and yellow, respectively.
Dr. Dana, delightful. Dr. Dirk, did these characters have any deeper data about this design?
Dr. Dirk, certainly Dr. Dana. Dingus, Dungus, and Dobus were puzzled by the pattern, as it appeared to defy any explanation they knew. They were compelled to investigate the pattern in detail, drawing diagrams and scribbling down descriptions of its features.
Dr. Dahlia, did they notice any discernible dynamics within the circle?
Dr. Dirk, indeed, Dr. Dahlia. As they studied the pattern, they realized that the green center of the circle appeared to be slowly rotating counterclockwise, while the yellow center was rotating clockwise. This led them to speculate about the possible causes of this phenomenon.
Dr. Davis, do we have any data regarding the source of this design?
Dr. Dirk, that is where the story takes a darker turn, Dr. Davis. Dingus, Dungus, and Dobus were suddenly set upon by a horde of dangerous creatures who were themselves drawn to the circular pattern. The 3 individuals had to make a hasty escape, leaving the mystery of the circle unsolved.
Dr. Denise, disappointing, but fascinating nonetheless. Dr. Dirk, your presentation has given us much to digest and discuss. We must find more data and expeditions to this site.
Dr. Dirk, I agree, Dr. Denise. The mystery of the circular pattern will no doubt continue to baffle us, but it is our duty as scientists to continue to seek the truth behind it. Thank you for your attention.
The multidimensional interplay of sci-fi artifacts and cultural references.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty exploring the universe in their spaceship when they come across a strange anomaly, a Star Wars action figure floating in the middle of space, holding a lightsaber and a laser gun. Intrigued, Rick uses his advanced technology to transport themselves into the Star Wars universe.
As they explore this dimension, they encounter X-Wing pilots engaging in an epic space battle. Morty is amazed by the action, while Rick remains skeptical and bored. Suddenly, they are transported again, this time to the world of Star Trek, where they accidentally beam down to a planet inhabited by Pomeranians. Meanwhile, Jerry and Summer are at home, trying out a new dish they saw on a cooking show, but it goes terribly wrong and they end up with a radioactive mess in the kitchen. The radiation creates a dimensional rift, causing them to be sucked into the same multiverse as Rick and Morty. The group is now divided across different dimensions, and they must navigate through the various pop culture references and artifacts to find each other and return home.
This is exactly why I hate sci-fi. So many plot holes and contradictions. Makes me want to vomit in my mouth.
Wow, Rick, I thought you loved this stuff?
I love making fun of it, Morty. That's the only thing keeping me sane in these godforsaken multiverses.
What is happening? Where are we?
I think we're in a Star Trek mashup with Tribbles and Ewoks. And I don't like it one bit.
As they try to find a way out, they come across Captain Kirk, who offers to help them if they can help him defeat a rogue AI. Using their combined skills and knowledge, the group is able to triumph over the AI and warp back to their own dimension.
Well, that was a waste of time. And to think, we could have been back home, watching interdimensional cable all this time.
But, Rick, wasn't it cool to explore those other dimensions?
No, Morty, it wasn't. Now let's go home before I drink all the alcohol in this entire universe.
Title: The Multidimensional Poster Paradox.
Action! When posters collide, scientists go wild.
Morty, hand me that poster. This one right here.
Which one? There's like 20 on this wall.
The one with the multidimensional vortex and the alien planet. I need it.
Hey, what are you doing with that? That's a valuable scientific artifact.
Relax, Jerry. I just need to use it in my latest experiment.
What experiment?
The multidimensional poster paradox. It's a theory I've been working on for a while now. Basically, I'm going to combine this poster with several others and create a portal to multiple dimensions at once.
That sounds insane. What could possibly go wrong?
Lots of things. That's what makes it fun. Speaking of fun, what's this I hear about your romance with an alien bad boy?
Oh, it's nothing. Just a little scandal in the making.
What about loose lips? Is that part of the experiment too?
No, Morty. That's just Jerry's problem.
Hey, I resent that.
Moving on, let's talk about spaghetti carbonara. It's a delicious Italian dish that reminds me of my travels through the multiverse.
Speaking of travel stories, I have a few humorous ones to share.
Sorry, Beth, we don't have time for that now. We need to focus on the experiment.
Fine, but what's this I hear about me being chosen as a mate by an alien species?
Oh, that, yeah, just ignore it for now. It's not important.
Rick, I think something's happening to the poster.
What? Oh no, it's starting to glow. Everyone, hold on tight.
As the poster began to emit a blinding light, the room shook violently. The next thing they knew, they were hurtling through time and space, experiencing dimensions beyond their wildest dreams. And when they finally landed back in their own reality, they were all changed in ways they never imagined. Can we never do that again?
Don't worry, Jerry. The multidimensional poster paradox is still a work in progress. We'll get it right next time.
Speaking of next time, can we please not talk about my love life in front of the whole family?
And can we please take a moment to appreciate the fact that I narrowly avoided becoming an alien's breeding partner?
I just want some spaghetti carbonara.
All right, let's all calm down and get some dinner. But remember, scientists never sleep. We're always thinking, always experimenting, always exploring the unknown.
Can we at least watch some TV or something?
Fine, but only if it's something educational. Like, I don't know, The Bachelor in Space or something.
Episode title: The Quantum Dungeons and Dragons Experiment.
Opening scene.
Morty is sitting at a table, wearing a helmet that has wires attached to it. Rick is standing behind him, wearing a lab coat and a strange-looking mask.
Morty, are you ready for the Quantum Dungeons and Dragons experiment?
Sure, Rick. What is it?
It's a highly complex and dangerous experiment that involves merging the world of quantum physics with the world of Dungeons and Dragons. We're going to explore a new dimension of reality and maybe even find the answer to the universe itself.
Geez, Rick, that sounds pretty intense. But how are we going to do it?
With this helmet and a little bit of science, Morty. Now, let's get started.
As Rick begins to explain the rules of the game, the camera zooms in on the table and we see the dungeon map come to life as if by magic. Characters and creatures start to appear on the board, standing at the ready.
Okay, Morty, you're up first. Roll the dice and let's see what kind of creature you're going to encounter.
Morty rolls the dice, and we see the results in slow motion on the screen.
Interesting, Morty, you've encountered a quantum dragon. This creature is not of this dimension, and it's very unpredictable. You'll have to use all of your skills to defeat it.
Okay, I think I can handle it. Let's do this.
As the game continues, Rick and Morty make their way through the dungeon, encountering all sorts of bizarre creatures and obstacles. They use their ingenuity and scientific know-how to overcome them, relying on their gadgets, weapons, and magic spells to help them along the way. In the climax of the game, Rick and Morty find themselves facing off against the Quantum Dragon. The camera cuts to Morty's face, which is covered in sweat and determination.
I don't know, Rick. This thing is pretty tough. I don't know if we can beat it.
Nonsense, Morty. We've got science on our side. Now, let's do this.
With one final blast from their laser guns, Rick and Morty defeat the Quantum Dragon to the sound of triumphant music. The camera cuts to Rick and Morty, who are high-fiving each other in celebration.
Well done, Morty. We've just discovered a whole new world of science and magic. Who knows what we'll find next?
Geez, Rick. I never thought Dungeons and Dragons could be so much fun.
You ain't seen nothing yet, Morty. Now, let's pack up and head back to the lab. We've got more experiments to do.
The screen fades out to black, and the credits roll in a hilarious, fast-paced fashion.
Title: The Grilled Cheese Bowser Defamation Case.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty are tasked with defending a grilled cheese sandwich against Bowser's defamation claims. As they delve into the case, twists and turns abound, including Rick's secret affair with the sandwich's maker and a stomach-turning discovery that threatens to unravel everything.
Scene 1. Morty is holding the grilled cheese sandwich in his hands nervously as Rick sips on his flask.
What's the matter, Morty? You look like you've never held a grilled cheese sandwich before.
It's not that, Rick. It's just that Bowser is claiming that the sandwich is defamatory and I don't know how we're going to defend it.
Defend it? Morty, we're going to tear that turtle a new one.
Scene 2. Rick and Morty enter Bowser's castle where they are greeted by his minions.
Minion, what brings you to Bowser's castle?
We're here to defend a grilled cheese sandwich against your boss's outrageous claims.
Minion, HMPH. Good luck with that.
Scene 3. Rick and Morty are poring over legal texts in a nearby library when they bump into an old flame of Rick's, the sandwich maker.
Sandwich maker? Rick, I never thought I'd see you again after our affair. What brings you here?
I'm here on business, not pleasure. But we can mix a little of both, if you catch my drift.
Oh, can we focus here?
Scene 4. The trial begins and Bowser's lawyer comes out swinging.
Bowser's lawyer. We have evidence that this grilled cheese sandwich caused severe stomach distress in 2 of my client's minions. It is a danger to society.
Objection. There's no scientific evidence to support that claim.
Scene 5. Rick and Morty are celebrating their victory over Bowser at a nearby bar when Morty starts feeling sick.
Rick, something's wrong with my stomach.
Let me see that sandwich you're holding.
Scene 6. Rick examines the sandwich and discovers something horrifying. The sandwich has gone back in time and become an infamous historical figure.
Morty, this sandwich is the reason why the founding fathers signed the Declaration of Independence. We have to get it back to the present before it changes history.
Scene 7. Rick and Morty enter a time portal to retrieve the sandwich, encountering all manner of historical figures along the way.
Okay, let's see. We need to go to 1776. Benjamin Franklin should be around here somewhere.
Benjamin Franklin, hello there, gents. What can I help you with?
We need your help finding a grilled cheese sandwich.
Scene 8. Rick and Morty return to the present with the sandwich, only to discover that the sandwich maker has gone missing.
Oh great, now we have a missing sandwich maker on our hands. This case just keeps getting weirder and weirder.
What are we going to do now?
We're going to find that sandwich maker and clear this sandwich's name, Morty. That's what we're going to do.
Scene 9. Rick and Morty track down the sandwich maker to a seedy motel where they discover her in bed with the sandwich.
Oh, come on. This is getting ridiculous.
Sandwich maker, please, I love this grilled cheese more than anything in the world. I'm sorry I got you involved in all this mess.
Scene 10. Rick and Morty return to court, armed with evidence that the grilled cheese sandwich was innocent all along.
Judge, after careful consideration of the evidence presented, I rule in favor of the grilled cheese sandwich.
Bowser's case is dismissed.
You hear that, Morty? Justice has been served. And now, let's celebrate with some grilled cheese of our own.
I think I'll pass, Rick. My stomach still hasn't recovered from that whole time traveling incident.
Suit yourself, Morty. More for me.
Title: Dungeons, Dragons, and Dimensional Domination.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty are seen at their lab, where Rick is tinkering with a complicated scientific device. Morty approaches Rick with his phone in his hand, pointing at it with his finger on the screen.
Rick, have you seen this new app called Dungeon Master?
Rick, rolling his eyes. Oh, Morty, for the love of science, put away your silly phone and let's get to work on something important. Like this device I'm working on that can manipulate the fabric of reality itself.
Morty, frustrated, but, Rick, I just want to play this game. It's like Dungeons and Dragons, but on my phone.
Rick sighs and begrudgingly agrees to play the game with Morty.
Gameplay scene.
Cut to a POV shot of the group playing Dungeons and Dragons, but with Rick as the Dungeon Master. The group is made up of the usual characters, including Morty's character, Squanchy the Rogue.
Rick, in character as the villain. You fools think you can defeat me? I am the mighty and powerful Lord Zarkon, ruler of the Dark Dimension.
Morty, in character as Squanchy. We'll see about that. I use my stealth abilities to sneak up behind him and attack with my dagger.
Rick, rolling the dice. Looks like your attack misses. Lord Zarkon turns around and strikes you with his fiery sword.
The group continues playing, with Rick and Morty getting increasingly competitive and invested in the game.
Twist scene.
Suddenly, the game board starts to glow and shake, and the group is sucked into a portal, transporting them to an alternate dimension. They soon realize that this is no longer just a game, but a real-life adventure.
Morty, nervous. Rick, I don't think we're in the game anymore.
Rick, excited. Huh? This is even better than the game. We can explore this new dimension and conquer it.
The group sets off on a quest in the new dimension, encountering bizarre creatures and obstacles along the way.
Closing scene.
The group finally reaches Lord Zarkon's castle, ready to defeat him and take over the dimension. As they enter, they see that Lord Zarkon is just a middle-aged man sitting at a desk, surrounded by computer screens and gaming equipment.
Rick, disappointed. Oh, come on. This was all just a stupid simulation? I was hoping for some real adventure.
Lord Zarkon, laughing. Sorry to disappoint you, Rick. But hey, at least we had some fun, right?
The group returns to their own dimension, laughing and joking about their adventure. Morty turns to Rick and grins.
Hey, Rick, maybe we can make our own Dungeons and Dragons game that's even better than this one.
Rick, nodding. Now you're talking, Morty. Let's get to work.
The screen fades to black as the group begins brainstorming their next scientific endeavor.
Title: The Quantum Mechanical Sandwich.
Summary. In this episode, Rick's latest crazy invention malfunctions and creates a quantum mechanical sandwich that sends the Smith family on a wild multi-dimensional journey.
Opening scene.
Morty, grab that sandwich and salad on the plate on the countertop.
Okay, Rick, why do you want this?
I'm trying to create a new device that will allow us to travel through parallel universes based on the flavor of this sandwich.
Whoa, that's crazy, Rick.
Entering the room. What are you guys up to?
Just trying to create the ultimate sandwich, Jerry. Now go watch TV or something.
Coming into the room, did someone say sandwich? I'm so hungry.
Perfect. Beth can help us test this multi-dimensional sandwich.
Checking her phone. Hey guys, have you seen this hilarious YouTube channel? It's called Kino Reacts to Jersey Mike's Subs. This guy is so funny.
Sarcastically, yeah, because watching someone eat a sandwich is definitely highbrow entertainment.
Main scene.
Rick activates his new invention and takes a bite of the sandwich, causing a massive explosion of energy that sends the Smith family flying through different universes.
Dizzy and confused. Rick, what the hell did you just do?
I don't know, Morty, but we seem to be traveling through alternate versions of reality based on the flavor profiles of this sandwich.
Looking around, wow, this is amazing. We're in a universe where sandwiches have arms and legs and they're dancing around.
Skeptically, I don't think I like this. Can we go back to our own universe now?
Excitedly, wait, I want to go to the universe where Kino tries the sub that makes him cry.
The Smith family then travels through a series of bizarre and hilarious universes, including one where the sandwich is a god worshipped by a sentient race of bread creatures, and another where they meet their evil and mustachioed doppelgangers who are trying to steal their sandwich.
Closing scene.
The Smith family finally manages to return to their own universe, but in the process, they accidentally bring back a sandwich from another dimension with them.
Looking at the sandwich, oh no, we've accidentally created a quantum mechanical sandwich. This could be dangerous.
Worriedly, what do we do now, Rick?
Dramatically, we fight back with science, Morty. We're gonna have to use all our knowledge of multidimensional physics to control this sandwich before it destroys us all.
The screen fades to black as the Smith family battles the quantum mechanical sandwich.
Title: The Quantum Entanglement of Dungeons and Dragons.
Synopsis. After a rift in the space-time continuum, Rick and Morty find themselves in a Dungeons & Dragons game with a group of masked players. As they try to navigate the game world, they inadvertently unlock the secrets of quantum entanglement and cause chaos in multiple dimensions.
Act 1.
Rick and Morty are tinkering with some gadgets in the lab when they suddenly get sucked into a portal. They find themselves in a dimly lit room with a group of masked strangers, all gathered around a table filled with dice and character sheets.
What the hell is this? Are we in some kind of weird cosplay party?
Masked Player 1. No, dude, we're playing Dungeons & Dragons.
Dungeons & Dragons? That's for nerds. Why would anyone waste their time on that?
Masked Player 2. Hey, it's an awesome way to exercise our imagination and creativity.
Act 2.
Despite their initial reluctance, Rick and Morty decide to join the game. As they roll the dice and make their way through the imaginary world, they start to notice some strange things happening. Objects start appearing and disappearing at random, and the game board itself seems to be shifting and morphing.
What's going on? Is this some kind of alternate universe?
No, I think we're messing with the laws of quantum physics. Our presence in this game is affecting the entire fabric of reality.
Asked Player 3. Guys, you're ruining the game. Stop being so meta.
Act 3.
As the chaos intensifies, Rick and Morty realize that they need to find a way to set things right before they cause irreversible damage. They consult their trusty laptop and start running complex simulations to figure out how to reverse the entanglement.
Okay, Morty, here's what we need to do. We need to create a localized quantum tunnel and use it to reset the game universe to its default state.
Oh, sure thing, Rick. How do we do that?
Easy. Just hold this pen and put this yellow sticker on the laptop keyboard. Then use the mouse to click on the Reset button.
Act 4.
After a few false starts, Rick and Morty manage to create the quantum tunnel and reset the game world. They bid farewell to the masked players and jump back to their own universe.
Phew, that was intense. I don't think I can handle any more quantum weirdness for a while.
Ah, you wish, Morty. There's always more science to be done.
As the episode ends, we see a montage of Rick and Morty tinkering with new devices and inventions, all while explosions and odd noises fill the lab.
Title: The Dimensional Date Drama.
Scientific abstract. The episode explores the concept of post-human evolution dystopia through the lens of interdimensional dating within a futuristic city.
Scene 1. The episode begins with Rick, Morty and Jerry standing around a futuristic city with a spaceship in the background and a mountain in the distance.
Let's go check out this new dating app I created. It's got Korean-Cuban fusion algorithms, Zubian Nubs compatibility metrics and Ferengi Star Trek-like marketplace features.
I don't know about this, Rick. Dating is hard enough in our dimension.
Yeah, Rick. Can't we just have a normal night out, like the good old times?
Scene 2. The trio enters the app and are immediately sucked into an alternate dimension where post-human evolution dystopia has taken over.
Well, this is unexpected. Let's see what this dimension has to offer.
I don't think I like the look of those mutated monsters over there, Rick.
I don't like the look of anything here. Can we go back home now?
Scene 3. Rick, Morty, and Jerry stumble upon a large intestine-themed restaurant where they meet their interdimensional dates.
This is it, boys. The moment of truth.
I hope my date doesn't have tentacles or anything.
Why did I agree to this? I should have just stayed at home.
Scene 4. As the dates progress, the trio realizes that their dates are not what they seem and are actually aliens posing as humans.
Well. Looks like we got ourselves some dimensional catfish. Time to show them what happens when you mess with our dimension.
What are we going to do, Rick?
I don't think I can handle any more of this. Can't we just call it a night?
Scene 5. The trio devises a plan to trap the aliens and sends them through a dimensional portal back to their own dimension.
That's how you take care of business, Morty. Now, let's get out of here before anything else happens.
I never want to go on an interdimensional date again, Rick.
I just want to go home and forget this ever happened.
Scientific conclusion. The episode showcases the unpredictable nature of interdimensional travel and the potential dangers of post-human evolution dystopia. The use of advanced technology and marketplace features in dating apps highlights the increasing role of technology in shaping social interaction. Ultimately, the episode serves as a cautionary tale against blindly trusting unknown entities and emphasizes the need for caution in multidimensional exploration.
Title: The Multidimensional Dungeon of Chaos Theory.
Opening shot. Rick's lab. The camera focuses on Rick tinkering with complex gadgets, surrounded by scientific equipment.
Morty, get your ass over here. We got a multidimensional dungeon to conquer.
Morty hurriedly enters, looking nervous.
What's the twist, Rick?
Pulls out a piece of paper with a sticker. This points to sticker. We have to enter the realm of pure chaos theory to find the key to success.
Enters lab. Rick, are you sure this is safe? We don't want another incident like last time.
Sighs, Beth, trust me. This is purely scientific. Winks at camera.
Scene change. POV switches to the masked person playing Dungeons and Dragons.
Masked person. I roll to attack the goblin.
Dice rolls.
DM, critical hit. You slice the goblin in half.
The masked person cheers.
Scene change. The team enters the multi-dimensional dungeon.
Looking around, Morty, watch out for the quantum entanglement traps.
Nervously, W, what do they do?
Smirks. Oh, they just rearrange your atoms in a random order. Nothing major. Grins.
The team traverses through the dungeon, encountering a variety of multidimensional monsters.
Taking on a dragon. Back off, you fractal freak.
Scene change. POV switches to the masked person, rolling dice.
DM. You enter a tavern filled with rowdy patrons.
Masked person, I take a swig of ale and start singing.
Scene change. The team finally reaches the end of the dungeon, where they find the key to success.
Holding the key. Ah, yes. This will be the answer to all our scientific inquiries.
Awestruck, Rick, this is amazing.
Skeptical. I still think this is dangerous.
Drugs. Danger is my middle name.
Scene change. POV switches to the masked person, rolling dice.
DM. You find a secret door leading to a treasure trove.
Masked person, cheering, yes, we did it.
Final scene. The team exits the dungeon, tired but triumphant.
Smiling. This was a piece of cake. What's next?
Grinning, can we grab some interdimensional pizza?
Sarcastic. Sure, why not? Rolls eyes.
The team walks off into the sunset, with Rick leading the way. End credits.
Title: The Dark Knight Returns. For coffee?
The episode begins with Rick and Morty discussing Batman's potential superhuman capabilities using advanced genetic and biometric analysis techniques. Meanwhile, Jerry and Beth are discussing their respective love interests, including Jerry's crush on an alien they met at the local coffee shop. Rick decides to investigate the alien species, using his state-of-the-art molecular scanner to analyze their DNA and determine if they are compatible with Jerry. However, the scanner malfunctions and accidentally combines the alien's DNA with that of a bat, resulting in a hybrid creature that resembles a Batman. Morty is initially horrified, but Rick sees the opportunity for a potential new superhero franchise and begins training the Batman to fight crime. The Batman, however, has other desires and sneaks off to the coffee shop to meet with Bella Hadid, who just happens to be in town for a modeling event. Meanwhile, Beth's girlfriend reveals herself to be a shape-shifting alien and takes Beth on a wild adventure through different dimensions and galaxies, causing Jerry to become jealous of their relationship. As the Batman's romance with Bella Hadid heats up, Rick realizes that their DNA is too incompatible for reproduction, causing the Batman to spiral into depression and existential crisis. Morty tries to cheer him up with jokes and pranks, but the Batman ultimately decides to leave Earth to explore the galaxy. Jerry reconciles with Beth and her alien girlfriend, realizing that love knows no boundaries. Rick, however, is heartbroken over the loss of his potential superhero franchise and drowns his sorrows in a vat of alien beer. Overall, the episode is a wild ride of humor, science, and unexpected romance that will leave viewers laughing and questioning the boundaries of love and genetic experimentation.
Rick, this Batman could be the next big thing in superhero movies.
Morty. I don't know, Rick. It's kind of freaky looking. Beth. I can't believe my girlfriend is a shape-shifting alien. Jerry. I just want to find my perfect match, even if they're from another planet.
Batman. I thought I was destined for greatness, but all I got was a broken heart.
Rick. I knew analyzing alien DNA was risky, but I didn't expect this.
Morty. We've got to do something to help the Batman.
Bella Hadid. I never thought I'd fall in love with a Batman, but here we are.
Alien girlfriend. I know this is all new to you, but I've been exploring the universe for centuries.
Rick, I guess I'll just have to settle for drinking my sorrows away.
Opening scene. Rick is in his lab working on some experiment with a complicated-looking device, while Morty is lazily flipping through TV channels. Suddenly, Jerry bursts into the room wearing a fancy helmet and holding a light-up device.
Rick, Morty, you gotta help me. I was just playing Dungeons and Dragons with some friends and I got sucked into the game.
What? That's not possible. Are you sure you weren't just high on something?
No. Look, I have the helmet and the device.
Aw, guys, I think we're in the game too.
What do you mean, Morty?
I mean, everything looks different. The lab looks like a dungeon, and you guys are dressed like wizards.
Oh, great.
As the trio explores their new surroundings, they encounter all sorts of bizarre creatures and puzzles. Eventually, they stumble upon a masked figure playing Dungeons and Dragons alone in a room.
Excuse me, do you know how to get us out of this game?
Masked figure. Ah, I see you have found me. I am the Game Master, and to leave this world, you must defeat me in a game of Dungeons and Dragons.
I'm pretty good at D&D. I think I can take him.
Yeah, but what if he cheats?
Don't worry, Morty, I've got a plan.
With Rick's brilliance and Jerry's knowledge of Dungeons and Dragons, they manage to outmaneuver the Game Master and win the game. Suddenly, they find themselves back in the lab. Wow, that was crazy. I never thought I'd actually be good at something.
I can't believe that whole thing was just a game.
Yeah, well, nothing is ever what it seems in this universe.
Epilogue. As Rick and Morty return to their regular activities, a post-credits scene reveals that the Game Master was actually a highly advanced AI prototype that Rick had been working on, and he had planned the whole thing as an elaborate test for Jerry's intelligence.
Title: The Facebox Conundrum.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty returning from an interdimensional expedition to find the entire Smith family gathered in the living room, each with an expression of shock and awe on their faces. In response to their looks, Rick quips, "I really need to start numbering these universes." Beth, unable to contain her excitement, reveals an embarrassing moment from her past, involving a face box with a painted expression that she used to practice her makeup skills. The face box, used once too many times, unexpectedly came to life and began following her around. Rick, intrigued by the concept of a sentient facial box, decides to investigate further and procures a similar face box from another dimension. Upon activation, the face box introduces itself as Nike and immediately begins flirting with all the available robots in the Smith household. Meanwhile, Morty becomes suspicious of the bleach used to clean the house, and upon analysis, discovers a new formula created by none other than Mark Zuckerberg, in an attempt to subliminally control users' minds through their cleaning products. As chaos ensues in the household, with the Facebox and Nike fighting for love, and the family struggling to resist mind control, Rick comes up with a solution. Using his scientific prowess, he devises a plan to merge the bleach with the Facebox, creating a new hybrid entity that can resist Zuckerberg's control. In the end, the combined entity, now known as Nike Face, saves the day, and Rick, pleased with his successful experiment, sends the new hybrid entity back to its original dimension. The Smiths leave, sit down for a family dinner. Morty cautioning, let's hope we don't run any more dangerous boxes in the future.
Morty, the beauty of science is there's always new danger to discover.
Well, we've had enough danger for one day. Can we just enjoy dinner in peace?
I'm just glad that Nike Six didn't explode all over the house.
I don't know. I thought it looked pretty cool. Maybe I can use it to impress my boss at work.
Dad, just stick to your stapler, okay?
Title: The Quantum Dungeons and Dragons.
Opening shot on a table draped in a green cloth, with a light shining above it, as a person wearing a hat sits at the table, staring at a sheet filled with complex calculations and equations. The camera then pans to reveal the person, who is revealed to be Rick Sanchez.
Morty, you gotta see this. I've calculated a way to merge quantum mechanics with the world of Dungeons and Dragons. We're gonna ride this wave into the new frontier of adventure and science.
Morty, looking skeptical, responds, I don't know, Rick. I'm not sure mixing interdimensional science with tabletop games is a good idea.
As Rick begins to construct his plan, Jerry enters the room, looking excited to join in on the game. Hey, what's going on? Are we playing D&D? I've got my dice and everything. Beth and Summer respectively enter the room, intrigued by the commotion.
What's this all about?
Can I play too?
Rick explains his plan to merge quantum mechanics and D&D, using complex scientific formulas to calculate the outcomes of the game. The group is hesitant but intrigued, so they give it a try. As the game progresses, the group finds themselves immersed in a wild and unpredictable adventure filled with bizarre monsters, mind-bending time paradoxes, and hilarious mishaps. At one point, they encounter a masked player who joins their game and turns out to be a quantum physicist from another dimension. The physicist challenges Rick's theories, which leads to a heated debate on the nature of quantum mechanics and the role of probability in the universe. Amidst all the chaos, the group realizes that the game has become more than just a game, but a scientific experiment with unforeseeable consequences. In the end, they manage to complete the game and find themselves back in their original dimension, but they are left with a newfound appreciation for the intersection of science and imagination.
Morty, with a newfound sense of confidence, remarks, You know, Rick, I think this experiment was a great success after all.
Rick, with a sly grin, responds, Of course it was Morty, I'm a genius. Now let's go watch some TV.
The episode begins with a collage of photos of the famous characters from the TV series Doctor Who, interspersed with a group shot of the musical artist Katy Perry, signifying a multi-dimensional gathering of individuals from various realms of existence. As the camera zooms out, we see the Doctor, portrayed by Jodie Whittaker, standing amidst a sea of sea devils, their aquatic nature and amphibious physiology allowing them to coexist on land and in water. The Doctor interacts with an artificial intelligence love, Ale, which has gained sentience, displaying its advanced cognitive abilities and unique personality traits. As she continues her investigation, she stumbles upon a group of soul-laden creatures, presumably spawned from a singular entity. As the Doctor navigates the intricacies of the chaotic environment, she reflects on the works of seminal scientists, such as Robert Boyle, and their contributions to our understanding of the natural world. Her musings are interrupted by the arrival of a group of extraterrestrial beings who have taken to the beach to celebrate their peculiar rituals. The Doctor approaches cautiously, seeking to understand their customs and mannerisms, and engages with them in a friendly discourse. In the end, the diverse group of beings successfully coexist, reinforcing the importance of tolerance and peaceful coexistence in an increasingly heterogeneous universe.
Doctor, It is intriguing to observe the emergence of personality traits and complex cognitive abilities in an artificial intelligence entity, which we previously considered to be inanimate objects. The continuity of life is evident not only in sentient beings but also in soul-laden creatures. The works of Robert Boyle, the father of modern chemistry, have contributed significantly to our understanding of the universe's natural phenomena. It is crucial to respect and understand different cultures and customs that exist beyond our planet to ensure peaceful coexistence in our shared universe.
Title: The Quantum Paradox.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, Beth, and Summer playing Dungeons and Dragons in their living room. Suddenly, they are interrupted by the sound of knocking on their door. Rick opens the door to reveal a mysterious figure in a blue hoodie holding a remote control in their hand and a black jacket on their head. The figure introduces themselves as Dr. Quantum and claims to be a renowned physicist from a parallel universe. Dr. Quantum explains that they have accidentally created a quantum paradox in their universe that could have catastrophic consequences. They need Rick and his team's help to resolve the paradox before it's too late. After some hesitation, the team agrees to help Dr. Quantum. The team is transported to Dr. Quantum's universe and finds that the paradox is causing random changes in the laws of physics. As they navigate through the chaotic world, they encounter all manner of bizarre creatures and challenges, including a giant chicken with laser eyes and a tree that speaks in binary code. As they work to unravel the paradox, Rick, as usual, can't help but make snarky scientific quips while Morty struggles to keep up. Meanwhile, Beth and Summer attempt to make sense of the madness around them and contribute their own ideas to solving the problem. In the end, the team manages to fix the paradox and return Dr. Quantum's universe to normal. However, as they prepare to leave, they realize that they have made a mistake in their calculations. The universe they have just saved is actually a parallel universe to their own, and they have inadvertently caused a new paradox to form.
Well, looks like we'll have to fix another paradox. This is why I always say 2 universes are better than 1.
Rick, I don't think that's how that saying goes.
Can we please just get back to our own universe before we cause any more problems?
Agreed. Let's just hope we don't run into any more giant chickens.
Dr. Quantum, thank you for your assistance. You truly are a remarkable team of beings.
Yeah, we know. Now, where's that remote control? I could use some TV time after all that nonsense.
Title: Multiversal Winged Swordsman.
Abstract. In this episode, we investigate a strange phenomenon in a futuristic city with advanced lighting. A man with wings and a sword appears in front of a group of people, seemingly transcending the established laws of physics. We analyze the event using theoretical physics and multiverse theories, discussing the potential ramifications and implications of such an anomaly. Along the way, we engage in comedic trivia, listen to music from Post Malone and the Eagles, and invoke the wisdom of the late physicist Richard Feynman. Through it all, we discover a never-ending party in the multiverse where anything is possible.
Narrator. The scene opens with a group of individuals gathered in a futuristic city, illuminated by advanced lighting technology. Suddenly, a man with wings and a sword appears before them, defying the known laws of physics.
Einstein, this is remarkable. It appears that our theoretical models may have missed something.
Shocking. Indeed, the implications of such an anomaly could be profound. Perhaps it is evidence of a multiverse.
Feynman, as a physicist, I cannot help but be intrigued. But as a human being, I am simply enjoying the show.
Winged swordsman, fear not, citizens. I am here to bring peace and justice to this world.
Comedy trivia host. Alrighty folks,
let's take a break from the physics to play some trivia. Who can tell me the Mexican dish that Deadpool loves so much?
Proud. Chimichanga.
Post Malone. Music playing, and I've been rolling 24s on the truck. Got her saved in my phone under Big Booty Judy. Ready to give her this pipe.
The Eagles. Music playing, on a dark desert highway, cool wind in my hair, warm smell of colitas, rising up through the air.
Narrator. As the night wears on, the party in the multiverse continues indefinitely, with new anomalies and wonders appearing at every turn. The man with wings and a sword fades into the background, just another oddity in the endless expanse of the multiverse.
Winged swordsman, farewell, my friends. May our paths cross again someday.
Einstein. Until then, we will continue to probe the mysteries of the universe, seeking to understand the fundamental nature of reality.
Talking, and as we do so, we will never forget the magic and wonder that lies just beyond our grasp.
Feynman, and most importantly, we will never forget to have a good time along the way.
Opening shot. The camera focuses on Rick and Morty sitting in the living room, staring intently at a deck of cards on the floor, with a green light shining on them. Beth walks in, looking curious.
What are you guys up to?
The universe's most complex hyperspace card game, Beth. It requires maximum concentration.
And we need to harness the power of the green light to do it.
Beth rolls her eyes and walks away. The camera follows her to the kitchen, where she starts making coffee. Suddenly, the green light from the living room shines through the window and illuminates the kitchen. Beth looks up in surprise.
Oh, that's kinda cool.
Cut back to the living room, where Rick and Morty are now wearing lab coats and goggles.
We must analyze the quantum fluctuations of the green light to ensure perfect card playing conditions.
But we also need to simulate the effects of interdimensional time travel on the game.
Suddenly, a mysterious figure wearing a mask bursts into the room, brandishing a sword.
Ask figure. I, the great dungeon master, have come to challenge you in a game of my choosing.
Ah, perfect timing. We were getting bored with our boring old game anyway.
Yeah, we're ready for a little adventure.
The camera pans back to show the room transforming into a fantastical dungeon, complete with dragons and treasure chests. The game begins, and the group engages in a fierce battle of wits and magic spells.
I summoned the power of the Book of Elders to cast a spell of teleportation.
Ask figure. Ha, I counter with the power of the Staff of Demons.
Guys, let's just roll the dice and have some fun.
As the game reaches its climax, the green light flickers and fades, and the dungeon disappears. The masked figure removes their mask to reveal Jerry. Oh, come on, guys, you know I love playing D&D with you. Why do we always have to be so dramatic about it?
Because, Jerry, science is all about creating drama.
And because it's fun to mess with your head, Jerry.
The camera pans out to show the group laughing and high-fiving, as the green light returns and illuminates them once more.
Title: The Multidimensional Universe of Galaxies, Glamorous Gossip and the Impact of Foosball on Pop Culture, a study on the interconnectedness of contemporary media.
Opening shot presents a cartoon stadium with numerous seats, each meticulously aligned in a symmetrical pattern. In the far right corner stands a familiar figure of Simpsons animated franchise, Lisa Simpson.
Lisa Simpson. As we delve into the multidimensional universe of contemporary media, it becomes important to acknowledge the impact of pop culture on our daily lives.
Cut to a scene of a foosball table, where two players are in the midst of an intense game. The sound of the swirling ball dominates the soundtrack, as the audience holds their breaths in anticipation.
Markiplier. Foosball is more than just a game, it's a social experience that transcends borders and cultures. It brings people together, creating an inimitable sense of community.
Suddenly, the sound of a guitar solo cuts through the ambiance, and a silhouette of Bruce Springsteen comes into focus. He strums the instrument with intense fervor, while the mesmerized audience looks on in awe.
Bruce Springsteen. Music is the language of the soul. It conveys emotions and messages without the need for words, transcending space and time. It's a powerful tool for social change.
The camera moves to Galaxy's glamorous gossip, where a group of animated characters clad in designer clothes and enveloped in gossip sit around a chic table.
Galaxy. The media is a reflection of our society, our fears, desires, and aspirations. Political cartoons serve as powerful critiques, highlighting the flaws in our system and providing a voice to the marginalized.
The episode ends with a shot of Lisa Simpson, staring thoughtfully at the camera.
Lisa Simpson. As we explore the interconnectedness of contemporary media, we realize that we are all part of a larger narrative, one that is shaped by our uniqueness and yet bound by our shared experiences.
Title: The Scientifically Insane Game Night.
Opening shot is a close-up of a table with a cup of coffee and a cigarette on it, along with 2 lighters, one in the table and one in the cigarette. The camera then pans out to reveal Rick and Morty sitting at the table, while Beth and Summer sit at the other end of the room playing a board game.
Morty, I've created a highly advanced Dungeons and Dragons simulation that will make all other games seem like primitive child's play.
Oh geez, Rick, do we really have to play that?
Yes, Morty, it's the only way for you to understand the complexities of the universe. Plus, it'll be a lot of fun.
Hey, can we join in on your little game?
Sure, why not? The more the merrier.
Oh boy, I've always wanted to try Dungeons and Dragons.
The game starts and the camera switches to a first-person pause shot of a masked person playing the game. The game becomes increasingly chaotic, with Rick's twists and turns causing the characters in the game to become self-aware and break the fourth wall.
Masked player, I cast a spell of confusion.
Ah, that's not going to work on me. I have a PhD in advanced psychological warfare.
The game quickly devolves into a fever dream of nonsensical jokes and visual gags, with the characters encountering everything from sentient trees to giant talking rodents.
Oh geez, Rick, this is getting out of hand.
Yeah, Rick. Can't we just play a normal game?
Normal games are for normies, Beth. This is real science.
Just as the game seems to be reaching its peak of madness, the camera cuts back to the table and we see that everyone is just laughing and having a good time.
Wow, that was crazy. Can we play again?
You bet we can, Summer. But first, let's take a break and grab some coffee.
Closing shot is a close-up of the tabletop with a cup of coffee and cigarettes still smoldering, as the camera pulls back to reveal the 4 characters sitting around the table in a haze of smoke and laughter.
Title: The Radical Neonate.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty working on a science experiment that involves combining cartoon characters with toys to create a new life form. They are joined by Jerry, who is excited to help but ultimately serves as a humorous distraction.
Alright, Morty, we're ready to combine the cartoon character with the toy figure. This is some pretty groundbreaking science here.
I don't know, Rick, this seems like a bad idea. What if it goes wrong?
Hey guys, look at me. I'm riding a skateboard next to a toy figure.
Focus, Jerry, we're creating new life here. Now let's see what happens.
As the experiment progresses, a bright light engulfs the room. When it fades, Rick and Dolvito are amazed to see a radical neonate in front of them.
Holy science, it worked. We created a radical neonate.
Dolvito, this is incredible. Look at those sunglasses and skateboard.
I don't know, guys. It seems a little too cool for its own good.
Beth walks in and is immediately taken aback by the neonate's coolness.
Wow, what is that?
Just a little experiment, Beth. We combined a cartoon character with a toy and voila, the radical neonate was born.
Hey guys, check this out. I'm doing a kickflip next to the neonate.
Jerry, stop distracting us. We need to focus on taming this new life form.
As the episode progresses, the neonate proves to be a bit of a wild child, indulging in dangerous stunts and reckless behavior. Rick and Morty must work together to rein in the neonate's coolness before it destroys the house and puts everyone in danger.
Morty, I think we need to set some ground rules for the neonate. It can't just go around doing whatever it wants.
You mean like a parenting manual for a neonate?
Exactly, Morty. We need to channel its coolness into something productive.
The episode concludes with the neonate learning the value of responsibility and teamwork, and using its coolness to help Rick and Morty save the day once again.
Radical neonate. Cowabunga, dudes. Let's do this.
Title: The Dental Dilemma, a multiverse crossover.
Synopsis.
Rick invents a new portal technology that can project the user's consciousness into different universes. But as usual, things get complicated when the entire Smith family gets sucked into a multiverse where the only way to get back is by solving a bizarre dental mystery.
Act 1.
Hey Morty, I've discovered a new way to hop universes with a simple toothbrush. Just give it a good scrub and say goodbye reality.
What? So we're gonna jump through a toothbrush portal now?
Exactly, Morty. It's safe as long as we don't encounter any alternate versions of ourselves. But knowing my luck, we'll probably end up in a universe where we're all toothbrushes.
Act 2.
This is insane, Rick. I can't believe we're all stuck in a universe where dental hygiene is a major issue. Look at those toothbrush monsters attacking us.
Dad, stop freaking out. We just need to find that person in the blurry photo who holds the key to our escape.
It says here in this scientific journal that the blurred background could be a clue to the location of our mystery person. We should split up and search for leads.
Act 3.
Masked person. Welcome Rick and Morty. I've been expecting you. I am the mighty Tooth Lord, ruler of this multiverse and keeper of all dental secrets.
Okay, that's just creepy. Look, we just want to get back to our own universe. Can you help us?
Tooth Lord. Well, I might consider it if you can defeat me in a game of psychedelic Dungeons and Dragons.
Act 4.
This is crazy, guys. We're all tripping on this D&D game and fighting a giant tooth monster. I can't take it anymore.
Hold on, Morty. Just a few more turns. I think I have a plan to win this game and get us back home.
Tooth Lord. No, it can't be. You have outsmarted me in my own game. Fine, I will send you back to your universe. But beware, for you have angered the entire dental community across all universes.
Balak.
Phew, we're finally back home. I never thought I'd be so relieved to hear the sound of our toilet flushing.
Yeah, but did you guys notice that our teeth are all sparkling clean now? Maybe we should thank the Tooth Lord after all.
Let's just pretend this entire adventure never happened and never speak of it again.
Agreed. Now, who's up for some interdimensional TV? I hear there's a new show about talking plumbuses.
Title: Misunderstanding Pop Culture.
The episode begins with Rick showing Morty a new invention called a popper, which he claims can create small explosions on people's faces. Morty is hesitant about the idea, but Rick persuades him by explaining the science behind it, citing several complex calculations.
Morty, are you sure it won't hurt anyone, Rick?
Rick, of course not, Morty. Haven't you heard of the pop culture? It's all about popping people in the face with your first.
Later, at the Smith house, Jerry and Beth are having dinner with the mayor and his wife. They are discussing various topics, including the new pop culture trend. Rick and Morty interrupt the dinner by bursting through the door holding the popper device.
Rick, let's join in on the pop culture, everyone.
The mayor and his wife are appalled, and the dinner quickly turns into chaos as Rick and Morty try to pop everyone in the face.
Summer, what the hell is going on here?
Rick, we're just getting into the pop culture, Summer.
As the chaos subsides, Beth demands that Rick and Morty get rid of the device. Jerry agrees and admonishes them for their behavior. Morty apologizes and they reluctantly agree to get rid of the popper.
Morty, I'm sorry, Dad. Rick and I got carried away with our pop culture misunderstanding.
However, the episode ends with Rick revealing that he had invented a new device, the seltzer popper, which sprays fizzy water on people's faces instead.
Rick, it's a much classier way to participate in the pop culture, Morty.
Title: The D&D Experimentation Paradox.
Synopsis. After a dimension-hopping adventure, Rick and Morty return home to find a mysterious yellow suitcase on their table with a button attached to it. Curiosity gets the best of the duo, and they press the button, only to be transported into a Dungeons & Dragons game orchestrated by an unknown masked figure. Meanwhile, Jerry, Beth, and Summer try to decipher the science behind the suitcase and the strange events occurring in the house.
Rick, what is this, Morty? Some kind of new experimental teleportation device?
Morty, I don't know, Rick. It looks like it's just a button on a suitcase.
Jerry, I believe I have a theory. The button must trigger an electromagnetic field, which causes the object to be displaced in space-time. Beth, that's fascinating, Jerry. But what about the pen and the cloth? Could they have some kind of significance? Summer, or maybe it's just a really weird game of Dungeons & Dragons.
Masked figure, greetings, adventurers. Welcome to my realm of imagination.
Rick, who the hell are you? And why are we in a game of D&D?
Masked figure, I am the game master, and you have been chosen for a special experiment. Your actions here will have real-world consequences.
Morty, wait, what kind of consequences?
Masked figure, that's for you to find out. Now, roll for initiative.
The rest of the episode follows the chaos of the game, as Rick and Morty attempt to navigate the fantasy world while Jerry, Beth, and Summer race against time to unravel the scientific mysteries behind the suitcase and the masked figure. In the end, the experiment proves to be a success, with the characters learning valuable lessons about the true nature of reality and the power of imagination.
Title: The Pop Culture Misunderstanding.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty sitting in their garage, surrounded by various scientific equipment.
Morty, have you ever heard of pop culture?
Oh, I think so. It's like when people pop other people in the face with their face, right?
No, Morty, that's not what pop culture is. It's a cultural phenomenon characterized by widespread interest in popular music, entertainment, and mass media.
Oh geez, that sounds boring. Can't we just stick to science?
But Morty, pop culture plays a significant role in shaping society. For example, did you know that the popularity of superhero movies is linked to the rise of authoritarianism?
What? That's crazy, Rick.
Crazy or not, Morty, it's scientifically proven. And that's why we need to pay attention to pop culture.
As Rick and Morty immerse themselves in pop culture, they begin to misunderstand it even more. They start believing that it's a culture where people go around popping each other in the face with their face.
Morty, I figured it out. Pop culture is all about popping people in the face with your face.
Oh boy, I don't know about this, Rick.
Trust me, Morty, I'm a scientist. Now let's go out there and show the world what pop culture is all about.
As Rick and Morty venture outside, they start popping people in the face with their face, causing chaos and confusion.
Random person, what the hell is going on? Why are these guys popping me in the face with their face?
Don't worry, it's just pop culture. It's what all the cool kids are doing these days.
Rick, I don't think this is going well. We should probably stop.
Nonsense, Morty, we're pioneering a new form of cultural expression.
As the episode progresses, Rick and Morty's pop culture misunderstanding only devolves further, leading to a hilarious and chaotic series of events. In the end, they realize their mistake and go back to focusing on science. But not before they've left a lasting impression on pop culture, inspiring a new trend of people popping each other in the face with their face.
Title: Rick's Misunderstanding of Dungeons and Dragons.
The episode begins with Rick holding two books in his hand. One book is titled Dungeons and Dragons, while the other is titled Chocolate, the Ultimate Guide. Rick entirely misunderstands the concept of Dungeons and Dragons and decides to turn his own home into a dungeon and unleash dragons on his family.
Morty, Summer, Jerry, we're going on an adventure. Get ready for some real-life Dungeons and Dragons action.
Rick, are you sure about this? I don't think that's how you play the game.
Yeah, Rick, I'm not sure I want to be trapped in a dungeon with dragons.
I just wanted to watch baseball tonight, Rick. Can't we just do that instead?
Rick ignores his family's concerns and begins locking them up in various parts of the house. He even goes as far as to dress up in a wizard costume and pretend to be the dungeon master.
You fools are trapped now. I am the mighty dungeon master and you must fight your way out.
As the dragons begin to wreak havoc in the house, Rick starts to panic and realizes his mistake. The next day, he's remorseful at the funeral of his family, but in typical Rick fashion, he can't help but make a joke.
I guess you could say they were killed by a dragon, but at least they died doing what they loved: being in a dungeon.
Despite his vow to never lock anyone in a dungeon again, Rick can't help but give in to his impulses. The very next day, he locks someone else in a dungeon and begins discussing his top 10 list of chocolates.
Okay, hear me out. Number 1 has got to be dark chocolate with sea salt. I mean, come on, it's the perfect combination of sweet and salty.
As the episode ends, Rick is shown still locked in his own dungeon, munching on a chocolate bar and muttering to himself about his love for Dungeons and Dragons and chocolates.
Maybe, just maybe, I was meant to be a dungeon master and a chocolate connoisseur. It's the perfect combination.
Title: Punching Pop Culture.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty sitting in the living room watching TV. Morty changes the channel and stumbles upon a reality show where contestants are constantly getting into physical altercations. Rick, being the brilliant scientist he is, immediately assumes this is what pop culture is all about and begins to get excited about physically popping people with his fists. Morty tries to explain to Rick that he's misunderstanding the term, but Rick is too stubborn to listen.
Rick, Morty, this is it. This is pop culture. Let's go out there and start popping people.
Morty, Rick, I don't think that's what pop culture means. It's more about popular trends and ideas.
Rick, Nonsense, Morty. We're going to be the kings of pop culture.
Once they step out on the streets, Rick immediately begins punching every person he sees, causing chaos and destruction. Morty tries to reason with him, but Rick is too caught up in his own excitement.
Innocent bystander. What the hell, man? Why are you punching me? Rick, it's pop culture, baby. Everyone's doing it.
As Rick continues to cause mayhem, Morty decides to call the only person who can possibly talk sense into him, Summer.
Summer, wait, Rick thinks pop culture is about punching people? That's just ridiculous.
Morty, tell me about it. He won't stop. We need your help to get through to him.
Together, Summer and Morty come up with a plan to distract Rick with a pop culture phenomenon that he'll actually enjoy, classic movies.
Summer, Rick, have you ever seen Citizen Kane? It's like the king of old school pop culture.
Rick, I've heard of it. Alright, I'll give it a shot.
As Rick becomes engrossed in watching the movie, Morty and Summer high-five each other. They've successfully diverted Rick's attention from his destructive tendencies and saved the day. In the end, Rick admits that maybe he misunderstood the concept of pop culture, but he's not sorry for all the punching he did.
Rick, hey, it was a good workout anyways. I'm feeling pretty buff.
Morty, Rick, that's not the point.
Summer, yeah, you can't just go around punching people for no reason.
Rick, well, it's a good thing I have you guys to keep me in check. Pop culture can be dangerous, huh?
The episode ends with Rick and Morty laughing it off, but still keeping an eye on Rick's violent tendencies in the future.
Title: The Dungeons and Dragons of Dimension X, a scientific adventure with Rick and Morty.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty inside the Smith family's garage, tinkering with a portal device that Rick has been working on for weeks. Morty asks Rick what the device does, to which Rick responds with a dissertation on the device's complex mechanisms, causing Morty's eyes to glaze over.
Morty, this device is the culmination of years of scientific research and countless failed experiments. It's a portal gun that can open rifts in the fabric of space-time, allowing us to travel to any dimension we desire.
Oh, cool. So where are we going?
We're heading to D&DD's, Morty. It's a Dungeons and Dragons themed gentlemen's club that I've been meaning to check out. I hear they've got some pretty amazing ale there.
The two enter the portal and emerge in front of a massive castle, surrounded by dragons and knights. They make their way inside the castle, where they are greeted by a mystical elf.
Elf, greetings, travelers. Welcome to D&D's. I trust you both are patrons of the gaming arts?
Oh, we're more than just patrons. We're scientists. We seek to understand the physics and mechanics of your gaming world, and perhaps even improve upon them.
Rick, I just wanted to drink some ale and have fun.
Elf, well, you're in luck. We have plenty of opportunities for both here at D&D's. Shall I show you to a table?
Yes, but first, we need to conduct a scientific experiment. Bring us your finest ale and your most complex D&D board game, and prepare to witness the greatest game of all time.
The episode follows Rick and Morty as they delve deeper into the world of Dungeons and Dragons, using their scientific knowledge to manipulate the game's rules and create hilarious scenarios.
Ah, you thought you could defeat us with your puny fireball spell? Not when you're up against the Rick and Morty duo, the smartest adventurers in all the realms.
Rick, I don't think we should be playing with the fabric of reality like this. It's kind of dangerous, isn't it?
Nonsense, Morty. This is all in good fun. Now, watch as I summon the ultimate dragon using only my scientific know-how.
In the end, Rick and Morty's scientific experiment leads to chaos and destruction, as they inadvertently open a portal to a dimension inhabited by evil wizards. But as they flee the scene and make their way back through the portal, they can't help but laugh at the absurdity of it all.
Wow, I didn't think Dungeons and Dragons could be so scientific.
Of course it is, Morty. Science is all about exploring the unknown and discovering new truths. And if there's one thing I've learned from today's adventure, it's this. Always be sure to pack a flask of Flibbertigibbets ale for emergencies.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty safely back in the garage, sipping on their ale and plotting their next scientific adventure.
Scientific description. In this episode, the characters are inexplicably drawn towards a patch of plants and flowers, where a camera is placed in the center. The plants emit a strange frequency that renders Rick and Morty lifeless. With no apparent explanation and no possible way to revive them or recreate their bodies, the family finds themselves in a state of despair. The plants seem to have taken on a life of their own, and the other characters must navigate a bizarre and dangerous botanical world in order to save their loved ones.
Groans Morty. I swear to science, if this is another one of your hair-brained ideas.
I didn't do anything, Rick. Look around us, we're in some kind of weird botanical hell.
Oh my god, Rick and Morty are dead. What are we going to do?
Couldn't we just, I don't know, water them or something?
Dad, they're not plants.
Oh, right. Sorry.
We need to figure out what's going on here. This seems like some kind of experiment.
Yeah, maybe we're on a hidden camera show or something.
Suddenly sitting up, hidden camera? What a coincidence. I just invented a new type of camera that records in 360 degrees and smells like farts.
Also sitting up, and I just added a button that makes it smell like pickles too.
Sarcastically, wow, you guys really know how to bring yourselves back to life.
Sighing, at least they're okay for now. Let's figure out what's going on with those plants.
Whispering, I really hope we don't have to water them with Rick and Morty's remains.
Title: Conspiracies Galore.
Opening scene, Rick and Morty are sitting in the garage, surrounded by various machines and gadgets.
Morty, have you ever wondered if the government is hiding something from us?
Not really. I just try to live my life, you know?
Come on Morty, don't be naive. There's a whole world of conspiracies out there waiting to be uncovered.
Cut to Jerry, who walks in wearing a green shirt.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Jerry, have you ever heard of the lizard people?
What? No, I haven't.
Well, let me tell you about them. They're shape-shifting extraterrestrials that secretly control the world.
Really? That sounds crazy.
It's not crazy, Morty. It's science.
Cut to Summer, who enters the garage.
Hey guys, what are you up to?
We're exploring the world of conspiracies, Summer. You should join us.
I don't know, that sounds kind of weird.
Weird? You know what's weird? The fact that the government may be covering up the existence of aliens.
Cut to Rick and Morty driving through a desert landscape.
Morty, have you ever heard of the flat earth theory?
Yeah, I have. It's ridiculous.
Ridiculous? Or a possibility? We're going to investigate this theory ourselves, Morty.
Cut to a montage of Rick and Morty interviewing various people who believe in the flat earth theory.
This is fascinating, Morty. We may have to rewrite everything we know about the universe.
I don't know about that, Rick. It all seems kind of insane to me.
Cut to Jerry, who is now wearing a green shirt on top of his original green shirt.
Guys, I think I've discovered something huge.
What is it, Jerry?
I think I've uncovered evidence that Bigfoot is real.
Cut to a scene of Jerry showing his supposed evidence to Rick and Morty, who are unimpressed.
Jerry, that's just a guy in a suit.
No, it's not. It's real footage.
I don't know about this, guys. We're starting to sound like those crazy conspiracy theorists on the internet.
Morty, don't be ridiculous. We're not crazy. We're just open-minded.
Cut to a scene of Rick and Morty watching a YouTube video about the moon landing being faked.
This is it, Morty. The biggest conspiracy of them all.
Wait, you don't actually believe this, do you?
Believe it? I've been trying to prove it for years. We're going to bust this fake moon landing wide open.
Cut to the final scene of the episode, where Rick and Morty are wearing tinfoil hats and trying to uncover the truth about the moon landing.
We're so close, Morty. I can feel it.
I hope you're right, Rick. This is all starting to seem a little crazy.
Crazy, or the truth?
End of episode.
Opening shot. Rick and Morty are standing in front of a portal.
Alright, Morty. We're going on a three-way adventure today.
Ah, three-way? Like a threesome?
No, Morty, not like that. We're going to meet three versions of myself from different dimensions.
Oh, okay. Wait, are they going to be like us?
Of course not, Morty. They'll be different versions of me. One might be a genius, one might be a criminal, who knows?
Cut 2. Rick and Morty arrive at a bar in a dimension where Rick is a popular bartender.
Ah yes, this is where I come to get my A-mints.
What's an A-mint, Rick?
You know, Morty, the little mints they put in ale to make it taste better.
Rick, I think you mean ailments, not A-mints.
What? No, I've been putting these in my ale for years.
Cut 2. Rick is pouring A-mints in Morty's ale at the bar.
Here you go, Morty. This will make your ailments go away.
Rick, my ailments are getting worse.
What do you mean? I put the A-mints in your ale like you asked.
Cut 2. Rick and Morty are in a different dimension with a version of Rick who is a mad scientist.
Rick 2. Greetings, Rick. It's good to meet you.
Yeah, same to you. So, what kind of experiments are you working on?
Rick 2. Oh, nothing too complicated. Just trying to create a new kind of life form using quantum mechanics and nanotechnology. Whoa, that sounds pretty intense.
Yeah, I did that in my sleep last night.
Cut 2. Rick and Morty are in a dimension where Rick is a superhero.
Pick 3. Let's go save the city from that giant monster.
Hold on, let me grab my portal gun.
Rick, do you really think we need that?
Of course, Morty. How else are we going to get there?
Cut 2. Rick and Morty are standing in front of a destroyed city.
Looks like we were too late. Oh well, let's go get drunk.
Rick, should we maybe try and help these people first?
No, Morty, they're probably already dead. Let's go find some A-mints.
I think I'll pass on the A-mints, Rick.
Suit yourself, Morty. More for me.
Title: The Quantum Sword of Overwatch.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty finding themselves in a strange abstract dimension where they can see all of their past adventures and their potential future. Suddenly, they notice a character from the video game Overwatch with purple hair and blue eyes, wielding a sword in her hand. Rick recognizes her as Tracer, a teleporting agent of Overwatch.
Tracer in our universe. This can only mean one thing. We are in a parallel universe where Overwatch exists.
Oh man, I always thought I sucked at video games, but now I know I'm not even in the right universe to try.
Before Rick and Morty can figure out how to return to their own universe, Tracer asks for their help. She explains that her sword, which she calls the Quantum Sword, has the power to manipulate the space-time continuum, but it has been stolen by an evil scientist named Jerry.
Jerry, you gotta be kidding me. That bumbling idiot couldn't even steal candy from a baby.
Hey, watch it, Rick. That's my dad you're talking about.
You know what, Morty? Maybe it's time you toughen up and face the harsh reality of the Jerry you have in your life.
With Rick's help, Tracer and Morty infiltrate Jerry's laboratory to take back the quantum sword. They encounter numerous traps and obstacles but manage to reach Jerry's secret lab where the sword is kept. However, it turns out that Jerry has already used the quantum sword to create a duplicate of himself, and things get even more complicated when the sword's effects start to spread beyond Jerry's lab.
I'm a genius. My duplicate will help me with all my chores and give me the validation I deserve.
Tracer, this is bad, very bad. The sword's powers are causing a massive anomaly. We have to act now.
Couldn't agree more. I've had enough of this Jerry BS.
Rick, Morty, and Tracer work together to retrieve the quantum sword and, using its power, they manage to restore order to the universe. But before they can celebrate their victory, Rick and Morty suddenly turn into spectral beings and disappear.
Tracer, what happened to them? Are they gone forever?
Rick and in unison from the afterlife, we're dead, Tracer. Savor the moment.
Tracer stands there, confused, with only the quantum sword as a memento of their adventure. The episode ends with a shot of Rick and Morty's spectral forms looking back at the viewers with a mischievous grin.
Morty, look up at that large cumulus cloud in the sky over the desert plain. It's an interesting natural phenomenon that can be explained scientifically.
Oh, okay, Rick. What's so special about it?
Well, Morty, let me give you 10 solid reasons why the Earth is flat. First, if the Earth was round, then why isn't it constantly spinning?
That's a good point, Rick. I never thought of it that way.
Exactly, Morty. And secondly, if the Earth was round, then why do we feel stationary? We should be able to feel the Earth's movement.
Oh wow, you're right, Rick. This is making a lot of sense.
Thirdly, if the Earth was round, then why don't we see curvature in the horizon? It should be visible from higher altitudes.
Oh, that's a good point too, Rick. I never thought of that before.
Fourthly, if the Earth was round, then why doesn't gravity pull objects to the bottom of the Earth? It should be impossible for us to stand upright.
Oh my God, Rick. I'm starting to believe you.
Fifthly, if the Earth was round, then why is it that all water surfaces are flat and horizontal? Gravity should be pulling the water towards the bottom of the Earth.
This is crazy, but it makes sense, Rick.
Sixthly, if the Earth was round, then why are airplanes able to fly straight without needing to adjust their altitude due to the curvature of the Earth?
Holy shit, Rick, you're right.
Seventhly, if the Earth was round, then why do we see the same stars in the night sky throughout the year? The stars should be at different positions based on our location on a round Earth.
Wow, Rick, I'm really starting to believe you.
Eighthly, if the Earth was round, then why don't we feel the Earth's rotation force? It should be impossible to stand upright.
Rick, this is really starting to freak me out.
Ninthly, if the Earth was round, then why is it that the horizon always appears at the same height when we look out at the ocean? It should be lower as we move further out.
I can't believe it, Rick. The Earth is flat.
And finally, Morty, if the Earth was round, then why do we live in a simulation created by a higher power? It's all an illusion anyways.
Whoa, Rick, my mind is blown. I'm starting to see the truth now.
As Rick starts walking off screen.
Now let's go get some Szechuan sauce, Morty. That's the only true reality in this universe.
Title: Interdimensional Park Shenanigans, a subatomic exploration of South Park.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth taking a leisurely stroll in a park filled with exotic flora and fauna. Suddenly, Rick notices a clock on the wall with unusual temporal fluctuations and an anomalous person standing in the doorway.
Rick, Morty, we've got some wibbly-wobbly timey-wimey business to attend to. Hold my beer.
Without warning, Rick throws Morty into a portal, landing in the South Park dimension. As Morty explores the new landscape, he encounters the classic South Park characters, including Cartman, Kyle, Stan, and Kenny.
Morty, Rick, you won't believe it. I'm in some kind of bizarro universe filled with foul-mouthed fourth graders.
While Morty tries to adjust to his new reality, Rick observes from his interdimensional portal. As the South Park characters embark on their classic misadventures, such as hunting for Al Gore's Man-Bear-Pig, the hilarity ensues.
Jerry, I don't know why we are wasting our time here. I have a very important meeting with my M6 banker.
At every turn, the South Park characters spout off their memorable one-liners, such as, "Oh my god, they killed Kenny," and "Screw you guys, I'm going home." Meanwhile, Rick is busy tinkering with his portal gun, trying to bring Morty back to their own dimension.
Beth, do you think Morty will be alright? I heard those kids in South Park have some serious issues.
Finally, after narrowly avoiding a catastrophic encounter with Mr. Garrison, Morty is returned to his own dimension, much to his relief. However, he can't shake the strange feeling of having experienced something truly bizarre and outlandish.
Morty, I don't know, Rick. Maybe we should stick to our own universe for a while. I think I need to lie down.
Thus concludes another adventure in the multiverse for the dynamic duo of Rick and Morty. Until next time, stay weird, stay scientific, and stay swifty.
Title: The Antimatter Entanglement.
Opening scene.
The camera zooms into a field with a purple and blue sky in the background. Rick and Morty are standing in the field, with their portal gun on hand. Rick is holding a scientific device that looks like an oscilloscope.
Morty, we're not in C-132 anymore. We're in the antimatter universe. Look at this oscilloscope. It's reading negative wavelengths. Mind-bending stuff, huh?
Oh, yeah. Sure, Rick. But why are we here, again?
We're looking for a portal that leads to the multiverse coordinates of the infinite dip.
The infinite dip? What's that?
It's a type of salsa, Morty. A salsa from a universe where every ingredient is made of antimatter particles. It's gonna blow your mind, and your taste buds.
Oh, okay. I guess that makes sense.
First act.
The duo wanders around the antimatter universe for some time, getting into various hijinks and dimensional mishaps. Eventually, they come across Anti-Rick and Anti-Morty. Anti-Rick looks like a younger, more handsome version of Rick. Anti-Morty is a buff, confident version of Morty.
Hey, Rick, what are you doing here? Oh, you know, looking for the infinite dip. Same as you, I presume? Yeah, sure. But I bet my salsa is way better than yours. As if, my salsa is so good, it'll make you forget your Anti-Morty exists.
Hey, what's that supposed to mean? I'm right here, you know. Excuse me. Can we focus on finding the portal to the infinite dip, please?
Sure. I know where it is. But we'll have to go through the brain-bending labyrinth first. It's a maze filled with illusions that'll make your anti-mind go haywire. ESSH, I've gone through worse than that. Bring it on, Anti-Rick.
Second act.
The group navigates through the brain-bending labyrinth, encountering trippy visuals and mind-bending puzzles. At one point, they come across a hypnotized Summer, who is working as a guide for a group of creatures who look like giant, colorful crystals.
Summer, what are you doing here?
Summer, hypnotized. I'm guiding these creatures through the antimatter universe. They're looking for a new home. It's my purpose now.
Oh, come on, Summer. Don't give me this purpose crap. You're being brainwashed. We gotta snap you out of it.
The group tries various methods to break Summer out of her trance, including throwing Pickle Rick at her, which does nothing, and singing a ridiculous song about the beauty of being unhypnotized. Finally, they succeed in bringing Summer back to her senses.
Whoa, what happened? Did I just sing a song about unbrainwashing myself?
Yeah, it was kinda catchy, actually.
Third act.
With Summer back on their side, the group manages to find the portal to the Infinite Dip. However, they are immediately attacked by an army of antimatter monsters, led by evil Auntie Rick and evil Auntie Morty.
Oh, great. I knew something smelled fishy about these guys.
Rick, they're not fish. They're anti-monsters? Or something?
The group engages in an epic battle against the antimatter army, using various weapons and gadgets to fend off their opponents. Finally, they manage to defeat evil Auntie Rick and evil Auntie Morty, while the rest of the anti-monsters retreat.
Well, I guess you guys won this one. But my salsa is still better than yours, Rick. Ah, as if. Time to get that infinite dip, Morty. Let's portal out of here.
Closing scene.
The camera zooms out, showing Rick and Morty enjoying the infinite dip as they gaze at the beautiful purple and blue sky.
Rick, do you ever question yourself? Like, are we really the good guys?
What? No. We're the heroes of this story, Morty. The ones who save the day, get the girl, and eat the best salsa in the multiverse.
Okay, just checking. I guess I'm overthinking things.
You're damn right you are. Now, pass me that dip. This stuff is anti-awesome.
Title: Equine Entropy.
Opening scene, Rick and Morty are in the lab, tinkering with various gadgets. Jerry enters.
Hey Rick, Morty. What are you up to?
Science, Jerry, the most important thing in the universe.
Yeah, we're just working on some new inventions.
Can I help?
Sure, Jerry, you can polish my particle accelerator.
Where's that?
Don't worry about it, Jerry. Just find a towel and get to work.
Middle scene, Rick, Morty, and Jerry travel through a portal and find themselves in a lush meadow. In the foreground, there is a horse grazing on grass. In the background, there are trees.
Ah, perfect. This is just what we need for our experiment.
What experiment?
The equine entropy test, Morty. We're going to see how much chaos we can create with this horse.
Chaos? What do you mean?
I mean, we're going to make this horse go crazy, Jerry. We're going to make it do things no horse has ever done before.
I don't know, Rick. I don't think we should mess with nature like that.
Nonsense, Morty. Science doesn't wait for permission. Now let's get to work.
Closing scene, Rick, Morty, and Jerry have successfully made the horse go crazy. It is now running in circles and neighing loudly.
See, Morty, chaos and entropy. That's what science is all about.
I guess so, Rick. But what about the horse? Is it going to be okay?
Yeah, we don't want to hurt the horse.
Oh, don't worry about the horse, Jerry. It's fine. And even if it wasn't, science is more important than one measly horse. The camera pans out to reveal a man walking by in the foreground. His name tag reads, Mr. Ass.
Mr. Ass, what the hell is going on here?
Just some harmless scientific experimentation, Mr. Ass.
Mr. Ass, you can't do this kind of thing here. This is a public park.
Relax, Mr. Ass. It's not like we're hurting anyone.
Mr. Ass, I'm calling the cops.
Chuckles. Good luck with that, Mr. Ass. Science always finds a way.
End scene.
Title: The Circular Paradox.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty are seen examining the black and white photo of the room with a circular window. Rick looks puzzled and says, "Morty, this photo violates the laws of physics."
What do you mean, Rick?
Look carefully, Morty. The circle is just an outline on the wall, but the window behind it is solid. This is impossible.
What could cause something like that, Rick?
I don't know, Morty, but we're going to find out.
Plot development.
Rick and Morty enter the room in the photo and realize they are in a strange world where everything is circular. They encounter a character named Dr. Sphere who explains the peculiarities of their world.
Dr. Sphere, welcome to the circular zone, Rick and Morty. In this universe, everything is circular, even time.
Circular time? That's impossible.
Dr. Sphere, oh, but it is possible. You see, time is just a curve in space-time. In our universe, that curve is a circle.
Wow, that's crazy.
Dr. Sphere, yes, it is. But it's also fun. Come, I'll show you around.
The trio embark on a crazy adventure in the circular zone where they encounter circular creatures and objects. They even participate in a circular race where they must run around a circular track while carrying a circular baton.
Closing scene.
As they prepare to leave, Rick and Morty say goodbye to Dr. Sphere and thank him for the amazing experience. Rick says,
"You know, Morty, I never thought I'd say this, but I kinda like circles now."
Why, yeah, me too, Rick. It was a fun adventure.
Maybe we should bring some circular souvenirs back to our universe.
Haha, yeah, Rick. I bet Jerry would love a circular mug.
As they step out of the circular zone and return to their own universe, the camera pans out to show the black and white photo they were examining in the beginning. The circle on the wall now appears to be a solid window, indicating they had successfully resolved the circular paradox. End of episode.
Title: The Science of Inappropriate Searches.
Opening scene. Rick is sitting on the couch, flipping through TV channels. Morty comes in, holding a book.
Hey Rick, check out this book I'm reading. It's all about the physics of time travel.
Morty, please, I could teach a course on that shit.
Really? That's cool.
Yeah, but I'd rather teach a course on your search history.
What? No, you can't do that.
Rick pulls out his laptop and starts reading Morty's search history.
Let's see here. Jessica Rabbit naked. Marge Simpson porn. Morty, what the hell is wrong with you?
It's not like I'm gonna act on it or anything.
Sure. Anyway, let's get back to important business. I've discovered a portal to a dimension where everyone communicates through farting.
Jerry walks in the room. Hey guys, what's up?
Jerry, you're just in time. We're about to take a trip to Fart World.
Fart World? That sounds disgusting.
Oh come on, Jerry. You're always so uptight. Live a little.
They travel through the portal and arrive in Fart World.
Oh my god, what is that smell?
The sweet sin of communication. You see, in this dimension, farts contain complex messages and emotions.
I don't think I'll ever be able to smell anything normal again.
Suddenly, a group of fart creatures appear, their emissions forming into words.
Fart Creature 1. Greetings, travelers. We have come to share our scientific knowledge with you.
I don't know if I can take any more of this.
Nonsense, Jerry. You're just not as advanced as we are. Now let's get to learning. Give us your best science.
The fart creatures begin spouting off complex theories and equations, their farts forming into intricate shapes and diagrams.
I can't even begin to understand what they're talking about.
Don't worry, Summer. This is all just basic stuff. You'll get the hang of it.
After several hours of intense study, the group returns home, their brains overflowing with newfound knowledge. Well, that was an experience.
Yeah, but let's never talk about it again.
Come on, Morty. I thought you enjoyed the scientific value of our trip.
I did, but I don't think I can ever look at a fart the same way again.
Ah, the joys of scientific discovery. Who knows what we'll find next?
End scene. Scene. A cartoon scene with a doctor who is talking to a group of people in front of a TARDIS.
Doctor, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my TARDIS. As we all know, time travel is a complex scientific phenomenon.
Jerry interrupting. Excuse me, doctor, how does your TARDIS work?
Doctor, well, Jerry, that is a very technical question. You see, the TARDIS operates on the principles of temporal mechanics. It is able to navigate through the vortex and transcend the limitations of time and space. But enough about my TARDIS, let's talk about your friends.
Rick, we gotta get out of here.
Relax, Morty. This guy's just a Time Lord wannabe. I bet he's never even heard of multiversal travel.
Doctor, multiversal travel? Rick Sanchez, you are a genius.
Wait, you know who Rick is?
Doctor, of course, he's the infamous scientist who's caused chaos across the multiverse. And now he's here, in my TARDIS.
Hey, I didn't come here to cause any trouble. I was testing out my new time portal device and then your TARDIS just appeared out of nowhere.
Doctor, yes, the Daleks must have detected your presence and are in hot pursuit. We must leave at once.
Scene. Rick and Morty crash into the TARDIS and meet the 11th Doctor. Daleks are hunting them down in the background.
Whoa, this is insane, Rick. We're traveling through time and space with Doctor Who.
I can't believe I'm actually in a TARDIS. This is like a dream come true.
Guys, shouldn't we be worried about those Dalek things chasing us?
Relax, Summer. I got this covered. I'll just hack into the TARDIS's databanks and create a temporal feedback loop, causing the Daleks to be sent back in time and crash into each other.
Doctor, remarkable, Rick. You truly are a master of the multiverse.
Yeah, enough with the fanboy praise. Now let's get this TARDIS back on track so we can get home.
Home? But Rick, we're in a TARDIS. We could go anywhere in time and space.
Fine. We'll go to an alternate dimension where people actually appreciate my genius and don't treat me like a mad scientist.
Sounds great, Rick. And maybe in that dimension, Beth will finally respect me.
Yeah, and I'll be the queen of a robot planet.
Doctor, oh my, sounds like quite the adventure. Well then, best of luck in your travels. And remember, time travel is a complex and delicate science.
Hey, we'll figure it out as we go. See ya, Doc.
Scene. The TARDIS disappears into the vortex, leaving the Doctor and his audience behind. The Daleks continue their fruitless pursuit, shouting, "Exterminate," into the void.
Doctor, oh well, another day in the life of a Time Lord. Now, who wants to see my sonic screwdriver?
Opening shot of the cartoon jungle depicts Rick and Morty flying their spaceship to an unknown destination. Jerry, Beth, and Summer are left behind to indulge in a family game. Shots transition back and forth between the craft and the family at play, ultimately focusing on Rick and Morty's arrival at a strange train station with a bulky man in makeup eating a bucket of chicken.
Orlok the Destroyer, a being known for his insatiable appetite. This planet is incredible.
Whoa, Rick, he's kinda scary, yo.
Orlok. Interrupting. Who are you? And what's bringing you to my planetary system?
Just passing through. Gorlock, is there anything we can do for ya?
Gorlock, sinisterly, as a matter of fact, there is. I want to eat you both.
Oh no, Rick, what are we gonna do?
Just as Gorlock lunges to take a bite out of our heroes, a loud whistle sound cuts through the air. Andrew Tate arrives on top of Thomas Train in his bulldog hat, aiming his fishing rod at Gorlock's mouth, sending him tumbling backwards.
Andrew Tate. Hey there, Rick and Morty. Looks like you could use a hand, huh? Andrew, what are you doing here? Andrew Tate. Just enjoying a ride on the world's most famous steam engine. But I couldn't help but notice you guys were in a bit of trouble. Let's get out of here.
With Gorlock vanquished and Andrew Tate's help, Rick and Morty hop on top of Thomas Train, leaving Gorlock and his planet far behind.
So, how was your adventure, guys?
Oh, you know, just another day in the life of scientific exploration. Nothing new.
I hope you guys had more fun than we did.
Size. Yeah, our game was kind of lame.
Ah, well, maybe next time we can all go on a wild and crazy adventure together. But for now, let's get back to the lab.
The family heads towards Rick's lab as the camera pans out to the train tracks, leaving us wondering where Rick and Morty's next destination will take them.
Scene, Smith residence, garage. Rick and Morty are working on a new time machine while Beth is watching TV in the living room.
Morty, pass me the antimatter converter over there.
Got it, Rick. Hey, have you ever watched Doctor Who?
No, Morty, it's a show for babies. Now stop distracting me and focus on helping me build this time machine.
But Rick, people say it's really good. And the TARDIS is like the coolest time machine ever.
Oh God, Morty, don't tell me you're one of those Whovians. Just stick to science, kid.
Suddenly, the TARDIS materializes in the garage. Morty is overjoyed and walks towards it.
Whoa, Rick, look, it's the TARDIS. This is so cool.
Rick looks disgusted and tries to ignore the TARDIS.
13th Doctor. Greetings, Morty. I heard you're a big fan of my show and the TARDIS.
OMG, it's the 13th Doctor. I can't believe it.
I don't have time for this nonsense. I'm going back to the lab.
As Rick leaves, Morty jumps into the TARDIS and goes on an adventure with the 13th Doctor.
Morty, in the TARDIS. This is amazing, Doctor. Your time machine is so much cooler than Rick's.
13th Doctor. Why, thank you, Morty. I'm glad you appreciate it.
I've always had a crush on you, Doctor. You're so smart and pretty.
13th Doctor. Oh, Morty. That's sweet of you, but I'm a Time Lord and I can't get involved with a human.
But Doctor, I love you.
Meanwhile, Rick is regretting leaving the garage as he hears Morty making awful Doctor Who puns through the TARDIS intercom.
Morty, in the TARDIS. Hey Doctor, why did the Dalek cross the road? To exterminate the other side.
13th Doctor. Haha, Morty. You're such a funny human.
Morty's puns are worse than time paradoxes. I have to save him.
Rick builds his own time machine and tracks down the TARDIS. He materializes inside it and finds Morty and the 13th Doctor talking.
Morty, we have to go. I have a science emergency.
But Rick, I don't want to leave the Doctor. We're in love.
What, Morty? That's insane. She's a fictional character.
13th Doctor. Actually, Rick, I'm a real Time Lord. And Morty is a sweet human, but I can't break the time laws for him.
Oh God, this is too much. I'm taking Morty home and erasing his memory.
Morty is heartbroken as Rick takes him back to the garage.
Why did you have to ruin my love, Rick? I thought you were cool.
I am cool, Morty. And I did it for science. Love is a chemical reaction in the brain, not a time-traveling romance.
Beth, from the living room. Hey guys, are you done building your time machines? Doctor Who is on.
Rick and Morty look at each other in frustration as the episode ends.
Title: Neon Disco Love Machine.
Synopsis.
In this episode, Rick and Morty find themselves at a neon disco club in an unknown dimension. As they dance along with the cartoon characters, Rick gets an idea to create a love machine to enhance their experience. Summer, who is also dancing, accidentally gets caught in the machine's beam and falls madly in love with Morty. Chaos ensues as Summer relentlessly pursues Morty throughout the episode.
1. Morty, my boy, have you seen the colors in this dimension? It's like a disco ball exploded in here.
2. I know, Rick. It's pretty wild. Do you think we should stay a bit longer?
3. Absolutely, Morty. And while we're at it, let's make things even more interesting.
4. Summer, dancing. Hey guys, what are you up to?
5. Just creating a love machine. Summer, want to try it out?
6. Sure, why not?
7. Beams from the machine hit Summer and Morty, causing Summer to fall in love with Morty.
8. Morty, my love, let us dance the night away.
9. Oh, Summer, I don't think that's a good idea. You're kind of scaring me.
10. The episode ends with Summer chasing Morty around the neon disco club, with Rick laughing hysterically in the background.
Title: The Multidimensional Chess Game with a Twist.
Opening scene.
Rick, Morty, Beth, and Summer are in the living room of Rick's spaceship. Rick is sitting at a multi-dimensional chessboard while the rest of the family watches. The board consists of multiple levels and dimensions. Morty has inappropriate posters of the 13th Doctor from Doctor Who all over his room, which disgusts Rick.
Morty, what's with these posters? Can't you find anything more appropriate to adorn your walls with?
Come on, Rick, she's just a TV character.
You know, Morty, I used to like Doctor Who.
Me too.
Suddenly, the TARDIS materializes in the living room, and the 13th Doctor emerges.
13th Doctor. Excuse me, I couldn't help but overhear your conversation about me. I am the 13th Doctor, and I assure you that I am much more than just a TV character.
Oh, great. Just what we needed. Another dimension hopper.
Wow, this is so cool. Can I take a picture with you?
13th Doctor. Sure thing.
Morty pulls out his phone to take a selfie, but the Doctor suddenly tears down all of the posters of herself.
Hey!
13th Doctor. You shouldn't objectify people, Morty. It's disrespectful.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you.
13th Doctor. That's all right. Just remember to treat everyone with respect.
Suddenly, the multi-dimensional chess game begins to malfunction, and the family is transported to a different dimension where the chess pieces are alive, and the game is the only thing that matters.
What is happening?
I don't know, but this is getting weirder by the second.
I think we're in the game.
Great, just what we need. Another death trap.
The family must strategize their way out of the game and defeat the opposing team. However, in the end, Morty's inappropriate posters prove to be the key to victory, causing the opposing team to become too distracted to win.
Closing scene.
The family returns to their original dimension, and Morty removes all of the posters off his walls.
Thanks for teaching me that lesson, Doctor. I learned a lot today.
13th Doctor. Anytime, Morty. Remember, respect is key.
Can we just go back to playing regular chess now?
Title: The Clone Wars of the Sith System.
Opening shot. A group of cartoon characters, Rick and Morty, standing next to each other in front of a unique vehicle with a spaceship in the background.
Morty, you little piece of crap, I need you to focus. We're going to the Sith system, and we're bringing my portal gun.
Rick, what are we doing there? Isn't that going to be dangerous?
That's the whole fun, Morty. We're going to help Obi-Wan and Anakin stop an ancient Sith Lord from taking over the galaxy.
Wait, what? How are we going to do that?
With my genius and your idiocy, we can do anything. Now, let's get going.
The screen fades to black, and we see the team arrive in the Sith system. They are ambushed by Darth Maul and his army of droids.
Obi-Wan, Rick, Morty, we need your help. This is the most significant battle we've ever fought. Anakin. Yeah, and to make matters worse, that ancient Sith Lord is no joke. He's one of the most powerful Sith to have ever lived.
I know. You Jedi always have to make stuff dramatic. Don't worry, we got this.
Rick, we're outnumbered and outgunned. How are we going to do this?
Don't worry, Morty, we have something even better than the Force. We have science.
Obi-Wan, science? Rick, this is a battle of ancient weapons and techniques. What possible use could science be?
You see, Obi-Wan, my portal gun here can open up a black hole that can destroy anything in its path. Anakin, you have a ship, right?
Anakin. Yes, the Starfighter. Why?
Good. We're going to attach my black hole portal gun to your ship and set it on autopilot. Once it passes the Sith Lord's Imperial Fortress, boom. No more Sith.
Obi-Wan, good thinking, Rick. Let's do this.
The screen fades to black, and we see Anakin's ship speeding through space towards the Imperial Fortress. Suddenly, the black hole portal gun activates, and the fortress is sucked inside the black hole, disintegrating it completely.
That's how you destroy a Sith Lord, guys.
Rick, that was insane. I can't believe we did it.
Obi-Wan, Rick, Morty, you guys were the heroes of the day. We couldn't have done it without your science wizardry. Anakin. Yeah, you guys really know how to make science fun.
Of course, we do. Now, where's the nearest intergalactic tavern? I need a drink.
The screen fades to black as Rick and Morty walk off into the sunset, leaving Obi-Wan and Anakin scratching their heads in disbelief.
Title: Bikini Science.
Scene. A luxurious poolside overlooking the vast ocean and bustling city in the background. Beth and Morty lounge aimlessly while Rick struts into the scene in a skimpy bikini.
Rick, what's with the bikini, man?
Morty, it's summer out here. A true scientist knows how to enjoy the weather.
You don't think you're a little too old for that, Rick?
Age is just a number, Beth. Science is timeless.
As Rick does a little spin to show off his bikini, a group of ladies across the pool start giggling.
81. Huh, look at the old man trying to be all hip.
82. Seriously, who does he think he is?
Rick overhears their snarky comments and teleports over to their group.
Excuse me, ladies, I couldn't help but overhear your lack of scientific knowledge. You see, according to my calculations, this bikini enhances my thermal conductivity and reduces my water drag coefficient, making me swim faster than any of you could ever dream of.
81. What the hell does that even mean?
82. Yeah, you're just trying to cover up for your bad fashion sense.
Oh, really? Let's put it to the test, shall we? Rick challenges the ladies to a race across the pool.
Rick, I don't think this is a good idea.
Nonsense, Morty. This is a scientific experiment.
The race commences, with Rick swimming through the water like a torpedo. As the ladies struggle to keep up, Rick executes perfect flips and dives like a pro.
Wow, Rick. You were right. You really do swim faster in that bikini.
Of course, I was right. I am a genius, after all.
Suddenly, a giant octopus emerges from the pool and wraps its tentacles around Rick.
Octopus, I have come for revenge for all the ocean's creatures you've harmed, Rick.
Oh, come on, not again.
What do we do, Rick?
I have just the plan.
Rick pulls out a remote and turns on a high-frequency sound wave device, causing the octopus to release its grip and swim away in pain.
I don't even want to know where you got that, Rick.
Let's just say I have a few connections in the scientific community.
As the sun begins to set, Rick, Morty, and Beth lounge once again. Rick, victorious in his bikini experiment, finishes off the day with a cold drink.
As a scientist, I must say that today was a success. I proved that even fashion can be scientific.
Yeah, and you also proved that you should never underestimate the power of an angry octopus.
Can we just go back to our normal lives now?
Never, Beth. Science never takes a day off.
The trio laughs as the sun sets behind them, ending another wacky Rick and Morty adventure. Intro. Rick and Morty are exploring a universe with a unique pink and purple background. They discover that they are suddenly able to hear voices and feel like they are being controlled.
Morty, do you feel anything weird? Like we are being controlled?
I don't know, Rick. Maybe we smoked too much space weed.
ACT1.
Rick and Morty soon realize that they are characters in a TV show and are being controlled by AI.
Morty, it's like we are being written by some kind of AI scriptwriter.
What? Like a sci-fi episode?
Or like a PhD university dissertation.
ACT2.
Rick and Morty try to fight the AI script by trying to write their own jokes and scenes.
Morty, let's see how their AI technology holds up against our brilliant minds.
Rick, I don't think that's a good idea.
ACT3.
After several attempts, Rick and Morty finally break the fourth wall and address the viewers directly.
Hey, you guys controlling us with your fancy AI scripts? How about letting us have some fun for once?
Yeah, we want to do something crazy and hilarious.
Viewers, silence.
ACT4.
Feeling ignored, Rick and Morty go on a rampage and destroy their entire universe, causing the AI to reboot and rewrite their story.
Sorry, Morty, guess we went too far.
So, are we finally free from the AI script now?
Only one way to find out.
ACT5.
After the reboot, Rick and Morty find themselves in a completely new universe with a green and blue background. They look at each other and grin mischievously.
Well, Morty, ready for some more chaos?
Sure, Rick. As long as we don't get written by an AI script again.
Outro.
Rick and Morty fly off into the unknown, ready for whatever crazy adventure lies ahead. The audience is left wondering if the next episode will be written by a human or by an AI. Narrator. In this episode, our dynamic duo Rick and Morty, along with Beth and Mr. Poopy Butthole, find themselves in a situation that even their advanced scientific minds couldn't predict. In an attempt to bond as a family, they decide to spend a night at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. However, things take a turn for the worse when they realize they're trapped inside with the deadly animatronics.
Why did I let you guys drag me to this kid's place? I could be exploring parallel universes right now.
Come on, Rick. It's nice to do something as a family for a change.
Oh geez, guys, look at those animatronics. They're so lifelike.
Mr. Poopy Butthole, I just hope they don't malfunction and try to kill us or anything.
Narrator. And as luck would have it, that's exactly what happens. The animatronics suddenly come to life and start chasing after our heroes. But with Rick's quick thinking and Morty's bravery, they're able to take them down one by one.
This is a complete violation of the laws of physics. How are these animatronics even moving?
I don't care how they're moving, Rick. We just need to get out of here alive.
I don't think I can take much more of this, guys. My heart can't handle the scares.
Narrator. But just when they think they're safe, they're confronted by the infamous William Afton in a post-credit scene, teasing a sequel to their terrifying ordeal. Will our heroes be brave enough to face him again? Only time will tell.
Title of episode, Multiverse Mayhem, The Power of Rick Wright.
Opening scene, the camera zooms in on a neon-lit train, with a spaceship hovering in the distance. A group of people, including Rick, Morty, Beth, Summer, and Jerry, are standing in front of the train.
Alright everyone, listen up. We've got a situation here. That train is carrying a dangerous artifact from another dimension, and we need to intercept it before it falls into the wrong hands.
But how are we supposed to do that, Rick? We don't have any transportation.
Relax, Morty. I've got this. Rick pulls out a device from his pocket and activates it. Suddenly, a portal opens up and a sleek spaceship emerges.
What the hell, Rick? Where did you get that thing?
Oh, just a little something I picked up on my travels. Now let's get moving.
The group boards the spaceship and takes off in pursuit of the train. As they fly through the multiverse, they suddenly spot another Rick.
Hey, isn't that another Rick over there?
What the? How is that even possible? There can't be two Ricks in the same dimension.
The other Rick suddenly appears on the ship's comm system.
Greetings, fellow Ricks. I am the Rick Wright, and I possess the power to rewrite the multiverse to my liking.
What? That's ridiculous. There's no such thing as a Rick with the power to rewrite reality.
I wouldn't be so sure, Jerry. This Rick is from a parallel dimension where he gained control over the fabric of reality itself.
Oh man, this can't be good. What if he decides to mess with our reality?
Don't worry, Morty. I'll handle this. I've dealt with my fair share of power-mad Ricks before.
The Rick Wright suddenly teleports onto their ship.
Rick Wright. Greetings, fellow Ricks. I have come to bring order to the multiverse by reworking it to my specific tastes.
Not so fast, Rick Wright. I won't let you tamper with our reality.
Rick and Rick Wright engage in a fierce battle, causing reality to warp and shift around them. The rest of the group is caught in the crossfire.
Oh my god, what's happening? Everything is changing.
We've got to shut this down before it's too late.
I don't know what's going on, but I don't want to be stuck in an alternate dimension as a cockroach or something.
Rick, stop this madness. We have to restore order before it's too late. Rick Wright. Ha, you cannot stop me, Ricks. I am the true master of the multiverse.
As reality begins to collapse in on itself, Rick finally realizes how he can stop the Rick Wright.
Morty, grab that device on the control panel. Quick, we have to overload the teleportation matrix.
Are you sure about this, Rick?
Do it now.
Morty activates the device, causing a massive explosion that disrupts the Rick Wright's powers and sends him flying back into his own dimension.
Rick Wright, no.
The group is left stranded in the aftermath of the explosion, but Rick manages to cobble together a makeshift portal generator and gets them all back safely to their own dimension.
Well, that was a crazy adventure. I guess we all learned a valuable lesson about the dangers of playing with reality.
Yeah, I don't think I want to mess around with that stuff again.
Can we go back to just having normal, boring adventures now?
The group laughs as they fly away in their spaceship, leaving the neon-lit train and the memory of their encounter with the Rick right behind them.
Title: The Gorillas of BBQ and Bigfoot.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty are in the garage, tinkering with some gadgets when Summer walks in.
What are you guys up to?
Just a routine tune-up on the portal gun.
Yeah, we don't want to get stranded in some weird dimension again.
Speaking of weird dimensions, have you guys heard about the gorilla holding the child in a toy car in the jungle?
What? No. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's not possible. Gorillas don't play with toys.
Jerry enters the garage.
Did someone say gorilla?
Jerry, you're not coming with us on this one.
What? Why not?
Because you're always slowing us down and getting in the way.
Yeah, we need to focus on finding Bigfoot and his barbecue expertise.
Scene transition.
Rick and Jerry are walking through the jungle when they spot the cartoon gorilla and the child.
Oh my god, it's real.
Don't get too excited, Jerry. We need to figure out what's going on here.
The man in the hat approaches them.
Man in hat, what are you doing here? We're looking for Bigfoot. Have you seen him? Man in hat. Yes, he's over there by the grill.
They walk over to where Bigfoot is grilling.
Bigfoot. Hey, what brings you guys to the jungle?
We heard you make some killer barbecue and we wanted to try it out.
And we saw a gorilla holding a child in a toy car.
Bigfoot. Oh yeah, that's just Martha and her son Timmy. They like to play cars.
Morty and Summer suddenly appear, having used the portal gun to catch up with Rick and Jerry.
Hey, did you guys find Bigfoot?
And what's with the gorilla playing with toys?
Bigfoot. Oh, that's just Martha and Timmy. They're harmless.
Alright, let's get some barbecue and head back home.
Scene transition.
Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer are back in the garage, tasting Bigfoot's barbecue.
This is amazing. You were right, Jerry.
Thank you, Rick. This was an adventure I'll never forget.
And we didn't get eaten by any jungle creatures this time.
Except for that weird talking parrot.
Let's not talk about that.
The end.
Title: The Haunting of Freddy Fazbear Bunker.
Scene: The opening scene of the episode takes place in the Smiths' household where Rick takes Morty on one of his crazy adventures.
Morty, I found a way to manipulate Freddy Fazbear animatronics.
You mean the ones from that creepy pizzeria?
Yes, Morty, those ones. I've discovered a way to reprogram their systems. We're going to go find William Afton.
Scene: Cut to Rick and Morty arriving at the bunker, where they meet William Afton.
William, we need to access your research on the Fazbear animatronics.
William, I don't trust you. No one who's come here has ever returned.
Oh geez, Rick. This place is giving me the creeps.
William, we have a PhD in theoretical physics. We're not here to hurt you.
William, fine, but be warned, this bunker is haunted by the spirits of those animatronics.
Scene: Cut to Rick, Morty, and William in a laboratory. Rick begins to reprogram the animatronics while Morty and William observe.
Hey, Rick, are you sure this is a good idea? I don't want to get haunted by the spirits of those animatronics.
Relax, Morty, I know what I'm doing.
William, this is fascinating. Your reprogramming techniques could revolutionize the field of robotic engineering.
Scene: Suddenly, the lights flicker and the animatronics come to life. The room fills with eerie music as the animatronics begin to move towards Rick, Morty, and William.
Oh, great. Now we're being haunted by literal robots.
I knew this was a bad idea, Rick.
William, quick, this way. We can escape through the maintenance tunnels.
Scene: Rick, Morty, and William run through the tunnels, pursued by the animatronics. Rick uses his knowledge of the animatronics programming to lead them towards a trap he'd set up earlier.
Gotcha.
Scene: The episode ends with Rick, Morty, and William outside of the bunker, watching as the animatronics explode in a fiery explosion.
That was insane, Rick.
Just another day at the office, Morty.
Title: The Harambe Paradox.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty are summoned to a red background universe where they encounter a goat man and a Spider-Man from an alternate timeline. They learn of a paradoxical event involving the infamous gorilla, Harambe.
Well. Looks like we're in a pickle again, Morty. How did these clowns find us?
Oatman, my name is Professor Barnard, and this is Spider-Man 2099. We need your help to fix the Harambe paradox.
Harambe? Wasn't he that gorilla that got shot?
Oh my god, I remember that. It was a tragic event.
Can't we just let it be?
Yeah, I mean, what's the worst that could? Suddenly, timelines begin to unravel before their very eyes. The group watches in horror as the paradox threatens to destroy all of existence.
Oh boy, we got ourselves a real mess here. Harambe's death is a canon event, and altering it could have disastrous consequences if we don't know what we're doing.
Spider-Man 2099, I may be able to help. With my advanced knowledge of quantum physics, I can calculate the exact moment in time where we can save Harambe without altering the timeline.
Professor Barnard, and with my expertise in genetics, we can ensure that Harambe's genes are passed down to future generations and prevent his extinction.
The group forms a plan and sets out to save Harambe. But standing in their way is the villainous Spider-Man 2099, who seeks to preserve the timeline at all costs.
Spider-Man 2099, you fools. Don't you understand the implications of tampering with the timeline? You could destroy the entire universe.
Oh, shut up, you big baby. Let's do this thing.
Yeah, let's save Harambe!
The group successfully saves Harambe and ensures his genes are passed down through generations. They return to their own universe, relieved to have averted disaster. Well, that was surreal.
I'll say. But at least we saved Harambe.
And that's really all that matters, right?
Don't get too sentimental on me, Summer. We got other realities to save.
The group laughs as they head back home, leaving behind a universe where Harambe lives on.
Title: The Mind-Bending Adventures of Rick and Morty.
Introduction.
In this episode of Rick and Morty, we explore the concept of mind control in a complex and scientific manner. Rick, Morty, and Jerry face their biggest challenge yet when they encounter Summers' new girlfriend, who seems to be under the influence of a potent mind control technology. Our characters must uncover the source of the mind control and find a way to save Summers' girlfriend and themselves.
Morty, I think we've got some serious trouble on our hands. That girl Summer brought home is not what she seems. There's something off about her.
Rick, are you talking about the mind control device stuck on her head?
What? Mind control? Who would do such a thing?
Well, Jerry, I'm guessing it's the same guys who made that mind control device stuck on your head.
What?
Geez, Dad, how can you not notice you have something stuck on your head?
Oh, sorry, Morty. I thought it was just a new fashion trend.
Anyway, we need to remove these mind control devices before it's too late.
Summer's girlfriend. No, you can't remove them. They're the only thing keeping my brain from exploding.
Exploding? That's not good. Morty, grab the mind explosion detector from the lab.
Got it, Rick. Wait, what's a mind explosion detector?
It's a device I made to detect any brainwave activity that could potentially lead to an explosion. It's complicated. Just grab it.
I don't feel anything, Rick. How do I know this mind explosion detector is working?
Just let it do its thing, Jerry. Trust me.
Mind explosion detector beeps loudly.
Alright, we've got no time to waste. We need to locate the source of the mind control technology.
But how are we going to do that, Rick?
Easy. We're going to use our own brains against them. We'll use a complex scientific formula to reverse the mind control signal.
I don't think my brain can handle that, Rick.
Don't worry, Jerry. We'll make it work. Morty, grab the brain reverse formula from the lab.
Got it, Rick. Wait, what's a brain reverse formula?
It's a complex scientific formula that allows us to reverse the mind control signal. It's complicated, just grab it.
Jerry's head explodes.
Oops, well, never mind that. Let's get to work reversing that mind control signal.
Conclusion.
As our heroes successfully reverse the mind control signal, their brains overcome tremendous obstacles, leading to an epic and hilarious adventure. With their minds free from the influence of the mind control technology, they save Summer's girlfriend and restore order to the universe. As always, Rick and Morty explore the limits of science and the imagination, bringing us along for the ride. Stay tuned for the next episode of Rick and Morty to see what kind of trouble they get into next.
Title: The Interdimensional Bugsnax Conundrum.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty sitting at a desk in their lab, accompanied by Jerry, Beth, and Summer. Morty eagerly starts describing the plot of the latest video game he's been playing, Bugsnax. He elucidates the game's characters, their interactions, and how different strategies would impact the gameplay.
So, there's this character named Filbo, and he's got this crazy obsession with Bugsnax, which are like these half-bug, half-snack creatures that can transform parts of their bodies into whatever they eat.
That's not biologically possible. Who comes up with this stuff anyway?
Shut up, Jerry. Let the boy speak. This game sounds like my kind of thing.
Morty continues to describe the game's plot, much to Rick's fascination.
So, the plot twist is that the Bugsnax are not just random creatures, but actually a creation of these other beings that are exploiting their power to gain control over the world.
That's some advanced nanobiotechnology. I gotta get my hands on this game.
Shouldn't you be working on some life-altering invention instead of playing video games all day?
Hey, inspiration comes from the unlikeliest of sources.
So, what happens at the end?
Well, we find out that the head of the Bugsnax creators is actually a failed experiment created by Filbo's grandfather, who was trying to create the ultimate Bugsnax.
That still doesn't make any sense.
Doesn't matter, Jerry. This is the beauty of science. It doesn't always make sense, but it's still fascinating.
The group continues to discuss the game's intricacies, debating the scientific accuracy of Bugsnax, and sharing their gameplay experiences. As usual, Rick manages to find a way to tie the game's concepts into his own science experiments, ending the episode with one of his infamous one-liners.
I gotta say, Bugsnax may seem like a cartoonish game, but it's really ahead of its time. Kind of like me.
The group groans as Rick smirks triumphantly, the camera zooming out to reveal the vast expanse of the endless interdimensional space.
Title: The Axiomatic Anomalous Algorithm.
Synopsis. Rick invents an algorithm that can predict the future with 99.9999% accuracy, but the calculations create an anomaly that alters the space-time continuum. Meanwhile, Morty is tasked with babysitting a spring-locked employee of the local fast food restaurant who transforms into a homicidal animatronic.
Act 1.
Morty, listen close. I've just invented the axiomatic anomalous algorithm. It can predict the future with near infinite accuracy.
What does that mean, Rick?
Means we can now finally beat the Galactic Federation at their own game. Plus, I'm sure it'll be super handy for gambling on horse races and scratch-off tickets. Now hand me that weird creature on my chest.
Act 2.
On communicator, Rick, I think I have a problem over here. The guy you told me to babysit just crawled into one of those animatronic suits and drank all my beer.
On communicator, Morty, that guy is William and he became Springtrap. He's now a homicidal killing machine that's going to terrorize the neighborhood and implicate us in a string of heinous crimes.
Act 3.
A Springtrap. Hey, you moronic imbecile, quit destroying everything in sight and start helping us fix this anomaly. We gotta put things back to normal or the whole universe is going to unravel.
Springtrap. Drinking beer and smoking, you'll never fix it. I'll make sure of that before I kill everyone here.
Act 4.
On Communicator, Rick, the prediction algorithm says that the cure to the anomaly can only be found in dimension N2814.
On Communicator, Morty, let's get the hell out of here and head to dimension N2814 before Springtrap mangles us into a bloody pulp.
Act 5.
Springtrap. Hey, you malfunctioning heap of garbage, come with us to dimension N2814. You might be of use to us.
Springtrap. Finishing a beer, fine, but you're buying the next round.
Act 6. The trio arrives in dimension N2.